Power and Resistance. Foucault, Deleuze, Derrida, Althusser. Yoshiyuki Sato. Contents. Preface. Etn Balibar. Introduction. 1. The subject and internalized power. 2. What is internalization? 3. Trajectory of the text. Part I. Topic and Economics, Foucault and Deleuze/Guattari. Chapter 1. Topic I. Introduction to Part I. 1.1 Double empirico-transcendental operation. 1.2 Nietzsche and the thought of the outside. 1.3 Aporia of the Foucauldian theory of power. Chapter 2. Economics. 2.1 Body without organs and death instinct. 2.2 Machinic assemblage and becoming other. 2.3 Subject group and impersonal desiring power. Chapter 3. Topic 2, or heterogeneous thought. 3.1 The arts of existence as a strategy of resistance. 3.2 Turn to the thematic of ethics. 3.3 The soul is the prison of the body. 3.4 Ethical subjectivation and singularity. 3.5 Construction of immanence and anti-pastoral revolution. Appendix 1. Production of the competitive subject, Foucault and neoliberalism. 1. Post-Fordist governmentality. 2. Neoliberal governmentality. 3. Neoliberal subjectivity. Conclusion to Part I. Becoming other and becoming self. Part 2. Becoming of the structure, Althusser and Derrida. Chapter 4. Death drive, contingency, and resistance. Introduction to Part 2. 4.1 Lacanian thing. 4.2 Economics of difference. 4.3 Primacy of masochism. 4.4 Debtors of the drive. 4.5 Resistance of non-resistance. 4.6 Derridian rupture. Chapter 5. Ideology. 5.1 A rupture with regard to Lacanian theory. 5.2 Regional theory and general theory. 5.3 Theory of ideology as a theory of discourse. 5.4 From psychoanalytic theory to the theory of structural becoming. 5.5 Structural causality and contingency. 5.6 On specular centration. Chapter 6. Structure. 6.1 Decentration of social formation. 6.2 The economic and the political. 6.3 Contingency and structural becoming. Appendix 2. From state apparatus to power dispositives, Foucault and Althusser. 1. What is a dispositive? 2. The repressive state apparatus in penal theories and institutions. 3. State apparatus and disciplinary power in the punitive society, from the punitive society to the disciplinary society. 4. Disciplinary dispositives and the state apparatus. Conclusion to Part 2. Contingency, materiality. Conclusion. What is resistance? Preface. Etienne Balibar. This book, which Yoshiyuki Sato publishes under the title of Power and Resistance, is the result of a brilliant PhD thesis on structuralism and the problem of resistance, defended at the University of Paris ex-Nanterre before a jury composed, besides myself, of Judith Butler, Pierre Macquarie, Catherine Malibu, and Bertrand Ogilvy. It brilliantly testifies to the acuteness, depth, and originality of the readings of 20th-century French philosophy that young foreign, especially Japanese, philosophers are producing today. Their readings bring a freshness, a reperspective and a requestioning, and such conditions are ripe to relaunch previously passionate debates at this opportune moment. As a participant in these debates, which I quite wrongly believed to have traveled all avenues, it is with great pleasure that I welcome this critical return and relaunch. Yoshiyuki Sato's book is characterized both by its fascinating content and by its qualities of form. The author's extreme condensation here is a sign of mastery, along with the clarity and rigor of the argumentation and the strength of the architectonics. In this essay, not an ounce is too much. Is it all said there? All it takes, for sure, is to investigate what is perhaps the fundamental question raised by structuralism which has persisted throughout its existence. Sato's knowledge of the texts and their philosophical background is perfect. From the outset, he establishes the idea of the double comparison Foucault with Deleuze, Althusser with Derrida, which forms the guiding thread of his work, but this idea revolves and is renewed around two paradoxical questions that arise herein, that of the immanence of resistance to domination and that of the contradiction of the Freudian concept of death drive, key to the relationship of all structuralisms to psychoanalysis. We thus escape any banality, and above all we ensure that the fundamental notion that of resistance is effectively problematized. Sato has constructed a schema with remarkable structural properties. It raises questions rather than just summarizing and classifying answers. Among the formally identifiable questions, some concern the grouping of discourses. Sato is aware of the insistence in contemporary critical discourse of a Derrida, Deleuze grouping against Foucault, Althusser. But he prefers a transversal coupling, Foucault with Deleuze, Althusser with Derrida. It is in this way, in particular, that he brings out the singular place of Lacan's discourse, the other of structuralism, unless it is, rather, its most typical representative, in the sense of a discourse that seems to cancel any possibility of thinking resistance. Sato takes into account the fact that this thesis can be articulated at two levels: on the one hand, the historical and psychological level of political pessimism, on the other, the transcendental level of a philosophy of destiny, as Althusser would say, where the accentration of the center marks forever the impossibility of freeing the subject from the hold of the other. This demonstration opens up an extraordinary reading of the antithetical relationships of Derrida and Lacan to the texts of Freud, which, in turn, contains the key to the relationship between subjection to structure and subjection to power, or even their identification, in particular, with Foucault, from whom Sato borrows his initial formulations. Finally, the same formal schema, by its inducement of the parallelism between Deleuze, Foucault and Althusser, Derrida, leads us to wonder whether, in this second case too, we are dealing with a sort of second position mediated by the confrontation between the discourses, both close and irreducible, of the two philosophers. It is not impossible that the key to this great analogy is to be sought in particular in the philosophy of Judith Butler, used at length here. This explains the interest that Butler, during Yoshiyuki Sato's Viva, showed in his analysis, particularly on the relationship between the problematic of the death drive and the question of the contingency of structures, understood as the uncontrollable rupture of their effects of subjection. A dialogue took shape there, and it is expected to continue. Among the many questions of interpretation and doctrine discussed in Sato's essay that I, for my part, would like to continue to reflect on while widening the circle of debate to new participants, I will mention two in particular. They communicate with each other precisely through the intermediary of the profound idea of the new antinomy, specifically linked to the death drive in both its necessity and its indeterminacy, destruction and conservation of life, and which appears here in the strong sense of lifting the classical antinomy of causality and freedom. The first concerns the relativization of the opposition between exteriority and interiority, and the central importance of the problematic of activity and passivity in the development of structuralism and its critical elaborations. The paradoxical possibility of an active passivity or, better, of a beyond of passivity by means of passivity itself, intended to dismiss the perspective of a purely reactive resistance, draws a new figure of the transcendental, distinct from what, according to Foucauldian critique of Kant, Sato called the transcendental gaze. It is regarding Derrida that Sato examines its significance. What about Foucault, Deleuze, and Guattari? We are tempted to find here the relevance of the idea of philosophies of difference because it is in Deleuze, as well as in Derrida, that the idea of a beyond of passivity where it becomes resistance or the idea of a becoming other is the most explicit. This is where the question arises as to whether the idea of resistance is really univocal. The same remark applies to the most difficult question posed by Derrida's discourse, at least, in any case, by its presentation here, does the eventual rupture of the time of reproduction necessarily open up to a liberation, to an emergence of justice, or does it still contain the possibility of another outcome, an oppressive and a demoniac one, which would mean that it is always necessary to intervene, in the abyss, in a decision or a practical freedom choosing between antinomic possibilities? It is perhaps to avoid this flight forwards or this reiteration of the political difficulty, ad infinitum, that Althusser maintained, in the face of his other idea of overdetermination, the idea of determination in the last instance in his presentations on the schema of the absent cause. For, in accordance with Marxist tradition, this last instance guaranteed him the correct orientation of history, especially since in fact the hour of last instance never struck. We do not labor under the illusion of believing that these speculative questions can be definitively settled. However, the presentation, both clear and subtle, that Yoshiyuki Sato has given them should not remain without effects. I say thank you to him for coming from so far to bring them to us. Introduction. 1. The subject and internalized power. This book offers a critical reinterpretation of structuralist theories of power. But before embarking on this attempt, it is necessary to define structuralist thought. In the lecture entitled What is an Author?, delivered by Michel Foucault in 1969, where he advocates a return to the text itself, Jacques Lacan, then present in the room, intervenes as follows. I would like to point out that, structuralism or not, it seems to me that there is no question anywhere, in the field vaguely determined by this label, of the negation of the subject. It's about the subject's dependence, which is extremely different, and especially, regarding the return to Freud, about the subject's dependence on something really elementary, and which we tried to isolate under the term signifier. Point 2. Lacan's remarks provide us with two important perspectives. First, structuralist thought is not a negation of the subject, it is, rather, that of the subject's dependence on something really elementary. By affirming that the subject is formed by the elements that are external to it, this theory privileges the problematic of subject formation. In this sense, it is not a theory of negation of the subject but a theory of the subject. Point 3. In other words, as Etienne Balibar points out, it is not a simple disqualification of the subject but a movement of reversal of the constituent subject into constituted subjectivity, comprised of a simultaneous operation of deconstruction and reconstruction of the subject, or of deconstruction of the subject as archie and of reconstruction of the subjectivity as effect, for it thus appears as a theory of constituted subjectivity. The second point is about something really elementary. In Lacanian theory, the subject depends on the signifier or the signifier of Lac. Influenced by the structuralist reading of Freud by Lacan, certain structuralist theories of power substitute internalized power for signifier. In such theories, the subjected subject depends on internalized power. However, we must immediately note that this substitution never means that internalized power is identical to the signifier. The borrowings of these theories of power from psychoanalytic theory rather concern the mechanism of internalization or introjection of the object and the eccentric position of the subject which follows from this. The subject is determined by something it internalizes but which is not under its own control. It is in this sense that the subject is eccentric in relation to this something. In the same way that the internalized signifier determines the subject, the internalized power determines the subject, from within the subject itself, through the effect of its internalization. Since the subject itself is constituted by this internalization, it is then eccentric in relation to the internalized power. This conception is at the heart of the theories of power developed by Althusser, Deleuze/Guattari and Foucault. By way of critical approaches, but undeniably influenced by Lacan's structuralist theory, Althusser theorized the mechanisms of interpellation and ideological recognition/denial, Deleuze/Guattari, those of Oedipal subjection by the capitalist family system, and Foucault, those of investment and internalization of power achieved by the disciplinary dispositives. Point 5. These three apparently different theorizations share the same theory of subjection affected by the internalization of power, as well. as that of the subject's eccentric position. It is in this sense that we denote by structuralist theories of power those three theorizations, which all base their approaches on the structuralist psychoanalytic theory of Lacan. If this something really elementary corresponds, in these theorizations, to the power that the subject internalizes, is there then a possibility for it to resist the subjection effected by power? This is precisely the question we would like to address in this essay. We can identify the structuralist theory of power by the theorization in which the formation of the subject depends on internalized power, and the theory seeking resistance to this power will therefore necessarily include the internal critique of this structuralist theory as well as its self-transformation. Insofar as the problem of resistance to power implicitly includes the internal overcoming of structuralist thought itself, we will deal with the philosophers who are situated beyond the very domain determined by structuralism. We can call this movement of going beyond a post-structuralism, which can be provisionally defined as a theory of power capable of transforming the structure 6, but it will suffice here to note that it shares certain problematics with the structuralist movement and that it tries to surpass its limits internally. Our intention is, it must be repeated, a reinterpretation of structuralist thought and an internal overcoming of the problem it postulates. We do not therefore criticize it externally, for example, on the basis of the modern concept of constituent subject, and therefore do not deduce too easily from it a return to the subject. Point 7. If the question is a return, it must be, as Foucault pointed out in What is an Author, a return to the text itself, an effective and necessary task of transforming the discursivity itself, 8, to which the structuralist thought belongs. If the thesis of dependence of the subject on power results from the way in which psychoanalytic theory, notably Lacanian theory, affects philosophy, then the theory of resistance to power also implies a resistance to psychoanalytic theory which postulates the subject's dependence on something and the subject's eccentricity. The structuralist philosophies, affected by psychoanalysis, and this other of philosophy were transformed by trying to overcome the problem that the latter raised. In fact, this process constitutes a kind of self-transformation of structuralist thought to include both philosophy and psychoanalysis. In the course of this research, we will often approach psychoanalytic theory critically. However, our intention is never to deny its revolutionary contribution to the renewal of human sciences. The question for us is, rather, to analyze the self-transformation of structuralist thought in relation to psychoanalytic theory. 2. What is internalization? Before starting to reinterpret structuralist theories of power, we must ask a fundamental question: what is the internalization or introjection that produces and reproduces the subject? Freud's texts provide us here with a framework for reflection. In group psychology and the analysis of the ego, Freud analyzes the mechanism of the formation of masses by constructing a psychoanalytic theory of the mechanism of power. Considering identification as a mechanism of mass formation, he uses the notion of introjection. The subject identifies with a certain object by introjecting it into the ego. This process is especially revealed in melancholia. Another such instance of introjection of the object has been provided by the analysis of melancholia, an affection which counts among the most notable of its exciting causes, the real or emotional loss of a loved object. A leading characteristic of these cases is a cruel self-depreciation of the ego combined with relentless self-criticism and bitter self-reproaches. Point 9. In short, in melancholia, the subject identifies with the lost object of affection by introjecting it into the ego. By this introjection, the structure of the ego is strangely modified. A leading characteristic of these cases is a cruel self-depreciation of the ego combined with relentless self-criticism and bitter self-reproaches. In this cruel self-depreciation, the shadow of the object has fallen upon the ego. But what exactly is going on in the ego by introjecting this lost object? Freud explains. They show us the ego divided, fallen apart into two pieces, one of which rages against the second. This second piece is the one which has been altered by introjection and which contains the lost object. But the piece which behaves so cruelly is not unknown to us either. It comprises the conscience, a critical instance within the ego, which even in normal times takes up a critical attitude towards the ego, though never so relentlessly and so unjustifiably. On previous occasions we have been driven to the hypothesis that some such instance develops in our ego which may cut itself off from the rest of the ego and come into conflict with it. We have called it the ego ideal, and by way of functions we have ascribed to it self-observation, the moral conscience, the censorship of dreams, and the chief influence in repression. Point 10. Melancholias show the ego divided, fallen apart into two pieces, one of which rages against the second, writes Freud. The introjection of the lost object thus creates the division of the ego, which is observed reflectively and inflicts violence on itself. This analysis allows us to identify two essential points. First, what he calls here the ego ideal is the higher instance of the ego, which regards the lower instance of the ego as the object of self-criticism and self-reproach. It denotes the formation of the reflective subject, whose higher instance watches and controls the lower instance. He will later name the first one superego, established by the introjection of paternal or parental authority. Point 11. Second, if this system of self-reflectivity arises from the introjection of the lost object, it functions, through this introjection, both independently of the real object and dependently on the internalized object. We can notice here a kind of autonomization of the subject, which depends on the internalized object. From this principle of introjection, Freud analyzes the mechanism of the formation of masses such as the army and the church. He defines the mechanism of introjection as the installation of the object in the place of the ego ideal. Point 12. In this case, the object is introjected and placed at the higher level of the ego, which watches and controls the lower instance in a reflective manner. This analysis leads us directly to that of Althusser's ideological state apparatuses. According to Althusser, the introjection of the object corresponds to the internalization of the ideological interpellation. By internalizing the ideological interpellation of the ideological state apparatuses, subjects identify with the dominant ideology. By this identification, they work by themselves as subjected subjects. Point 13. Later in our analysis, we find the same problematic of internalized power in Foucault and Deleuze/Guattari. Such structuralist theories of power thus construed the introjection of the object in the Freudian sense as the internalization of power. 3. Trajectory of the text. At this point in our reflection, we can thus formulate our fundamental question to reinterpret structuralist theories of power: how can the subject resist the power internalized or introjected by itself? In part I of our work, we will consider the theories of Foucault and Deleuze/Guattari as theories of subject formation in their relation to power dispositives. It is within these theories that we will identify the possibility of resistance to these dispositives. In the first chapter, topic, we start from the empirico-transcendental doublet, defined by Foucault as the structure of the modern subject. We follow the deconstruction of this doublet through the Nietzschean thought of the outside. It is during this process that an aporia of the Foucauldian theory of power emerges, namely the impossibility of resistance to power. In the second chapter, entitled Economics, Deleuze and Guattari's Anti-Oedipus allows us to shed light on this Foucauldian aporia from another angle. Their struggle both against and for psychoanalysis indeed offers the possibility of resistance to power. It is in their internal critique of psychoanalytic theory that another concept of subject is to be found, the economic subject that is constantly becoming through its impersonal power. This notion of an economic subject suggests a possibility of thinking about the resistance to power that is lacking in discipline and punish. This possibility is inscribed in their articulation of libidinal economy to capitalist economy and in their strategy to transform the subjected group to a subject group. In the third chapter, we return to Foucault in order to find a strategy of resistance to power in his care located between the first volume and the second and third volumes of the History of Sexuality. For this, we will start by referring to Bodies That Matter by Judith Butler from the relationship between the body and the formation of the ego, and we will show that the point of resistance to the reactive ego formed by disciplinary power resides, in the last Foucault, in the body, the self, and the singularity. The issue will therefore be to transform the regulatory structure of the empirico-transcendental doublet into a heterogeneity in which domination and resistance intersect. We find here a consequence of his internal critique of the Kantian concept of subject. In Appendix 1, we focus on the Foucauldian analysis of neoliberalism in the birth of biopolitics in order to define neoliberal governmentality as the production of competition and the modality of the neoliberal subject as a competitive subjectivity. Then, in the conclusion to Part I, we seek a strategy of resistance in the era of neoliberalism. Our objective in Part I consists in looking for a modality of resistance to the power dispositives that produce and reproduce the subjected subject. However, these dispositives produce and reproduce not only the subjected subject, but also the structure or social formation. Around this point, we must therefore reflect on the thought of the rupture, what we call the theory of structural change, which resists the reproduction of the structure itself. This theory of structural change must be posed with the theory of the subject, since the subject is included, as a minimal structured element, in the structure of the social formation itself. In Part 2, we will thus analyze, in the thoughts of Derrida and Althusser, this other modality of resistance that can achieve structural change. In the fourth chapter, we consider the problem of contingency and resistance in Derrida by referring to his analysis of the drive, particularly the death drive in the Freudian sense. Our reflection then takes two directions. First, by referring to the Derridian theory, we show that the Lacanian theory cannot conceive the problem of structural change and of contingency, and it is indeed by altering this theory that Derrida himself endeavors to conceive it. Second, Derrida analyses power from the question of drive, and considers the problem of resistance and structural change in relation to the notion of death drive. We therefore elucidate, by referring to Freud's texts, the two antinomic modalities of the death drive, and then we will show how resistance in the Derridian sense is linked to these two modalities. This reflection ultimately convenes the analysis of specters of Marx around the thematic of event and rupture. Returning to our analysis of the contingency and alteration of Lacanian theory in Derrida, we address, in the fifth and sixth chapters, the issue of the causality of structural change and contingency in Althusser. The fifth chapter is devoted to the theory of ideological interpellation, which produces and reproduces the subjected subject and social formation. We show here how the contingent factor intervenes, as a deviation of the interpellation, in the process of the ideological interpellation/introjection. The aim of this argument is to shed light on the way in which Althusser intervenes in Lacanian psychoanalytic theory and modifies, even materializes, its theoretical dispositives. This analysis of the contingent deviation of the ideological interpellation is linked, in the sixth chapter, to the problem of the causality of structural change. We argue that the theory of causality of structural change is conceptualized and developed, as a consequence of a singular reading of Marx's texts by Althusser, in relation to contingency. Our intention is to show how social formation, namely, structure constantly reproduced by the power dispositives in a repetitive manner, can be altered by the eruption of an other in relation to the law of reproduction. In Appendix 2, we return to Foucault in order to analyze penal theories and institutions and the punitive society, two lecture courses influenced by and confronting Althusser. In this analysis, we see that Foucault created the notion of disciplinary power and power dispositives as his response to Althusserian theory of state apparatuses and reproduction. Through such reflection, we examine the relation of disciplinary power to the state apparatus. Finally, in the conclusion to Part 2 and the general conclusion, we define the post-structuralist strategies of resistance in Foucault, Deleuze/Guattari, Derrida, and Althusser to desubject the subjected subject and transform the capitalist structure, in other words, to realize the anti-pastoral revolution. This essay was originally written as a doctoral thesis submitted at the University of Paris Nanterre in 2004. The English edition is the revised and enlarged version written in 2020-21. I sincerely thank Etienne Balibar, director of my thesis. Without his support and our many discussions, this work would not exist. I also thank Akira Asada, Judith Butler, Eve Durau, Yoshihiko Ichida, Pierre Macari, Catherine Malibu, and Bertrand Ogilvy, who read my work and gave me detailed and precise advice. This work has also been realized with the support of my friends, to whom I address my gratitude for their reactions, their suggestions, and their advice, among others, Livio Boni, Matthias Lavin, Izumi Sekizawa, Masaaki Takeda and Jun Fujita Heroes. This publication was supported by grants in aid for scientific research of JSPS. Part I. Topic and Economics. Foucault and Deleuze/Guattari. 1. Topic I. Introduction to Part I. During the 1960s and 1970s, structuralist thought radically changed the dominant perspective on the theory of power, notably in the apprehension of its relation to the subject. Until that time, in fact, most of these theories were based on the repressive hypothesis, one where power is identified with the repressive state apparatus that alienates and oppresses the original nature of the subject, while structuralist theories, for their part, would focus on the productivity of power, which is supported by the dispositives too within the social field. It is the power dispositives which produce and reproduce the docile subject. These dispositives correspond, in Althusser, to ideological state apparatuses, in Foucault, to disciplinary power, and in Deleuze/Guattari, to the Oedipal family. Structuralist analysis thus revealed the productivity of power that was lacking in the repressive hypothesis. In this sense, they constructed more detailed theories to analyze the mechanism of power. There seems to be, however, an aporia in these structuralist theories of power. If the subject is effectively produced by the power dispositives, then it is passively determined by power. This is how Althusser defines structuralism as a variant of formalism. Its particularity is the suppression of the subject and the virtual existence of the truth in the object, which can be formulated as a variation of the invariant equals truth. Equals truth 3. If we apply the schematization to structuralist theories of power, the subject is in fact removed from the relation to power and all productivity is then found in the object, namely the power. Equals power. The suppression of the subject therefore means that of its productivity in relation to power, or even the subject's dependence with regard to power. The subject then becomes, as an object produced by the power dispositives, incapable of resisting the productive mechanism of power. Thus the impossibility of thinking about the subject's resistance to power. How can structuralist theories of power overcome this aporia? In Part I, we analyze this impossibility and we will seek, within the very thought of Foucault and Deleuze/Guattari, the possibility of overcoming this aporia. These dramas of thought will lead us into the difficult endeavor of constructing a new concept of subject which will replace the existing modern concept. We first consider Foucault's attempt to construct this new concept against that of the Kantian subject, then that of Deleuze/Guattari against the Oedipal subject. 1.1 Double empirico-transcendental operation. Foucault deconstructs the Kantian subject through Nietzschean thought, and it is in this Nietzscheanization of Kant that the possibility and the impossibility of the Foucauldian theory of power intersect. In the order of things, Foucault situates the Kantian subject, the one he intends to deconstruct, at the starting point of modernity, defining it as follows. Man, in the analytic of finitude, is a strange empirico-transcendental doublet, since he is a being such that knowledge will be attained in him of what renders all knowledge possible. Point 4. For Foucault, the Kantian subject is an empirico-transcendental doublet defined as a being such that knowledge will be attained in him of what renders all knowledge possible. This subject appears in his ambiguous position as an object of knowledge and as a subject that knows. Point 5. How should we understand this ambiguity? Let us refer to Kant's Anthropology, a work translated into French by Foucault himself in the early 1960s. Kant clearly demonstrates the ambiguous position of the subject between spontaneity and receptivity. If we consciously represent two acts, inner activity, by means of which a concept is possible, or reflection, and receptiveness by means of which a perception, i.e., empirical intuition, becomes possible, or apprehension, then consciousness of oneself can be divided into that of reflection and that of apprehension. The first is a consciousness of understanding, pure apperception, the second a consciousness of inner sense, empirical apperception. Now here the I appears to us to be double: 1, the I as subject of thought, which means pure apperception, and of which there is nothing more to say except that it is an very simple idea; 2, the I as object of perception, therefore of inner sense, which contains a manifold of determinations that make an inner experience possible. 6. The I appears to us to be double, writes Kant. This reduplication designates the structure in which the ego assumes both reflection and apprehension, spontaneity and receptivity. They correspond respectively to I as subject of thought and to I as object of perception. According to the Critique of Pure Reason, the ego first receives things as intuition and then transforms them into concepts using its understanding. Our knowledge arises from two fundamental sources in the mind, the first of which is the reception of representations, and the second the faculty for cognizing an object by means of these representations. Through the former an object is given to us, through the latter it is thought in relation to that representation. Intuition and concepts therefore constitute the elements of all our knowledge. 7. The spontaneity of the ego is defined as pure apperception, which is opposed to the receptivity of the ego. According to Kant, any representation of intuition accompanies the representation of I think. The I think corresponds to the self-consciousness and to the act of spontaneity. It is in this very representation that the multiplicity of representations achieves its unity. Kant calls it pure apperception and defines it as transcendental unity of self-consciousness. 8. The multiplicity of representations in intuition is thus based on the representation of I think. It is the ego carrying out this double operation that Foucault calls an empirico-transcendental doublet. Regarding the term transcendental, let us refer to the well-known definition in the Critique of Pure Reason. Transcendental knowledge designates all knowledge that is occupied not so much with objects but rather with our mode of knowledge of objects insofar as this is to be possible a priori. 9. Transcendental knowledge is not that of the external object, but that of our mode of knowledge, namely the reflective recognition of the self. In this operation, the transcendental ego is found superior to the empirical ego and produces knowledge through the gaze brought onto this empirical ego. Let us call this reflective gaze the transcendental gaze. The ego establishes, by this double operation, a demarcation between the ego and things in themselves, and it grasps them as representations. By way of this operation, the ego recognizes them while remaining within the ego. Hence things in themselves remain, as the impossible of knowledge, outside the ego. In this sense, Kant effectively finds the outside of knowledge. However, he establishes a demarcation between ego and things in themselves and creates a structure in which the ego produces concepts, as an internalized object, through intuition. By this process, Kant detaches the ego from its exterior. It is this structure of the ego that Foucault calls an empirico-transcendental doublet, a being such that knowledge will be attained in him of what renders all knowledge possible. The Kantian subject thus internalizes his exterior through the double empirico-transcendental operation and establishes the foundation of all knowledge within himself. We can then define the Kantian subject as the one who internalizes his exterior by virtue of the transcendental gaze. Given that the Kantian subject is thus determined by the very particular double operation of the transcendental gaze, what then is Foucault's position with regard to this Kantian theory of the doublet? In the order of things, he deals with the Kantian problem of the finitude of man and the limits it imposes. Finitude of man is heralded and imperiously so in the positivity of knowledge. We know that man is finite, as we know the anatomy of the brain, the mechanics of production costs, or the system of Indo-European conjugation, or rather, like a watermark running through all these solid, positive, and full forms, we perceive the finitude and limits they impose, we sense, as though on their blank sides, all that they make impossible. 10. The Kantian subject is marked by finitude and limits that allow objects to be recognized by establishing a positivity, the field of knowledge. But they also make the impossible of knowledge appear on their blank sides. The thesis of the finitude of man is borrowed from Heidegger 11, but we must immediately point out that by relying on Heidegger, Foucault ultimately ruins this Heideggero-Kantian strategy. In Kant and the Problem of Metaphysics, Heidegger writes, "We must maintain that intuition constitutes the authentic essence of knowledge and that, despite the reciprocity of the relationship between intuiting and thinking, does possess authentic importance. Only with this interpretation of knowledge is it also possible to grasp what is essential in this definition, namely, the finitude of knowledge." That first sentence of the Critique of Pure Reason is already no longer a definition of knowing in general, but rather is already the determination of the essence of human knowledge. Point 12. According to Heidegger, intuition constitutes the essence of the finitude of knowledge, it is the determination of the essence of human knowledge. Man as finitude cannot grasp things in themselves, he can only recognize objects through intuition. This finitude commands the need for double empirico-transcendental operation. The finitude of knowledge directly demonstrates a peculiar interdependency of thinking upon intuition, or conversely, a need for the determination of the latter by the former. Point 13. The finitude of knowledge therefore necessarily summons empirico-transcendental reduplication, that is to say, man marked by finitude must confine himself, by this very finitude, in the empirico-transcendental doublet. In anthropology, Kant asks three questions: was Ken ich wissen, was soll ich tun, and was darf ich hoffen, which correspond respectively to the Critique of Pure Reason, the Critique of Practical Reason and the Critique of Judgment. However, Kant refers these three questions to the fourth anthropological question, was ist der Mensch? 15. This is, according to Heidegger, a necessary consequence of the finitude of reason. Human reason is not finite just because it poses the three questions cited above, but the reverse, it poses these questions because it is finite. Indeed, it is so finite that in its being rational this finitude itself is at issue. Because these three questions ask about this one, finitude, they let themselves be related to the fourth, what is man? 16. Since man is a being who is finite and lacking, he must question his Bedürftigkeit. From there are justified the questions about his Können, Sollen, and Dürfen. The infinite being would not even need to ask these questions. From this, Heidegger deduces the following proposition. Human reason does not just disclose finitude in these questions, rather, its innermost interest is with finitude itself. For this reason, it is not a matter of doing away with the ability, duty, and allowing, in this way to extinguish finitude, but rather the reverse. It is precisely a question of becoming certain of this finitude in order to hold oneself in it. Point 17. According to Heidegger, the interest of human reason is becoming certain of this finitude in order to hold oneself in it. It is on this point that Foucault will move away from Heidegger while referring to him. Heidegger affirms that the finitude of man, of Dasein, gives access to the understanding of Sen, always already forgotten in the history of philosophy. The finitude of Dasein, the understanding of being, lies in forgetfulness. This is nothing accidental and temporary, but on the contrary is necessarily and constantly formed. 18. It is from there that he considers Kantian finitude as a possible way for rediscovering the forgotten Sen. It is exactly this Kantian finitude that Foucault criticizes, drawing on the Heideggerian reading of Kant. Let us refer to Foucault's complementary PhD thesis entitled Introduction to Kant's Anthropology. He attaches there great importance to Kant's opus posthumum, because anthropology offers no answer to the fourth question, was ist der Mensch? It is in the opus posthumum that we must look for it. To announce the program of his transcendental philosophy, Kant reiterates the definition of the relationship between God, the world, and man. Man finds himself there in the role of medius terminus, founding the unity between the world and God. But why does man, the finite being, assume this role? If man gives unity to the world and to God, it is to the extent that he exercises his sovereignty as a thinking subject, thinking the world and thinking God. Der medius terminus, ist hier das urteilende Subjekt. Point 19. Kant's answer is quite clear: as a thinking subject, man thinks of God and the world. In other words, it is from thought that the unity emerges. The question what is man, opens up to the problem of the finitude of human reason. This finitude refers the three critical questions to that of an anthropological order, where they are repeated. It is human finitude that ensures the positivity of the knowledge of the world represented in human thought is the basis of the unity of the world. It is in this regard that Foucault writes, it is not given in the opening of the all, it is present in the flexion of the gans on itself. 20 The world is thus folded down in human thought and represented in the flexion of the transcendental ego on the empirical ego. If Kant's anthropological question rests on this structure of flexion or plea, then we can formulate the structure of Kantian anthropology as representing the exteriority of the world in the interiority of human thought and confining it within this positivity. In addition, the anthropological question is called up by and given as a repetition of the critique. If the anthropology that is closed within the finitude of the subject is so called into question by Foucault, it is because it repeats the Kantian critique, even the double empirico-transcendental operation that it presupposes. Foucault will call this closure that of menschliches Wesen. And the paradox is this: freeing itself from a preliminary critique of knowledge and an initial interrogation of the relationship to the object, philosophy did not manage to free itself from subjectivity as the fundamental thesis and starting point of its reflection. On the contrary, it confined itself into subjectivity by conceiving of it as thickened, hypostasised, and enclosed in the impassible structure of menschliches Wesen, in which the extenuated truth that is the truth of truth silently keeps vigil and gathers itself. 22. The menschliches Wesen signifies the mark of finitude worn by man. With this mark, the subject establishes a demarcation between the inside and the outside and represents the exteriority within itself, closing itself off within its limit. It is this process that the expression to hold oneself in the finitude designates, this very closure of the subject that Foucault, for his part, calls anthropology. The anthropological thought thus encloses, in the finitude of man, the exteriority of thought that the critique brought to light. And it is this thought that represses exteriority for the subject. What possibilities generated this thought from which everything, up until our time, has seemingly diverted us, but as if to lead us to the point of its returning? From what impossibilities does it derive its hold on us? Undoubtedly, it can be said that it comes to us through that opening made by Kant in Western philosophy when he articulated, in a manner that is still enigmatic, metaphysical discourse and reflection on the limits of our reason. However, Kant ended by closing this opening when he ultimately relegated all critical investigations to an anthropological question. 23 Anthropology thus sutures the opening of knowledge that the critique practiced. By this suture, the empirical ego is doubled by the transcendental ego, and the other of knowledge is repressed. This structure of the empirico-transcendental doublet produces the positivity of the field of knowledge and necessarily denies any power relation that lies outside this doublet. In fact, it concerns an empirico-critical reduplication by means of which an attempt is made to make the man of nature, of exchange, or of discourse, serve as the foundation of his own finitude. In this fold, the transcendental function is doubled over so that it covers with its dominating network the inert, gray space of empiricity. Inversely, empirical contents are given life, gradually pull themselves upright, and are immediately subsumed in a discourse which carries their transcendental presumption into the distance. And so we find philosophy falling asleep once more in the hollow of this fold, this time not the sleep of dogmatism, but that of anthropology. 24. Through the effect of the transcendental gaze focused on the empirical, the subject represses the other of thought, in a movement of reduction of the other to the same, for modern thought is one that moves no longer towards the never completed formation of difference, but towards the ever to be accomplished unveiling of the same. 25 To repress the exteriority of thought and reduce it to the same, to remain within the limit and to deny the external relations of forces constitutes anthropological sleep, a consequence of the empirico-transcendental operation. If Heidegger-Kantian thought poses this double operation as the program of modern philosophy, and if it signifies the internalization of exteriority, namely the denial of the power relations that exist in the empirical and social field, then Foucault's strategy will be constituted as the deconstruction of interiority through exteriority, in other words, the Nietzscheanization of Kant. 1.2 Nietzsche and the thought of the outside. Foucault, in qualifying the structure of the Kantian subject as anthropological, radically criticized the confinement of thought within the subject. But what, then, is the other thought capable of breaking this deadlock of anthropological thought? Foucault calls it the thought of the outside. A thought that stands outside subjectivity, setting its limits as though from without, articulating its end, making its dispersion shine forth, taking in only its invincible absence, and that, at the same time, stands at the threshold of all positivity, not in order to grasp its foundation or justification but in order to regain the space of its unfolding, the void serving as its site, the distance in which it is constituted and into which its immediate certainties slip the moment they are glimpsed. A thought that, in relation to the interiority of our philosophical reflection and the positivity of our knowledge, constitutes what in a phrase we might call the thought of the outside. 26. The thought of the outside remains outside the subject, reveals the limit of subjectivity, and by this very fact makes it empty. It tacitly designates the Nietzschean thought of exteriority that allows Foucault to deconstruct the Kantian subject. Let us refer to Foucault's lecture entitled Truth and Juridical Forms, where he deals in detail with the possibility of Nietzschean thought of the outside. To put it briefly, this possibility resides in considering the problem of knowledge through practice and history. The subject of knowledge itself has a history, the relation of the subject to the object, or, more clearly, truth itself has a history. 27 The thought of the outside is therefore nothing other than what questions the foundation of knowledge through exteriority understood as historicity. Foucault initially focuses his attention on the meaning of the word invention in Nietzsche, who always uses it in the opposite sense to the word origin. 28 For example, in The Gay Science, he deals with the problem of the Ursprung of religion, concluding that it does not belong to the Ursprung but only to the Erfindung. 29 According to On the Genealogy of Morals, ideals are fabricated by a series of mechanisms. 30 This is what allows Foucault to assert that knowledge was invented and has no metaphysical origin. If we apply this principle to the knowledge of things, it follows that there is no identity, no similarity between knowledge and a thing, there is only heterogeneity between them, because the knowledge that man fabricated is determined by a small beginning, one that is low, mean, unavowable. 31. Knowledge is a violation of the things to be known. 32 In other words, it does not rely on any identity with the object of knowledge, it is always fabricated by way of violence carried out against the things to be known. If knowledge is not determined by the object of knowledge, by what mechanism is it so? In The Gay Science, Nietzsche writes, "The meaning of knowing. Non ridere, non lugere, nec dexteri, sed intelligere." Says Spinoza as simply and sublimely as is his wont. Yet in the last analysis, what else is this intelligere than the form in which we come to feel the other three at once? One result of the different and mutually opposed desires to laugh, lament, and curse. Before knowledge is possible, each of these drives must first have presented its one-sided view of the thing or event. After this comes the fight of these one-sided views, and occasionally this results in a mean. One grows calm, one finds all three sides right, and there is a kind of justice and a contract, for by virtue of justice and a contract all these drives can maintain their existence and assert their rights against each other. Since only the last scenes of reconciliation and the final accounting at the end of this long process rise to our consciousness, we suppose that intelligere must be something conciliatory, just, and good, something that stands essentially opposed to the drives, while it is actually nothing but a certain restraint of the drives toward one another. 33. For Nietzsche, knowledge is equivalent to a certain restraint of the drives toward one another. The struggle of the drives to conquer one another achieves a kind of justice and contract. In Nietzsche, this scene of reconciliation means knowledge. Foucault, for his part, radically interprets this Nietzschean theory. According to traditional philosophy, knowledge is first revealed in the act of approaching and identifying with the object. but the drives such as ridere, lugere, et dextere make it possible to keep the object at a distance, to differentiate oneself from it or to mark one's separation from it. Knowledge, therefore, does not signify identification with the object, but its domination and destruction. Behind knowledge there is a will, no doubt obscure, not to bring the object near to oneself or identify with it but, on the contrary, to get away from it and destroy it. Knowledge is the product of the radical malice that dominates the object, and it is permeated by power relations such as the domination of the object by the subject of knowledge. 34. Second, if knowledge for Nietzsche is a struggle between drives, Foucault then interprets this interior struggle of the subject as that of powers in the social field. In other words, knowledge is not the possibility of a knowledge of the in itself that Kant imagined, but an effect of the struggle of powers in the social field. What the Kantian critique questioned was the possibility of a knowledge of the in itself, a knowledge of a truth or a reality in itself. In On the Genealogy of Morals, Nietzsche says, henceforth, dear philosophers, let us be on guard against the snares of such contradictory concepts as pure reason, absolute spirit, knowledge in itself. Or again, in The Will to Power, Nietzsche states that there is no being in itself, just as there cannot be any knowledge in itself. And when he says this, he has in mind something completely different from what Kant understood by knowledge in itself. Nietzsche means that there is not a nature of knowledge, an essence of knowledge, of the universal conditions of knowledge, rather, that knowledge is always the historical and circumstantial result of conditions outside the domain of knowledge. In reality, knowledge is an event that falls under the category of activity. 35. Foucault's interpretation makes it possible to grasp knowledge in its relation to external powers or, more exactly, to power relations. Anthropological thought criticized in The Order of Things internalizes the exteriority of the subject through the double empirico-transcendental operation and excludes external power relations. But the confinement of this thought is destructed by the Nietzschean thought of the outside. For Foucault, knowledge is a historical result and an event produced in social relations. He puts it this way, knowledge is always a certain strategic relation in which man is placed. This strategic relation is what will define the effect of knowledge. That's why it would be completely contradictory to imagine a knowledge that was not by nature partial, oblique, and perspectival. 36 Knowledge is, therefore, the product of a certain strategic relation. The subject of knowledge is thus determined by power relations. It is exactly in this sense that Foucault transgresses the limit of the Kantian subject by Nietzschean thought. It is this transgression that leads him to the deconstruction of the subject. When we retrace the philosophical tradition starting from Descartes, to go no further back than that, we see that the unity of the subject was ensured by the unbroken continuity running from desire to knowledge, from the instincts to knowledge, from the body to truth. All of that ensured the subject's existence. If, on the one hand, it is true that there are mechanisms of instinct, the play of desire, the affrontment between the mechanisms of the body and the will, and on the other hand, at a completely different level of nature, there is knowledge, then we don't need the postulate of the unity of the human subject. We can grant the existence of subjects, or we can grant that the subject doesn't exist. 37. If there exist, in the subject's empirical instance, mechanisms of instinct, the play of desire, the affrontment between the mechanisms of the body and the will, then the empirical instance is multiple. Based on the discrepancy between the multiplicity of the empirical instance and unicity of the transcendental instance, Foucault announces the destruction of the subject's unity. He interprets the struggle of forces in the empirical instance as that of powers in social relations. So, this struggle in the social field produces the transcendental instance of the subject, and the subject appears as an empty form. 38 Revealed by the exteriority of power relations. Foucault thus deconstructs the Kantian subject by the Nietzschean thesis of the will to know, where knowledge is the product of a struggle between different forces. This does not mean, in terms of a critical procedure, that the will to truth is limited by the intrinsic finitude of knowledge, but that it loses all sense of limitations and all claim to truth in its unavoidable sacrifice of the subject of knowledge. 39 This is the moment when the Nietzschean thought of the outside deconstructs the Kantian empirico-transcendental doublet and transgresses its limit. But, it is also the very moment when the possibility and the impossibility of Foucauldian thought intersects. 1.3 Aporia of the Foucauldian theory of power. Based on the Nietzschean thought of the outside, Foucault deconstructs the Kantian empirico-transcendental doublet. But this very strategy implies a sort of aporia. In what does this aporia consist in the Foucauldian theory of power? To analyze it, let us first examine Foucault's concept of power. In the first volume of the History of Sexuality, he defines it as the multiplicity of force relations. It seems to me that power must be understood in the first instance as the multiplicity of force relations immanent in the sphere in which they operate and which constitute their own organization, as the process which, through ceaseless struggles and confrontations, transforms, strengthens, or reverses them. 40. For him, power relations are based on a principle of multiplicity that includes ceaseless struggles and confrontations between different forces. Such a definition of power was already set out in Discipline and Punish. Power relations are not univocal, they define innumerable points of confrontation, focuses of instability, each of which has its own risks of conflict, of struggles, and of an at least temporary inversion of the power relations. 41 This definition bears a resonance of Nietzschean thought as derived from the genealogy of morals. The evolution of a thing, a custom, an organ is thus by no means its progresses toward a goal, even less a logical progresses by the shortest route and with the smallest expenditure of force, but a succession of more or less profound, more or less mutually independent processes of subduing, plus the resistances they encounter, the attempts at transformation for the purpose of defense and reaction, and the results of successful counteractions. 42 Struggles and confrontations constitute, writes Nietzsche, an antagonistic process of subduing and resistance. In this sense, the Foucauldian concept of power is manifestly Nietzschean. Power can never be reduced to a single entity, it is the totality of shifting strategic relations that always constitute the risk of inversion of the force relations. This will make him affirm, politics is war pursued by other means. 44 And it is precisely in the sense that the Foucauldian notion of power signifies a multiplicity of power relations. We define here the multiplicity of power relations as the diagrammatic heterogeneity of domination and resistance. Following the Nietzschean definition of power, Foucault raises, in the first volume of the History of Sexuality, the problem of resistance. Where there is power, there is resistance, and yet, or rather consequently, this resistance is never in a position of exteriority in relation to power. Should it be said that one is always inside power, there is no escaping it, there is no absolute outside where it is concerned, because one is subject to the law in any case? Or that, history being the ruse of reason, power is the ruse of history, always emerging the winner? This would be to misunderstand the strictly relational character of power relations. Their existence depends on a multiplicity of points of resistance. These play the role of adversary, target, support, or handle in power relations. These points of resistance are present everywhere in the power network. Hence there is no single locus of great refusal, no soul of revolt, source of all rebellions, or pure law of the revolutionary. Instead there is a plurality of resistances, each of them a special case. By definition, they can only exist in the strategic field of power relations. They are the odd term in relations of power, they are inscribed in the latter as an irreducible opposite. 45. According to Foucault, where there is power, there is resistance, and resistance is inscribed in power relations as the odd term, as an irreducible opposite. This obviously does not mean, adds Foucault, that one is necessarily inside power and that one does not escape it. But it is in this point, it seems to us, that the aporia of the Foucauldian theory of power resides. The power mechanism he describes always works perfectly and leaves the subject no possibility to resist. It is then difficult to identify in Foucauldian theory the possibility of resistance to power. Point 46. To explore this problem, let us turn to the analysis of Bentham's panopticon in Discipline and Punish. The panopticon designates the architectural style invented to make the prison more efficient. A tower is located in the center of a ring building divided into cells. Each cell is constantly visible from the inspection tower, but in return the supervisor in the tower cannot be seen by the condemned. Whoever is confined in the cell is therefore constantly aware of being watched and, therefore, is forced to control himself. Seeing without being seen enables the production of an unparalleled disciplinary mechanism. The panopticon automatizes and disindividualizes power, writes Foucault. He who is subjected to a field of visibility, and who knows it, assumes responsibility for the constraints of power. He makes them play spontaneously upon himself. He inscribes in himself the power relation in which he simultaneously plays both roles. He becomes the principle of his own subjection. Point 47. In this case, the subject is divided into two instances, the higher ego that assumes responsibility for the constraints of power and the lower ego that is subjected to it. The subject internalizes the power relation. 48. The higher ego, as the agent of power, disciplines the lower ego. Foucault uses the same structure here as the Kantian empirico-transcendental doublet. 49. But, at the same time, he disqualifies the Kantian limit because the empirico-transcendental doublet is constructed, for Foucault, by power relations in the social field. In other words, it is external forces that allow this reflective structure to operate. Let us refer to Kantian philosophy again. In the Critique of Practical Reason, Kant uses the term discipline. We stand under a discipline of reason, and in all our maxims must not forget our subjection to it or withdraw anything from it. Point 50. For Kant, discipline is that of reason as a transcendental instance of the ego. In Foucault's case, discipline refers to the power dispositives. In other words, what ensures discipline is not reason, but power relations as external forces. Foucault thus deconstructs the Kantian empirico-transcendental doublet by the forces of the outside. For him, power relations correspond to an interweaving of domination and resistance where there is always the risk of an inversion of power relations. They therefore signify a multiplicity of power relations. In this sense, the empirical field as a field of power relations is multiple. However, Foucault does not define the transcendental instance as multiple. As quoted above, he affirms in Discipline and Punish, he who is subjected to a field of visibility, and who knows it, assumes responsibility for the constraints of power. He makes them play spontaneously upon himself. He inscribes in himself the power relation in which he simultaneously plays both roles. He becomes the principle of his own subjection. Point 51. The subject inscribing in himself the power relation allows the system of self-surveillance to function within the subject itself. The transcendental ego watches and disciplines, as the agent of power, the empirical ego. In this sense, as Foucault notes, the power relation is internalized in the subject. But this power relation established between the transcendental ego and the empirical ego is completely fixed and does not face the possibility of being overthrown. It only functions as a system of domination. Hence, the panopticon is, according to Foucault, the diagram of a mechanism of power reduced to its ideal form, its functioning abstracted from any obstacle, resistance, or friction. Point 52. The subject is nothing other than the object of the investment of power, and its resistance is neutralized by the effects of disciplinary power. Point 53. According to Foucault in the first volume of the History of Sexuality, such power relations constitute a diagrammatic interweaving of domination and resistance. In this sense, the possibility of resistance is immanently inscribed in the empirical field. However, in Discipline and Punish, the transcendental instance produced by disciplinary power is only an agent of power that operates the system of self-surveillance in the subject. It is a field of unique force insofar as it is reduced to a system of domination, while the empirical field appears in the multiplicity of relationships between domination and resistance. It is this discrepancy between the multiplicity of the empirical field and the unicity of the transcendental instance that makes the intervention of resistance difficult in the first Foucauldian theory of power. In other words, this discrepancy is revealed as a theoretical discrepancy between discipline and punish and the first volume of the history of sexuality. And it is precisely this discrepancy concerning resistance that will lead the last Foucault to turn his thought. 2. Economics. 2.1 Body without organs and death instinct. Reflecting on the formation of the subject by disciplinary power, Foucault defined the subject by its radical passivity. In contrast, Deleuze and Guattari start from absolute activity. Anti-Oedipus was written 3 years before Foucault's Discipline and Punish. But, in a sense, their theory provides a solution to the aporia of the Foucauldian theory of power. They formulate it outside of Foucault's problematic of the deconstruction of the Kantian subject. By following the course of this theoretical struggle, we can clarify the predicament in which Foucauldian theory has become stuck, presenting instead a strategy of resistance to power. In order to consider this problem, we will move away, in this second chapter, from the analysis of Foucauldian theory to examine the strategy of resistance in Deleuze and Guattari. In Anti-Oedipus, the authors presuppose that subjection is produced and reproduced, in capitalist society, by the Oedipal family, an omnipresent dispositive in the social field, which makes the subject internalize power, and they criticize its main support, psychoanalysis. They therefore advance literally Anti-Oedipus as a strategy of resistance. Their aim is the internal critique of the Oedipal nucleus of Freudo-Lacanian psychoanalysis by the anti-Oedipal theory virtually present in Freud and Lacan. In this sense, Anti-Oedipus resists psychoanalysis while relying on psychoanalytic theory, and it is from there that the authors develop their own theory of schizoanalysis. To analyze this theoretical course, it is essential to refer carefully to Freudo-Lacanian psychoanalytic theory. Anti-Oedipus presents a seemingly strange concept, the body without organs. The full body without organs is the unproductive, the sterile, the unengendered, the unconsumable. Antonin Artaud discovered this one day, finding himself with no shape or form whatsoever, right there where he was at that moment. The death instinct, that is its name, and death is not without a model. For desire desires death also, because the full body of death is its immobile motor, just as it desires life, because the organs of life are the working machine. 1. In this passage that introduces the body without organs, Deleuze and Guattari refer to Antonin Artaud, but we will interpret this concept beyond him. When they refer to the body without organs as the death instinct too, in what sense are they using it? Freud's Beyond the Pleasure principle provides an important key to interpreting Anti-Oedipus. Let us first examine the relationship that this text has with the Oedipus complex. In a letter to Flius dated October 15, 1897, Freud gave for the first time a sketch of the Oedipus complex. But he doesn't give a generalized theoretical form to it until 1923, in The Ego and the ID, and that, between these two formulations, Oedipus leads a rather marginal existence. 3 When the death drive is introduced in Beyond the Pleasure principle, it is therefore not contaminated by the Oedipal notion. However, when it is reused in the ego and the ID, it is then joined to the superego and used in the proper Oedipal sense. This tells us that the death drive is free from Oedipal interpretation only in Beyond the Pleasure principle. Second, what is the relationship with the economic point of view? In Freudian theory, the mechanism of thinking is based on the investment of psychic energy in goal representation. Freud borrows the notions of free energy and bound energy from Breuer and assigns them a new meaning. In the primary process, energy is completely free and mobile, therefore energy investment can easily be completely transferred, displaced, and condensed. 4 For example, the manifest content of the dream is constituted in the displacement from one representation to another and in the condensation of several representations. On the other hand, in the secondary process, it is the contact barriers between the neurons that bind the energy investment and limit the passage of energy from one neuron to the other. Freud calls free energy this energy of the primary process, and bound energy that of the secondary process. He sought thus to explain the mechanism of the psychic apparatus through neurological models. This neurological theory appears initially in Project for a Scientific Psychology, then in the interpretation of dreams, and reappears in Beyond the Pleasure Principle. 5 These texts are therefore distinguishable from other Freudian texts by the importance given to the energy model. Based on these premises, let us examine Beyond the Pleasure Principle. Freud considers the problem of the compulsion to repeat. It designates the process by which the subject places itself in painful situations, thus repeating traumatic experiences. 6 In the compulsion to repeat, the patient is obliged to repeat the repressed material as a contemporary experience instead of remembering it as something belonging to the past. 7 For example, the war neurotic repeats his painful experiences in his dreams. In other words, the compulsion to repeat also recalls from the past experiences which include no possibility of pleasure, and which can never, even long ago, have brought satisfaction. 8 This observation being manifestly contradictory with the pleasure principle, Freud is forced to seek another principle beyond the pleasure principle, namely the death drive. According to Freud, all drives have a regressive character, which is based on observed material, namely on the compulsion to repeat. 9 If this compulsion repeats the traumatic experiences of the past, the drives are strictly regressive. From this reasoning, Freud develops a speculation: if the origin of all living being as an organism is the inorganic, all drives tend towards the restoration of an earlier state of things. 10 And this regressive character therefore brings them back to the inorganic. Then he affirms: if we are to take it as a truth that knows no exception that everything living dies for internal reasons, returns to the inorganic, then we shall be compelled to say that the aim of all life is death and, looking backwards, that inanimate things existed before living ones. 11 Death is the return to the inorganic and the aim of all life. The death drive signifies, therefore, the drive to return to the inorganic. Freud opposes the death drive to the life drive. The first attempts a return to the inorganic, while the second tries to conserve the organic life. Life is therefore based on this opposition between the two drives, and this tension of drives constitutes the subject. Let us now come back to Anti-Oedipus. The body without organs was named, in this text, the death instinct. If the organism means a unified set of organs, the body without organs is to be understood here as an anti-organism. To refuse to be the unified organic and to remain inorganic, this is the state that Deleuze and Guattari call the body without organs. But they do not use this notion in the metaphysico-biological sense that Freud gave to the death drive. 12 They use it in the properly structural sense. 13 Where the body without organs cannot be reduced to any representation, the body without organs is not the proof of an original nothingness, nor is it what remains of a lost totality. Above all, it is not a projection, it has nothing whatsoever to do with the body itself, or with an image of the body. It is the body without an image. 14 It is therefore defined as an unrepresentable body, as a counter-representation. In this sense, the body without organs is not actual but virtual. It exists only as a structural function. It is in this structural sense that Anti-Oedipus chooses the death instinct rather than the death drive. Differentiating these two notions, Deleuze writes in Presentation of Sacher-Masoch. In Beyond the Pleasure Principle, Freud distinguished between the life instincts and the death instincts, eros and then eidos. But in order to understand this distinction we must make a further and more profound distinction between the death or destructive drives and the death instinct. The former are actually given or exhibited in the unconscious, but always in combination with the life drives. This combination of the death drives with eros is as it were the precondition of the presentation of then eidos. So that destruction, and the negative at work in destruction, always manifests itself as the other face of construction and unification as governed by the pleasure principle. It is in this sense that Freud can state that we do not find a no in the unconscious, since all opposites coincide there. By contrast, when we speak of the death instinct, we refer to then eidos in the pure state. Then eidos as such cannot be given in psychic life, even in the unconscious. It is, as Freud pointed out in his admirable text, essentially silent. And yet we must speak of it, for it is a determinable principle, the foundation, and even more, of psychic life. Everything depends on it, though as Freud points out, we can only speak of it in speculative or mythical terms. To designate it, we must, in French, keep the name instinct, the only one capable of suggesting such a transcendence or of designating such a transcendental principle. Point 15. The life and death drives, always mixed in the unconscious, exist there as psychic givens. In this sense, the life and the death drives are the representatives in the given of Eros and Thanatos. 16. They are essentially empirical in psychic life. On the other hand, the death instinct denotes thanatos in the pure state and constitutes a transcendental principle of psychic life, which Deleuze defines as ground, or, more precisely, as absence of ground. 17. Beyond the ground which resists all forms and cannot be represented. Point 18. This is why the death instinct is discussed only in a speculative and transcendental manner. When the body without organs is called the death instinct, we should not understand the word death in the biological sense. The death in Deleuze and Guattari is a structural and transcendental principle. It should be understood as a second death in the Lacanian sense. In the seminar on the ethics of psychoanalysis, Lacan evokes the second death as radically different from biological death. According to him, the second death is the one that you can still set your sights on once death has occurred. It appears in Sato's text as suffering beyond death, within the perpetual suffering inflicted on the victim. This second death, which designates the death instinct, is beyond biological death. Moreover, it is this second death that gives desire its dynamism. It is this trespassing of death on life that gives its dynamism to any question that attempts to find a formulation for the subject of the realization of desire. Point 19. In this sense, the second death is not the one that life brings, but the one that brings life. Point 20. The full body of death is the immobile motor of desire, wrote Deleuze and Guattari. This means that death, the immobile motor, gives desire its dynamism and makes desiring machines work. Therefore death is not desired, there is only death that desires, by virtue of the body without organs or the immobile motor. Point 21. The death instinct, which exists only as a structural concept, gives desire its dynamics in the Lacanian sense. The authors call this death the model of death. The body without organs is the model of death. Point 22. What does this affirmation mean? Let us refer to Freud's inhibitions, symptoms, and anxiety. In this text, which speculates on the relationship between the anxiety and the formation of symptoms, Freud writes, "Nothing resembling death can ever have been experienced. I am therefore inclined to adhere to the view that the fear of death should be regarded as analogous to the fear of castration." Point 23. In his course on Anti-Oedipus dated December 14, 1971, Deleuze interprets Freud's passage in an anti-Oedipal or schizoanalytic manner. Why does Freud cling so strongly to the notion of a death instinct? He tells his secret in inhibition, symptom, and anxiety. It seems that if there is a death instinct, it's because there is neither a model nor an experience of death. When pressed, he admits that there is a model of birth but not of death, thus, all the more reason to make of it a transcendent instinct. Perhaps the model of death could be something like the body without organs. Point 24. Man cannot experience death in his life. Why then does the death instinct exist while the death experience does not? This is because it signifies the transcendental principle opposed to the empirical. In other words, the plane of immanence that records the empirical flows in order to give them dynamism. Let us remember, for example, the Marxian transcendental principle such as capital. It is the plane of immanence that records monetary or material flows and gives them dynamism. Point 25. It is in this way that the model of death or the death instinct only exists as a transcendental principle. In Freud, the death drive opposing the life drive provides the subject with the dynamism of desire. In Deleuze and Guattari, the body without organs is opposed to desiring machines. The first is the second death, the model of death which, as the plane of immanence, records the seconds and gives desire its dynamism and, at the same time, anti-production, which refuses organization. Point 26. On the other hand, the seconds correspond to the production of production. By this functioning, desiring machines make us an organism. Point 27. Ultimately, the body without organs, which corresponds to anti-organization, and desiring machines, which correspond to organization, are in a relationship of repulsion. Point 28. As we can understand from their comparison with Freudian theory, Deleuze and Guattari choose Freudian economics as a model for their theorization. However, they reject the Freudian topic, in particular the second Oedipal topic of the ego and the superego. In other words, they reject the empirical transcendental doublet where the higher instance controls the lower instance. This means that they choose a different path than Foucault's, which is limited to the deconstruction of the Kantian subject. We find in Foucault's thought a topical problematic and in that of Deleuze/Guattari an economic problematic. Point 29. Foucault limits himself to the relativization of the empirico-transcendental doublet, while Deleuze and Guattari situate themselves in the anti-Oedipal economy. This difference in problematic between Foucault and Deleuze/Guattari will constitute a radical difference for theorizing resistance to power. 2.2 Machinic assemblage and becoming other. In Anti-Oedipus, Deleuze and Guattari start from Freudian economics. But why do they choose this problematic? We can answer briefly: to affirm the flows of desire, namely to introduce desire into the mechanism and to introduce production into desire. Point 30. Let us consider this point in the psychoanalytic context. According to Guattari's schizoanalytic cartographies, the aim of the Freudian energetic is to give a scientific foundation to psychology by introducing into it abstract quantities. 31. Freud's treatment of energy flows distinguished two processes of the psychic apparatus: the primary process, in which the energetic movement is completely free, and the secondary process, in which it is bound. In the unconscious system, the energy flows are therefore mobile and variable. They are completely free, in other words, multiple. On the other hand, Lacan considers these flows of the primary process as a signifying chain. 32. He mechanisms described by Freud as those of the primary process, by which the unconscious is governed, correspond exactly to the functions the school of linguistics believes determine the most radical axes of the effects of language, namely metaphor and metonymy. In other words, the effects of the substitution and combination of signifiers in the synchronic and diachronic dimensions, respectively, in which they appear in discourse. 33. Lacan identifies investments of the primary process in the effects of the substitution and combination of signifiers, which, for example, designate respectively the condensation and the displacement of signifiers in the dream. 34. According to Freud, the investments of the primary process can easily be completely transferred, displaced, and condensed. However, Lacan orients the signifying chain towards a signifier and tries to establish the system of absolute domination in a single transcendent signifier. By this operation, the multiplicity of signifiers is reduced to an absolute signifier, and the signifying chain is subsumed only to the Oedipal code. Lacan defines the system of signifiers as follows. For our part, we will begin with what the abbreviation S articulates, being first of all a signifier. Our definition of the signifier is as follows: a signifier is what represents the subject to another signifier. This latter signifier is therefore the signifier to which all the other signifiers represent the subject, which means that if this signifier is missing, all the other signifiers represent nothing. For something is only represented to. 35. Since the sign S designates the signifier of a lack in the other. 36. A signifier means here nothing other than the phallus. All the other signifiers are oriented towards a signifier, the phallus, and arranged by it. In this sense, Lacan calls the phallus the privileged signifier. 37. It is precisely this transcendence of the phallus that Deleuze and Guattari reject by refusing the domination system of free flows by the phallus. We owe to Jacques Lacan the discovery of this fertile domain of a code of the unconscious, incorporating the entire chain or several chains of meaning, a discovery thus totally transforming analysis. But how very strange this domain seems, simply because of its multiplicity, a multiplicity so complex that we can scarcely speak of one chain or even of one code of desire. 38. The phallus is a transcendent signifier insofar as it gives an Oedipal meaning to all the other signifiers and controls them. At the same time, it is the signifier of a lack. The subject assumes, writes Lacan, the renunciation of the satisfaction of desire by the effect of castration. In other words, through castration, the subject assumes the lack and at the same time represses the phallus that is the symbol of desire. Therefore, the phallus is always already veiled 39 for the subject, and, in this sense, always already the lost signifier. 40 This repression of the phallus, which signifies the lack of the subject, controls all the other signifiers, in other words, all the flows of desire. Lacan defines the phallus as the signifier of the lack of zero symbol. Let us observe carefully, therefore, what it is that objects to conferring on our signifier s the meaning of mana or of any such term. Claude Lévi-Strauss, commenting on Mauss' work, no doubt wished to see in mana the effect of a zero symbol. But it seems that what we are dealing with in our case is rather the signifier of the lack of this zero symbol. 41. The phallus is not only a zero symbol as a symbol in its pure state, therefore liable to take on any symbolic content whatever. 42 Namely the symbol that represents all the other signifiers, it also establishes, as symbol 0, the system of the signifying chain and, at the same time, orders and dominates, as signifier of lack, the flows of desire. It is through the system of lack that the phallus can be the insignia of omnipotence. 43 Lacan thus hypostases the effect of repression and calls it lack. In his doing so, the phallus becomes the one in negative theology. 44 which dominates all other signifiers by its lack. The Lacanian concept of the signifying chain arranged by the phallus introduces the lack in the free flows of desire and oppresses the production of desire. Deleuze and Guattari refuse this repression of desire realized by lack. They consider desire as production, pure flow and multiplicity, which leads them, on the one hand, to criticize the Lacanian concept of the signifier and, on the other hand, to deploy unconscious desire in its multiplicity. This strategy grasps desire as radical productivity and activity. Freud limited energetic flows to within the psychic apparatus, namely within the subject. In contrast, Deleuze and Guattari extend these flows outside the subject. The flows refer to those of libido in the Freudian sense and, simultaneously, to those of capital in the Marxian sense. For Deleuze and Guattari, flows refer to abstract quantities in the empirical field. This multiplicity of flows is essential for desiring production. In his lecture dated December 14, 1971, Deleuze asserts that the notion of flow derives from the Keynesian economic notion of flow and stock. As a point of departure in our quest for a nominal definition of flows, I'll take a recent study by a specialist in the flows of political economy, Flows and Stocks, by Daniel Antier. Stocks and flows are two primary notions in modern political economy remarked by Keynes to the extent that we find the first great theory in his general theory of employment, interest, and money. Antier tells us that, from the economic point of view, we can call flows the values of the quantities of service goods or of money that are transmitted from one pole to another. The first concept to be placed in relation with that of flows is that of pole, a flow, inasmuch as it flows on the socius, enters by one pole and exits by another. 45. Referring to the study of flows and stocks by Daniel Antier, Deleuze explains that flows refer to the values of the quantities of service goods or of money that are transmitted from one pole to another. 46 In this sense, the notion of flow is essentially economico-political. Deleuze mentions Keynes here, but we can also evoke Marxian theory. In Marx, when the flows of labor power meet the flows of capital, exploitation of labor power is produced. In this sense, monetary or material flows imply power relations. Let us recall the fact that the power relation is asymmetrical between capital and labor power. If we want to transform the power relations, we must transform the flow relations. As we will see later, this transformation will be conceptualized, in Deleuze-Guattarian theory, as that of the subjected group into subject group. In Anti-Oedipus, the multiple flows produce a kind of subject. But what kind of subject is it? The relationship between desiring machines and body without organs constitutes the foundation of all productions. Desiring machines are at the root of everything. The rule of continually producing production, of grafting producing onto the product, is a characteristic of desiring machines or of primary production, the production of production. 47. Desiring machines are always binary machines, obeying a binary law or set of rules governing associations. One machine is always coupled with another. 48. A desiring machine produces production and connects it to another machine, the latter cuts the flows, takes them and produces the other flows. There are only produced and withdrawn partial objects and flows. Following the concept of production by desiring machines, Deleuze and Guattari thus define desire as radical productivity. There are only desiring machines and the multiple flows of desire. This connection between machines achieves the machinic assemblage between the subjects. For Deleuze and Guattari, the subject designates thus, in principle, the collective subject or the machinic assemblage. Desiring machines as production are opposed to the body without organs as anti-production. The former are productive and form the organism, in contrast, the latter is anti-productive and anti-organic. The body without organs is therefore in a relationship of repulsion towards desiring machines and is opposed to their organization. Furthermore, the body without organs serves as a surface for the recording of the entire process of production of desire. 49. Desiring machines are connected to the surface of the body without organs and produce production by reciprocally connecting with each other. They are never controlled by a privileged element such as the transcendent signifier. Machines attach themselves to the body without organs as so many points of disjunction, between which an entire network of new syntheses is now woven, marking the surface off into coordinates, like a grid. 50. Deleuze and Guattari call this the disjunctive synthesis, in which several desiring machines coexist while preserving their differences. This disjunctive recording produces a sort of subject. The subject is an organism with a unified body that the body without organs represses. It is produced, on the surface of the body without organs, as a residue alongside the desiring machines. 51. The authors call this process the production of production. Production of consumption is produced in and through the production of recording. This is because something on the order of a subject can be discerned on the recording surface. It is a strange subject, however, with no fixed identity, wandering about over the body without organs, but always remaining peripheral to the desiring machines, being defined by the share of the product it takes for itself, garnering here, there, and everywhere a reward in the form of a becoming or an avatar, being born of the states that it consumes and being reborn with each new state. It's me, and so it's mine. 52. A desiring machine consumes the product produced by another desiring machine. In this process of consumption, the subject is produced as a residue. The products to be consumed are different at every moment, so, the subject transforms itself, too, since it is produced by this consumption. In other words, it must be a multiple being who never ceases to become and who does not have a fixed identity. The subject is thus produced alongside desiring machines, constantly decentered. This subject itself is not at the center, which is occupied by the machine, but on the periphery, with no fixed identity, forever decentered, defined by the states through which it passes. 53. Therefore, it is desiring machines, namely the unconscious desires, that occupy the center. 54. Let us compare with Lacan. In Seminar on the Purloined Letter, he uses the term existence. This term, which comes from Heideggerian philosophy, signifies the eccentric place. The subject of the Lacanian unconscious is therefore placed in the eccentric place. It is apparently identical to the decentered subject of Deleuze and Guattari. However, in Lacan, unconscious desire does not occupy the center. Our research has led us to the realization that repetition automatism has its basis in what we have called the insistence of the signifying chain. We have isolated this notion as a correlate of the existence in which we must necessarily locate the subject of the unconscious, if we are to take Freud's discovery seriously. 56. In Lacan, it is a signifier, the phallus as a signifier of lack, which determines the subject. Therefore, if it is the lack that occupies the center, then the center is nothing other than a void. The subject defined as the one determined by the signifier of lack turns out to be decentered by absolute passivity. In Deleuze and Guattari, it is productive desires that occupy the center. The subject is therefore always penetrated by the desiring production. For them, the decentered subject is never reduced to unproductive passivity, it is produced by multiple desires and their consumption. This fact constitutes a point of fundamental difference with Lacanian theory. The multiplicity of the subject is a consequence of the multiplicity of desiring production. Desiring production refers to the flows that are communicated between machines. The flows, as an abstract quantity, are material and signalétic. 58 They correspond to the energy exchanged in the empirical field. If the subject continues to transform by consuming flows in the empirical field, this subject can therefore be qualified as multiple. In other words, as a result of multiple production, the subject becomes multiple. The subject is then in an incessant becoming. The multiplicity of the transcendental field therefore signifies, for them, becoming other. 59. The productivity of desiring machines corresponds to that of the decentered impersonal subject, who transforms and connects to other subjects transversally. It derives exactly from the principle of transformation and machinic assemblage. It is precisely the subject of transformation, capable of realizing the transversal machinic assemblage, that can produce social transformation. Deleuze and Guattari call this transversal machinic assemblage schizophrenia as a process. 60 But why is this process referred to as schizophrenia as a process? According to Lacan's definition given in his seminar on the psychoses, schizophrenia is defined as the structure in which the foreclosure or disqualification of the other destroys the symbolic by infinitely multiplying the others. Likewise, the process of desiring production lacks the transcendent instance and multiplies the desiring production transversally on the plane of immanence. It is this process that realizes the transversal machinic assemblage between the subjects. 61 What Deleuze and Guattari called schizoanalysis designates exactly this theoretical position, which highlights the process of desiring production that multiplies in a transversal manner in order to realize the transversal machinic assemblage. 2.3 Subject group and impersonal desiring power. It is through the economic problematic that Deleuze and Guattari make capable the multiple transcendental field and the transversal machinic assemblage. However, their theoretical revolution is not limited to this achievement, it also opens up the way to the problem of resistance to power. But what makes resistance to power possible in their theory? Their starting point is the absolute productivity of desires. Unconscious desires are always productive and never stop producing. In this sense, desire is part of the infrastructure. 62 But at the same time, the desiring production is always repressed, since the total liberation of desires means the total destruction of the social order. If desire is repressed, it is because every position of desire, no matter how small, is capable of calling into question the established order of a society. Not that desire is asocial, on the contrary. But it is explosive. There is no desiring machine capable of being assembled without demolishing entire social sectors. Despite what some revolutionaries think about this, desire is revolutionary in its essence, and no society can tolerate a position of real desire without its structures of exploitation, servitude, and hierarchy being compromised. 63 How then does the mechanism of repression of desire work? To reflect on this mechanism, Deleuze and Guattari distinguish social repression from psychic repression. Social repression forms docile subjects and reproduces social formation, while psychic repression dams up the flows of desire in the psychic apparatus and subordinates them to a certain representation. But this distinction is not unique to their theorization. The originality of this theoretical definition resides rather in the idea that psychic repression is inextricably linked to social repression. Social repression needs psychic repression precisely in order to form docile subjects and to ensure the reproduction of the social formation, including its repressive structures. But social repression should not be understood by using, as a starting point, a familial repression coextensive with civilization. Far from it, it is civilization that must be understood in terms of a social repression inherent to a given form of social production. Point 64 Family repression therefore functions as an agent of social repression which reproduces social formation. This repression is nothing other than family Oedipalization, the Oedipal family being an agent of social reproduction. This theory of social reproduction guaranteed by power dispositives is shared by Foucault to the extent that these dispositives encourage the subject to internalize power. As Foucault claims, Oedipus is an instrument of power. Point 65. How, in fact, does the Oedipal family become an agent of social reproduction? In primitive or despotic societies, social reproduction is not independent of family reproduction. On the contrary, it depends on family elements such as the relations of filiation and alliance. It is therefore coextensive with the social field. Point 66 In contrast, in the capitalist system, the social field becomes purely economic, since an abstract quantity like money, capital, and labor is inscribed on the social field. The family is detached from it, as placed out of the social field. However, the family does not lose its reproductive role in society. For this removal of the family from the social field is the condition under which the entire social field can be applied to the family. Point 67 The social field is thus folded back onto the Oedipal family theater. Through this operation, the Oedipal family becomes an agent of social reproduction. But what becomes of the desiring production following this Oedipal folding? In other words, how does the multiple subject change following this family repression? The social field, where everyone acts and is acted upon as a collective agent of enunciation, an agent of production and anti-production, is reduced to Oedipus, where everyone now finds himself cornered and cut along the line that divides him into an individual subject of statement and an individual subject of enunciation. The subject of the statement is the social person, and the subject of enunciation, the private person. Point 68. By Oedipalization, the subject is divided into subject of statement and subject of enunciation. To understand these two notions, it is necessary to refer again to Lacanian theory. According to Jacobson's linguistics, from which Lacan was inspired, the subject of statement designates the I in the statement, but the referent of the I changes according to who utters the sentence, namely to the subject of enunciation. Point 69 The subject of statement is therefore determined by the subject of enunciation. On the basis of this linguistic definition, Lacan reflects on the statement in the analytical session. The I designates, writes Lacan, the subject of enunciation, but it does not signify him. There are signifiers that differ from the I. Point 70 He cites an example of a dream interpreted by Freud. A man who had once nursed his father through a long and painful mortal illness dreams of his father repeatedly. In this dream, his father was alive once more and that he was talking to him in his usual way. But he felt it exceedingly painful that his father had really died, only without knowing it. Freud then interprets the statement at the level of unconscious desire. His father had, however, already died as the dreamer wished, he simply did not know that he wished it. This statement is therefore interpreted as a self-reproach, that of having been obliged to wish the death of the father as a deliverance. Point 71 We must note here a discordance between the statement and the unconscious desire, or an intentional ambiguity of the statement. Point 72 The analysand's statement should not be interpreted in the sense that the I says, but in its relation to the subject of the unconscious, namely the other. It is thus the enunciation of the other that determines the statement of the subject. It follows that, in Lacan, the subject of statement corresponds to the conscious instance and the subject of enunciation to the unconscious instance. The subject of unconscious enunciation is then superior to the subject of statement and dominates it. We find ourselves, once again, at the center of the topical problematic. Deleuze and Guattari call the subject of statement the social person and the subject of enunciation the private person. In the capitalist system, individual persons are first of all social persons, then private persons. Point 73 Family Oedipalization designates this folding of the social person onto the private person. Desiring production then is changed into a fixed representation by family Oedipalization. The reign of images is the new way in which capitalism utilizes the schizas and diverts the flows, composite images, images folded onto other images, so that when this operation reaches its outcome, the little ego of each person, related to its father-mother, is truly the center of the world. 74 The multiple subject decentered by the desiring production changes into a unitary subject whose center is the little ego related to its father-mother. Oedipalization thus represses the multiplicity of the subject and reduces it to the fixed couple of the empirical ego and the transcendental ego, the topical Oedipalized subject. In other words, because it is defined on the side of the other, by absolute passivity, the Lacanian subject decentered by lack always remains the topical subject, namely the unitary and fixed subject. Through Oedipalization, the subject of statement is subjected to the subject of enunciation. This Oedipal subjection is introduced by the capitalist system. Capitalism reterritorializes the flows of desire that it has itself liberated and shifts the schizophrenic absolute limit towards the internalized relative limit. The first signifies the absolute liberation of desire, the second, the restriction of its liberation. Capitalism pushes back the liberated flows and oppresses their movements. And it is this internalized limit that designates family Oedipalization. Oedipus is this displaced or internalized limit where desire lets itself be caught. The Oedipal triangle is the personal and private territoriality that corresponds to all of capitalism's efforts at social reterritorialization. 75 This is how the multiple subject is reduced to the unitary little ego by Oedipalization in the capitalist system. Hence, it is the capitalist system that represses the multiple economic subject and reduces it to the topical unitary subject. At the same time, Oedipalization forms the subjected group by making subjects identify with the same group integrated under a transcendent signifier. The subjected group and the subject group are concepts introduced by Guattari in several articles in Psychoanalysis and Transversally. 76 In the preface of this work, Deleuze offers the following definition of these concepts. Subjected groups are subjected no less by the leaders they assign themselves, or accept, than by the masses. The hierarchy, the vertical or pyramidal organization, which characterizes subjected groups is meant to ward off any possible inscription of nonsense, death, or dispersal, to discourage the development of creative ruptures, and to ensure the self-preservation mechanisms rooted in the exclusion of other groups. Their centralization works through structure, totalization, unification, replacing the conditions of a genuine collective enunciation with an assemblage of stereotypical utterances cut off both from the real and from subjectivity. Subject groups, on the other hand, are defined by coefficients of transversally that ward off totalities and hierarchies. They are agents of enunciation, environments of desire, elements of institutional creation. Through their very practice, they ceaselessly conform to the limit of their own nonsense, their own death or rupture. 77. The subjected group is a notion strongly influenced by Freud's group psychology and the analysis of the ego. It designates the totality integrated in a hierarchical, vertical, and centralized manner through the effect of identification with the transcendent center. It thus subjects the desiring singularities to the centered group in order to crush them. In contrast, the subject group, characterized by molecular multiplicity, horizontally and transversally, reverses this relationship to subjugate the group to desiring singularities in order to deliver them. The two poles are defined, the one by the enslavement of production and the desiring machines to the gregarious aggregates that they constitute on a large scale under a given form of power or selective sovereignty, the other by the inverse subordination and the overthrow of power. The one by these molar structured aggregates that crush singularities, select them, and regularize those that they retain in codes or axiomatics, the other by the molecular multiplicities of singularities that on the contrary treat the large aggregates as so many useful materials for their own elaborations. 78. What seems important here is that Deleuze and Guattari define these two notions in relation to the collective fantasy. The development of distinctions between group and individual fantasy shows sufficiently well, at last, that there is no individual fantasy. Instead there are two types of groups, subject groups and subjected groups, with Oedipus and castration forming the imaginary structure under which members of the subjugated groups are induced to live or fantasize individually their membership in the group. It is therefore all the more disturbing to see to what extent Freudian analysis retains from the fantasy only its lines of exclusive disjunction, and flattens it into its individual or pseudo-individual dimensions, which by their very nature refer the fantasy to subjected groups, rather than carrying out the opposite operation and disengaging in the fantasy the underlying element of a revolutionary group potential. 79. According to Deleuze and Guattari, what psychoanalysis calls the individual fantasy is, in reality, the collective fantasy, which organizes both the subjected group and the subject group. Note that the family fantasy, or Oedipus, plays an essential role in the formation of the subjected group. Oedipalization as individualization produces the so-called individual family fantasy, which subordinates individuals to the transcendent signifier. By the displacement of this transcendent signifier to the social transcendent signifier, individuals are integrated into the totality of the subjected group and that of collective fantasy. The formation of psychic repression by Oedipalization thus coincides exactly with the subjection of the subjects to the subjected group, which takes place through individualization in the Oedipal family, so that the formation of the subjugated group integrates the individual subjects with the transcendent signifier. On this point, the authors stress that the family and individual fantasy is nothing other than the collective fantasy. Oedipalization thus constitutes a means of integrating subjects into the subjected group. However, in Deleuze and Guattari, the means of resisting the Oedipal power are always already given in capitalism itself. How do Deleuze and Guattari define capitalism? According to them, capitalism was born from the encounter between decoded flows of production and decoded flows of labor. 80 This definition borrows from the Marxist theory of the emergence of capitalism, developed by Etienne Balibar in Reading Capital, where he quotes the following passage of Marx's Grundriss. But the mere presence of monetary wealth, and even the achievement of a kind of supremacy on its part, is in no way sufficient for this dissolution into capital to happen. Or else ancient Rome, Byzantium etc. would have ended their history with free labor and capital, or rather begun a new history. There, too, the dissolution of the old property relations was bound up with development of monetary wealth, of trade, etc. But instead of leading to industry, this dissolution led in fact to the supremacy of the countryside over the city. Original formation is that, through the historic process of the dissolution of the old mode of production, value existing as money wealth is enabled, on one side, to buy the objective conditions of labor, on the other side, to exchange money for the living labor of the workers who have been set free. All these moments are present. Their divorce is itself a historic process, a process of dissolution, and it is the latter which enables money to transform itself into capital. 81. Commenting on this passage by Marx, Balibar points out that the emergence of capitalism is achieved through the combination or the encounter between the accumulation of money capital and the free worker detached from the land. 82 Based on this formulation, Deleuze and Guattari define capitalism as a movement of decoding flows, given that it introduces the abstract quantity of money in place of the pre-capitalist code. The axiomatics of the abstract quantity of money pushes the movement of decoding to the limit and deterritorializes the flows of desire. 83. Capitalism is defined as the decoding and deterritorialization of flows, in other words, as a schizophrenic movement towards its absolute limit. Meanwhile, capitalism simultaneously represses these deterritorialized flows in order to confine them to its internal and relative limit. It constantly reproduces this internal limit by widening it so that deterritorialized flows never reach the absolute limit. One can say that schizophrenia is the exterior limit of capitalism itself, or the conclusion of its deepest tendency, but that capitalism only functions on condition that it inhibit this tendency, or that it pushes back or displaces this limit, by substituting for it its own immanent relative limits, which it continually reproduces on a widened scale. It axiomatizes with one hand what it decodes with the other. 84. This Deleuze-Guattarian theorization of capitalism is based on Marx's Capital, where capitalism is defined, on the one hand, as a movement towards the absolute limit. The circulation of money as capital is an end in itself, for the valorization of value takes place only within this constantly renewed movement. The movement of capital is therefore limitless. 85. However, this movement towards the absolute limit is controlled, on the other hand, by the internal limit, which is necessary to contain this movement within the framework of capitalism. Capitalist production constantly strives to overcome these immanent barriers, but it overcomes them only by means that set up the barriers afresh and on a more powerful scale. The true barrier to capitalist production is capital itself. 86. Quoting this passage from Marx, Balibar deals with, in reading Capital, the notion of immanent limit. The limits towards which the movement of the mode of production tends are not therefore a question of a ladder, of a threshold to attain. If the tendency cannot pass these limits, it is because they are inside it, and as such never reached. In its movement it carries them with it. They coincide with the causes which make it a mere tendency, i.e., they are simultaneously its actual conditions of possibility. To say that the capitalist mode of production has internal limits is quite simply to say that the mode of production is not a mode of production in general, but a delimited, determinate mode of production. 87. Balibar maintains that the immanent limit of the capitalist mode of production prevents the passage to another mode of production, namely the passage to communism. In this sense, it corresponds exactly to the internal limit in the Deleuze-Guattarian sense of the term. Therefore, the Deleuze-Guattarian theorization of capitalism is owed entirely to Balibar's reading of Capital. The capitalist state is the regulator of decoded flows. It controls, at the request of the axiomatics of capital, the decoded flows. This control is done both to widen the relative limit of capitalism and to confine the capitalist movement within the internal limit. 88. The welfare state, the neoliberal state, and even the socialist state can be interpreted within this framework of the axiomatic of capital. The welfare state and the socialist state take the initiative in economic development and redistribute income to the workers. The neoliberal state does not intervene directly in the movement of capital, but controls it by creating a state of competition in the entire society. 89. How then can we overthrow capitalism endlessly reproduced at the level of desire? According to Deleuze and Guattari's strategy, capitalism will be undermined through the transformation of the Oedipalized subjected subject and of the hierarchical subjected group into a molecular multiplicity of desire and into a transversal subject group. The paranoiac and the schizoid investments are like two opposite poles of unconscious libidinal investment, one of which subordinates desiring production to the formation of sovereignty and to the gregarious aggregate that results from it, while the other brings about the inverse subordination, reverses the power, and subjects the gregarious aggregate to the molecular multiplicities of the productions of desire. It is not enough to construct a new socius as full body, one must also pass to the other side of this social full body, where the molecular formations of desire that must master the new molar aggregate operate and are inscribed. Only by making this passage do we reach the revolutionary inconscient break and investment of the libido. This cannot be achieved except at the cost of, and by means of a rupture in causality. 90. Reversing the subordination of the molecular multiplicity of desire to the socius with the aim of subordinating the socius to the molecular multiplicity of desire. It is this very reversal of the power of desire that will achieve the revolutionary inconscient break and investment of the libido and the transformation of the subjected group into a subject group. And this transformation will be possible only by a rupture in causality of the reproduction of capitalist society, namely by the revolution at the level of interest. We must emphasize that the unconscious revolution, the deterritorialization of the molecular multiplicity of desire, becomes possible within the preconscious revolution itself, that is to say, within the revolution at the level of interest. In fact, the unconscious revolutionary break implies for its part the body without organs as the limit of the socius that desiring production subordinates in its turn, under the condition of a reversed power, a reverse subordination. The preconscious revolution refers to a new regime of social production that creates, distributes, and satisfies new aims and interests. But the unconscious revolution does not merely refer to the socius that conditions this change as a form of power, it refers within this socius to the regime of desiring production as a reversed power on the body without organs. It is not the same state of flows and schizas. In one case the break is between two forms of socius, the second of which is measured according to its capacity to introduce the flows of desire into a new code or a new axiomatic of interest. In the other case the break is within the socius itself, in that it has the capacity for causing the flows of desire to circulate following their positive lines of escape, and for breaking them again following productive breaks of breaks. 91. In Anti-Oedipus, which recognizes the revolutionary potentiality of the proletarians, the transformation of the subjected group into a subject group is possible only through the pursuit of proletarian class interests. It is through this pursuit of class interests that the proletarians find the productive power of desire, a power that remains subjected to the socius. But at the same time, if the proletarians are content to pursue class interests, they will never be able to detach themselves from the group subjected to capitalist interests. The proletarians must therefore form the subject group of the schizos, detaching their desiring production from the pursuit of interests. It is this deterritorialization of the molecular multiplicity of desire operated at the level of the unconscious that transforms the subjected group, which is integrated in a hierarchical, vertical, and centralized manner into a horizontal, transversal, and a subjected group subject. This deterritorialization reverses desire subjected to the capitalist principle, produces the break of break submitting the socius to the molecular multiplicity of desire and, finally, undermines capitalism. The revolutionary inconscient break and investment of the libido then refers to the abolition of capitalism through the transformation of the subjected group into a subject group. 92. Deleuze and Guattari started with productivity or the absolute activity of desire to develop a strategy of resistance. This movement is in fact capable of transforming the topical unitary subject into an economic and collective multiple subject. The activity of desire is not then identical to that of the subject, since, for these authors, the subject is decentered by the productive unconscious. The activity of desiring production is therefore not that of the subject, but that of unconscious desire. We should emphasize here that their definition of the unconscious is radically different from that of Lacan. For the latter, the unconscious is the discourse of the other, which is found within the personal field of the other. Lacan decentered the ego without succeeding in eliminating the personal field of the other. For Deleuze and Guattari, on the other hand, the unconscious cannot be determined by the personal field of the self any more than by that of the other. It is the field of singularities, namely the impersonal transcendental field. 93. The unconscious singularities do not constitute the activity of the subject, but that of impersonal power. In Anti-Oedipus, this power is denoted by prepersonal singularities. The task of schizoanalysis is that of tirelessly taking apart egos and their presuppositions, liberating the prepersonal singularities they enclose and repress, mobilizing the flows they would be capable of transmitting, receiving, or intercepting, establishing always further and more sharply the schizas and the breaks well below conditions of identity, and assembling the desiring machines that countersect everyone and group everyone with others. 94. The subject is certainly decentered. Nevertheless, an active power, such as singularities or impersonal power, is contained in the unconscious desire, which can realize the collective and machinic assemblage of subjects. It is this collective subjectivity desubjected at the level of unconscious desire, namely the subject group, which constitutes the originality of the Deleuze-Guattarian notion of subject. Since capitalism comprises a principle of decoding and liberation of the flows of impersonal power, the means of resisting power are immanent within it. This process is the consequence of the economic problematic which is based on productive desire. The Foucauldian notion of subject in discipline and punish lacks this power of resistance. The transcendental ego is only a simple agent of power, and therefore any power of resistance to power is erased. This is what we call the unicity of the transcendental instance. In Foucault's theory of power as he first formulated it, this power of resistance does not exist. His deconstruction of the Kantian subject by means of the primacy of power relations has in fact eliminated the active power of the subject. By contrast, in Deleuze and Guattari, the economic subject resides in the absolute productivity of unconscious desire. This productivity of the economic subject directly opens the way to the theorization of collective resistance to power. What then allows collective resistance is not the activity of the subject itself, but the activity of impersonal desiring power in the decentered subject and the multiplicity of the transcendental field, namely the machinic assemblage. And it is exactly this transcendental principle of becoming other that enables the transformation of the subjected group into a subject group. 3. Topic 2, or heterogeneous thought. 3.1 The arts of existence as a strategy of resistance. Between the will to know and the use of pleasure / the care of the self, we can discern a certain care of Foucauldian theory. This turn is generally considered the shift from the genealogy of power to the aesthetic of existence. For example, for Paul Vane, the turn of the last Foucault is to seek the idea of style of existence. Point 1 For Richard Rorty, it is a return to the romantic intellectual who places importance on the search for private autonomy. Point 2 For our part, we do not adopt such readings. Indeed, if we take a closer look at the meaning of the Foucauldian turn, we can interpret it as an attempt to introduce, within his theory, the problem of resistance to power. Foucault writes, for example, in the introduction to the use of pleasure. And raising this very general question, and in directing it to Greek and Greco-Roman culture, it occurred to me that this problematization was linked to a group of practices that have been of unquestionable importance in our societies. I am referring to what might be called the arts of existence. What I mean by the phrase are those intentional and voluntary actions by which men not only set themselves rules of conduct, but also seek to transform themselves, to change themselves in their singular being, and to make their life into an over that carries certain aesthetic values and meets certain stylistic criteria. Point 3. The arts of existence are practices by which men seek to transform themselves to meet certain stylistic criteria. It is this practice Foucault defines it elsewhere as an ethical practice, for that Rorty considers as a search for private autonomy. But what escapes him is the following question: for what purpose do men transform themselves, or to meet what stylistic criteria? In considering this question, we can understand that the ethical practice in question here relates directly to the political practice. In The Subject and Power, Foucault indeed suggests to the forms of resistance to the different types of power as a starting point in order to go further towards a new economy of power relations. Point 5 He continues as follows. Maybe the target nowadays is not to discover what we are but to refuse what we are. We have to imagine and to build up what we could be to get rid of this kind of political double bind, which is the simultaneous individualization and totalization of modern power structures. The conclusion would be that the political, ethical, social, philosophical problem of our days is not to try to liberate the individual from the state, and from the state's institutions, but to liberate us both from the state and from the type of individualization linked to the state. We have to promote new forms of subjectivity through the refusal of this kind of individuality that has been imposed on us for several centuries. Point 6. The practice to refuse what we are is precisely that of transforming oneself to create a new economy of power relations. This practice frees the subject from modern power structures and transforms it into new forms of subjectivity. In other words, ethical practices refer to the forms of resistance to different types of power that rid individuals of who we are, namely the actual economy of power relations. It is therefore not a simple search for private autonomy, but a political strategy of resistance to power. 3.2 Turn to the thematic of ethics. It is from this point of view that we will interpret the meaning of the Foucauldian care. First, we must pay attention to the fact that the first volume of the History of Sexuality clearly intended to develop a critique of psychoanalysis. In this work, Foucault addresses the practice of confession. Since the institutionalization of Catholicism, confession has been associated with the practice of penance. But with the rise of Protestantism, the Counter-Reformation, 18th-century pedagogy, and 19th-century medicine, it gradually lost its ritualistic and exclusive localization. 7. It expanded its domain and it has been employed in a whole series of relationships: children and parents, students and educators, patients and psychiatrists, delinquents and experts. 8. It was, so to speak, secularized. According to Foucault, psychoanalysis is situated in the secularization of the confession. What, then, does this practice mean? The confession is a ritual of discourse in which the speaking subject is also the subject of the statement. It is also a ritual that unfolds within a power relation, for one does not confess without the presence of a partner who is not simply the interlocutor but the authority who requires the confession, prescribes and appreciates it, and intervenes in order to judge, punish, forgive, console, and reconcile. Point 9. In the confession, the congruence between the subject of enunciation and the subject of statement is ensured by the power relation between the one who confesses and the one who interprets the statement as the authority. In psychoanalysis, this power relation corresponds to that of the analysand and the analyst, who ensures the truth of the analysand's statement. The truth did not reside solely in the subject who, by confessing, would reveal it wholly formed. It was constituted in two stages: present but incomplete, blind to itself, in the one who spoke. It could only reach completion in the one who assimilated and recorded it. It was the latter's function to verify this obscure truth. The revelation of confession had to be coupled with the decipherment of what it said. The one who listened was not simply the forgiving master, the judge who condemned or acquitted; he was the master of truth. His was a hermeneutic function. With regard to the confession, his power was not only to demand it before it was made, or decide what was to follow after it, but also to constitute a discourse of truth on the basis of its decipherment. Point 10. Whoever listens to the confession occupies the position of master of truth. The one who confesses does not decide for himself the meaning of what he confesses. If the confession is the place where the subject of enunciation coincides with the subject of statement, it is the analyst who decides on the truth of the analysand's statement. In this sense, the subject does not know the truth of what he is saying. It is determined by the analyst as the analysand's other. The subject's truth is then displaced outside the subject, in this case towards the other. We can find a radical theorization of this relation between the subject and the other in Lacanian theory. As it draws to its end, interpretation points the desire, with which, in a certain sense, it is identical. Desire, in fact, is interpretation itself. Point 11. For Lacan, the subject's desire does not belong to the subject, it is the desire of the other which appears through the interpretation of the analyst. It only exists, so to speak, in analysis. Lacan introduced the technique of scansion in order to articulate the analysand's statement. By scansion, the analyst suspends the analytical session when the subject says something important related to his unconscious. Point: the desire expresses this articulation of the statement by the analyst. And by this scansion, he articulates the truth of desire. In this sense, desire is interpretation itself. Here, the truth of desire is radically shifted to the instance of the other. What Foucault criticizes is this intervention of power relation, which transforms the other into a master of truth. In other words, the subject is subjected to the other by the practice of confession. This scheme has the same structure as the one he presented in Discipline and Punish. The subject is subjected to power by the power dispositives. It is precisely in this sense that the confession is an immense labor to produce the subjection of men. Point 12. The practice of confession works to subject the subject to the other. It is this mechanism that ensures subjection to power. Foucault thus criticizes the practice of confession and the structure of subjection in psychoanalytic practice. But at this point in his reflection, he cannot yet present a new concept of subject that would replace it. To consider the history of sexuality penetrated by power relations, Foucault uses the concept of dispositives of sexuality. These dispositives aim to promote the body as an object of knowledge and an element in power relations and the control of population. Point 13 This configuration corresponds respectively to the anatomopolitics of the human body and to the biopolitics of the population. Point 14 These power dispositives have the particularity of not repressing sex but of making people talk about it and of producing a great deal of discourse about it. Sex is therefore not repressed but, on the contrary, enormously produced and put into discourse. This theory reminds us of the one Deleuze and Guattari presented in Anti-Oedipus, in which they criticize the Freudo-Marxist theory of sexual repression by power. In this sense, a remark by Foucault on the work of Deleuze and Guattari is symptomatic of the turn he initiates towards the problem of ethics, closely linked to that of resistance. In the preface of the English translation of Anti-Oedipus, Foucault takes a unique perspective on this text. Anti-Oedipus is, he writes, an anti-fascist book. Fascism does not only denote the historical situation of the 1930s and 1940s, it also includes micro-fascism, the fascism in us all, in our heads and in our everyday behavior, the fascism that causes us to love power, to desire the very thing that dominates and exploits us. Point 16 Anti-fascism therefore means not wanting to subject oneself to power. Taking up the concepts of Deleuze and Guattari, Foucault expresses it in the following way: to de-individualize by means of multiplication and displacement, diverse assemblages. Point 17 Foucault reads Anti-Oedipus as a theory of resistance, which he calls ethics. I would say that Anti-Oedipus is a book of ethics, the first book of ethics to be written in France in quite a long time. Being anti-Oedipal has become a lifestyle, a way of thinking and living. Point 18. Ethics means a lifestyle, a way of thinking and of living. If this way of thinking and living designates a strategy of resistance to power, then we can assert that the Foucauldian care towards the thematic of ethics is equivalent to the search for this strategy of resistance. Foucault takes a turn towards the problematic of resistance as if he were inspired by the work of Deleuze and Guattari. 3.3 The soul is the prison of the body. In a letter to Foucault, written a year after the publication of The Will to Know, Deleuze points out this problem of resistance and provides a critical point of view. 1. The one in WK where phenomena of resistance would be like a reverse image of dispositives, where they would have the same characteristics, diffusion, heterogeneity, etc., where they would be vis-a-vis, but this direction seems to lead as much to a dead end as to a way out of one. 2. The direction indicated in the interview in Politique Hebdo: if the power dispositives are constituents of truth, if there is a truth in power, there must be a kind of power of truth as a counter-strategy against powers. Hence the problem of the intellectual for Michel and his way of reintroducing the category of truth, since, in renewing it completely by making it dependent on power, he finds ammunition which can be turned against power. But I don't see how. We will have to wait for Michel to give his new conception of truth, on the micro-analytical level. 3. The third direction, which would be that of pleasures, the body and its pleasures. Once again, I am in a state of waiting. How do pleasures animate counter-powers, and how does he conceive of this notion of pleasure? 19. Deleuze asks two questions. First, what is the new conception of truth that can resist the power dispositives producing the subject's truth? Second, how can we resist it by using the body and its pleasures? These two questions raised by Deleuze to Foucault allow us to begin to reflect on the latter's turn. Let us deal with this question through the thematic of the body and the ego. In this perspective, we must return to an important sentence, to be found almost at the beginning of Discipline and Punish: the soul is the effect and instrument of a political anatomy, the soul is the prison of the body. Point 20 This enigmatic sentence condenses the essential theoretical dispositives of Discipline and Punish. But what does this expression mean? In Discipline and Punish, Foucault insists that disciplinary power is realized in the investment of power over the body. He therefore begins his work with a chapter entitled The Body of the Condemned, where he writes: he can surely accept the general proposition that, in our societies, the systems of punishment are to be situated in a certain political economy of the body, even if they do not make use of violent or bloody punishment, even when they use lenient methods involving confinement or correction, it is always the body that matters, the body and its forces, their utility and their docility, their distribution and their submission. Point 21. The body is therefore the target of disciplinary power, and it is always the body that matters. The disciplinary power acts on the body and on its forces, it ensures their usefulness, their docility, their distribution, and their submission, which constitute together the docile body. Through this process, disciplinary power increases the forces of the body and diminishes these same forces. Point 22. This network of power investments on the body forms the mechanism of micropower. Foucault will express it in terms of the microphysics of power. Point 23. Let us refer here to Bodies That Matter by Judith Butler. Point 24. In the first chapter of the book, she analyzes the Foucauldian formulation "the soul is the prison of the body" through the Aristotelian concepts of matter and soul. According to her, or Aristotle, the soul designates the actualization of matter, where matter is understood as fully potential and unactualized. Point 25. In other words, matter does not appear without a scheme that defines it. This scheme corresponds, still according to her, to the soul in Foucault. She deduces then the following proposition. Foucault argues in Discipline and Punish that the soul becomes a normative and normalizing ideal according to which the body is trained, shaped, cultivated, and invested. It is an historically specific imaginary ideal under which the body is effectively materialized. Point 26. For Butler, the Foucauldian soul becomes an historically specific imaginary ideal which disciplines the body and materializes it as a social being. Point 27. This is what allows her to assert that the Foucauldian formulation is a reformulation of the Aristotelian concept. However, while referring to Butler's theory, we can undertake a different analysis of Foucault's formulation. In Bodies That Matter, Butler evokes a passage from Freud's The Ego and the ID. The ego is first and foremost a bodily ego, it is not merely a surface entity, but is itself the projection of a surface. Point 28. Freud, in the same passage, explains the mechanism of the formation of the ego. Another factor, besides the influence of the system PCPT, seems to have played a part in bringing about the formation of the ego and its differentiation from the ID. A person's own body, and above all its surface, is a place from which both external and internal perceptions may spring. It is seen like any other object, but to the touch it yields two kinds of sensations, one of which may be equivalent to an internal perception. Psychophysiology has fully discussed the manner in which a person's own body attains its special position among other objects in the world of perception. Pain, too, seems to play a part in the process, and the way in which we gain new knowledge of our organs during painful illnesses is perhaps a model of the way by which in general we arrive at the idea of our body. Point 29. For the ego to be different from the ID, external perceptions and internal perceptions of the body must play a role. In Butler, this bodily pain, which is psychically invested by prohibition and guilt, serves to produce an idea of the body which delimits the bodily surface. Point 30. For our part, we read this quote from Freud as a production of interiority, of the transcendental ego through the investment of regulatory power over the body. This reinterpretation of Freud's explanation authorizes another reading of the Foucauldian formulation: the ego which directs the body, this soul which folds back onto the body, is formed by the investment of disciplinary power over the body and by the reaction of the body to this investment. In other words, the reflective consciousness of the ego is formed in the psychic inscription of pain through the training of the body. In Discipline and Punish, Foucault explains, it is produced permanently around, on, within the body by the functioning of a power that is exercised on those punished and, in a more general way, on those one supervises, trains and corrects, over madmen, children at home and at school, the colonized, over those who are stuck at a machine and supervised for the rest of their lives. 31 The disciplinary power supervises, trains, and controls the body of the individual and establishes the reflective and regulatory ego that governs its body. In other words, this investment of disciplinary power, psychically inscribing pain on the body, establishes the reflectivity of the ego, the empirico-transcendental doublet. In this empirico-transcendental doublet, the superior ego watches and directs the inferior ego. We called the transcendental gaze this reflective and regulatory gaze which directs the body. As we have already seen, it is difficult to find a possibility of resistance in this theoretical framework. 32. If Foucault's turn takes place around the problem of resistance to power, we can interpret it as the inversion of the formulation that the soul is the prison of the body. Foucault writes in The Will to Know as if he was announcing the direction of his coming turn. It is the instance of sex that we must break away from, if we aim through a tactical reversal of the various mechanisms of sexuality to counter the grips of power with the claims of bodies, pleasures, and knowledges, in their multiplicity and their possibility of resistance. The rallying point for the counterattack against the dispositive of sexuality ought not to be sex desire, but bodies and pleasures. 33. The dispositive of sexuality normalizes the sexuality of each individual by their confession of the truth of desire. The point of resistance to this dispositive resides, according to The Will to Know, in bodies and pleasures. We can legitimately wonder why. If we remember that Foucault's concept of power was influenced by Nietzsche's conceptualization, we can refer to Deleuze's analysis in Nietzsche and philosophy. We do not even know what a body can do, writes Deleuze, quoting Spinoza. He continues, we talk about consciousness and spirit and chatter on about it all, but we do not know what a body is capable of, what forces belong to it or what they are preparing for. 34. However, the question here is not to neglect the problem of consciousness and spirit. On the contrary, for Deleuze, it is necessary to deliberate on the consciousness and the spirit through the virtual power of the body. From this, he defines what consciousness is. Like Freud, Nietzsche thinks that consciousness is the region of the ego affected by the external world. 35. However, this definition is superimposed on the Freudian problem mentioned previously, on the formation of the ego by stimuli from the outside world and by the body's reactions to these stimuli. Likewise, Nietzsche writes about the formation of consciousness. The role of consciousness. It is essential that one should not make a mistake over the role of consciousness. It is our relation with the outer world that evolved it. On the other hand, the direction, or protection and care in respect of the coordination of the bodily functions does not enter our consciousness, any more than spiritual accumulation. That a supreme instance rules over these things cannot be doubted, a kind of directing committee on which the various chief desires make their votes and power felt. Pleasure, displeasure are signs from this sphere, also the act of will, also ideas. Usually, one takes consciousness itself as the general sensorium and supreme court. Nonetheless, it is only a means of communication. It is evolved through social intercourse and with a view to the interests of social intercourse. Intercourse here understood to include the influences of the outer world and the reactions they compel on our side, also our effect upon the outer world. It is not the directing agent, but an organ of the directing agent. 36. Consciousness is therefore produced by the influences of the outer world, namely the relation of external forces and the reactions they compel on our side. This relation of forces designates precisely the relation between the superior forces and the inferior forces, namely the active forces and the reactive forces. Deleuze writes, consciousness is defined less in relation to exteriority than in relation to superiority. This distinction is essential to a general conception of consciousness and the unconscious. In Nietzsche, consciousness is always the consciousness of an inferior in relation to a superior to which he is subordinated or into which he is incorporated. Consciousness is never self-consciousness, but the consciousness of an ego in relation to a self which is not itself conscious. It is not the master's consciousness but the slave's consciousness in relation to a master who is not himself conscious. 37. Consciousness is defined in terms of values. It is always the consciousness of an inferior in relation to a superior. Only the inferior holds consciousness in relation to the superior. It is a slave's consciousness, so consciousness is essentially reactive. 38. In Deleuze, this reactive consciousness is called the ego, which is distinguished from the essentially unconscious self. The ego corresponds to the bad conscience as Nietzsche calls it in On the Genealogy of Morals. It signifies the reflectivity of the ego formed by reactive forces, the instinct for freedom pushed back and repressed, incarcerated within and finally able to discharge and vent itself only on itself. 39. If consciousness as ego is primarily reactive, how is the body defined in relation to consciousness? In this regard, Deleuze asserts, every force is related to others and it either obeys or commands. What defines a body is this relation between dominant and dominated forces. Every relationship of forces constitutes a body, whether it is chemical, biological, social or political. Any two forces, being unequal, constitute a body as soon as they enter into a relationship. This is why the body is always the fruit of chance, in the Nietzschean sense, and appears as the most astonishing thing, much more astonishing, in fact, than consciousness and spirit. 40. A body is made up of unequal forces, the dominant and the dominated, and it is the fruit of chance, because the way in which the forces relate and constitute it depends on historical contingency. In this sense, the body is a multiple phenomenon, being composed of a plurality of irreducible forces. 41. Consciousness is essentially reactive, since it is always the consciousness of an inferior in relation to a superior. On the contrary, the body is the arbitrary product of the forces of which it is composed. 42. In other words, it is constituted under the contingency of the relation of forces between them. As a result, the forces that flow through the body exist as an irreducible multiplicity. In this sense, the body appears to be much more astonishing than consciousness and spirit. In Spinoza, Practical Philosophy, Deleuze develops the same theme and draws from it an unexpected proposition: one seeks to acquire a knowledge of the powers of the body in order to discover, in a parallel fashion, the powers of the mind that elude consciousness. 43. In other words, the discovery of the unknown powers of the body is equivalent to the discovery of the unknown powers of the mind. Through this discovery, the essentially reactive consciousness meets the active forces and becomes itself active. Yet reactive forces never cease to be forces, so that what distinguishes reactive forces from active forces lies only in the qualifying difference of forces. So, the discovery of the active powers of the body is also that of the active powers that escape consciousness, by which the economy of the mind, dominated by the essentially reactive consciousness, comes out transformed. The real problem is the discovery of active forces without which the reactions themselves would not be forces. What makes the body superior to all reactions, particularly that reaction of the ego that is called consciousness, is the activity of necessarily unconscious forces. This entire phenomenon of the body is, from the intellectual point of view, as superior to our consciousness, to our spirit, to our conscious ways of thinking, feeling and willing, as algebra is superior to the multiplication table. The body's active forces make it a self and define the self as superior and astonishing, a most powerful being, an unknown sage. He is called self. He inhabits your body, he is your body. 44. What is important for us is to discover the self which inhabits the body and which is equivalent to the active forces totally different from the reaction of the ego that is called consciousness. Discovering the self in the body will also transform the reactivity of the mind into activity. The consciousness of an ego thus becomes the consciousness of self. 45. Through the discovery of active powers that are not conscious. In Nietzschean terms, it is a question of transforming the bad conscience pushed back and repressed, incarcerated within and finally able to discharge and vent itself only on itself, into a man who is like only to himself and who has his own independent, protracted will and the right to make promise. 46. Let us now return to Foucault. The point of resistance to the dispositives of sexuality must lie in bodies and pleasures, wrote Foucault in The Will to Know. Indeed, after having made his turn, he will discuss the thematic of the self as different from the ego, along with the use of the body and its pleasures. For example, in the use of pleasure, he writes, the main concern of the Greeks thinking on sexual behavior is to define the use of pleasures in terms of a certain way of caring for one's body. 47 And the physical regimen ought to accord with the principle of a general aesthetics of existence in which the equilibrium of the body was one of the conditions of the proper hierarchy of the soul. 48 Here, the care of the body and its pleasures is defined as a practice for providing the soul with the proper hierarchy, thereby transforming and delivering it. It is thus a question of transforming the reactive ego into an active self by the discovery of the new economy of the body and its pleasures, or, again, of transfiguring the mode of essentially reactive consciousness through the unveiling of the self as a singularity that unconsciously inhabits the body. It is around this point that Foucauldian thought will be developed after the turn. 3.4 Ethical subjectivation and singularity. We can say that, schematically, in Discipline and Punish and the Will to Know, Foucault criticizes the subject's structure of decentration, in which the subject is passively determined by the disciplinary power as other. On the other hand, in the use of pleasure and the care of the self, the issue is the relation to self, namely the self-creation of the subject himself. What, then, is at stake in this construction of the relation to self? In the use of pleasure, Foucault distinguishes several kinds of morality. Anyone who wishes to study the history of a morality has to take into account the different realities that are covered by the term. A history of moral behaviors would study the extent to which actions of certain individuals or groups are consistent with the rules and values that are prescribed for them by various agencies. A history of codes would analyze the different systems of rules and values that are operative in a given society or group, the agencies or mechanisms of constraint that enforce them, the forms they take in their multifariousness, their divergences, and their contradictions. And finally, a history of the way in which individuals are urged to constitute themselves as subjects of moral conduct would be concerned with the models proposed for setting up and developing relations to self, for self-reflection, self-knowledge, self-examination, self-decipherment by self, for the transformations that one seeks to accomplish with oneself as object. This last is what might be called a history of ethics and ascetics, understood as a history of the forms of moral subjectivation and of the practices of self that are meant to ensure it. 49. In this quote, Foucault differentiates three moralities: moral behavior, code, and ethics. In the first and second, it is a question of the adaptation of individuals to the given community or the coercion exerted within the framework of this adaptation. On the contrary, in the third, it is a question of the relation to self. We propose to call morality the first two types of morality, moral behavior and code, to denote the relationship between the community and individuals, and ethics the third type of morality, to denote the relation of self to self. Foucault does not necessarily distinguish these two terms in his works, but this distinction is, it seems to us, of great importance to interpret his texts. By agreeing on this distinction, we can understand that Foucault does deal with the problem of ethics in the use of pleasure and the care of the self. This ethics treats the singularity of the subject, and not the normativity of a community's morality. We are a long way from a form of austerity that would tend to govern all individuals in the same way, from the proudest to the most humble, under a universal law whose application alone would be subject to modulation by means of casuistry. On the contrary, here everything was a matter of adjustment, circumstance, and personal position. The few great common laws of the city, religion, nature remained present, but it was as if they traced a very wide circle in the distance, inside of which practical thought had to define what could rightfully be done. And for this there was no need of anything resembling a text that would have the force of law, but rather, of a technique or practice, a savoir-faire that by taking general principles into account would guide action in its time, according to its context, and in view of its ends. Therefore, in this form of morality, the individual did not make himself into an ethical subject by universalizing the principles that informed his action. On the contrary, he did so by means of an attitude and a quest that individualized his action, modulated it, and perhaps even gave him a singular brilliance by virtue of the rational and deliberate structure his action manifested. 50. Ethical subjectivation does not aim to conform the individual to the common law or norm, on the contrary, it individualizes its action and grants it a singular sign. If community's morality belongs to the generality, particularity axis, ethics concerns the singularity that cannot be reduced to the generality-particularity axis. Here, the singularity must be strictly distinguished from the particularity. Kojin Karatani offers the following distinction: unlike particularity, which is reduced to a case of generality, singularity concerns a kind of thisness which has no relation to generality. For example, the notion of I only signifies the I in general, thereby designating any I, but this I is singular and irreplaceable by some other I. 52. If we interpret the axis generality, particularity in terms of the norm, then it is through certain norms that the individual as a particularity is reduced to a case of generality. For example, in Hegel, it is through the intermediary of objective morality that the individual as a particularity is aufgehoben and becomes a genus as a member of the state. In the Foucauldian sense, the individual as a particularity is nothing other than one who internalizes normality through the mechanism of disciplinary power. On the other hand, in ethics, the singularity of this I is not reducible to generality, and it is irreplaceable by another I. Disciplinary power is a mechanism which imposes the norm as generality on the individual, but what Foucault seeks to find through ethical subjectivation is the singularity of the subject irreducible to normality as generality. In this singularity of the subject, in this relation of self to self, the problem of resistance intervenes. In his lecture course at the Collège de France entitled The Hermeneutics of the Subject, Foucault insists, there is no first or final point of resistance to political power other than in the relation of self to self, and continues as follows. If we take the question of power, of political power, situating it in the more general question of governmentality understood as a strategic field of power relations in the broadest and not merely political sense of the term, if we understand by governmentality a strategic field of power relations in their mobility, transformability, and reversibility, then I do not think that reflection on this notion of governmentality can avoid passing through, theoretically and practically, the element of a subject defined by the relation of self to self. Although the theory of political power as an institution usually refers to a juridical conception of the subject of right, it seems to me that the analysis of governmentality, that is to say, the analysis of power as a set of reversible relationships, must refer to an ethics of the subject defined by the relation of self to self. Quite simply, this means that in the type of analysis I have been trying to advance for some time, you can see that power relations, governmentality, the government of self and others, and the relation of self to self constitute a chain, a thread, and I think it is around these notions that we should be able to connect together the question of politics and the question of ethics. 53. The analysis of power as a set of reversible relationships denotes the problem of resistance, and ethics of the subject as a relation of self to self opens up the possibility of resistance to governmentality. The singularity or the self of the subject who escapes disciplinarization and can resist it forms the point of resistance to governmentality. The question is then the following: how does Foucault seek to construct the ethical subject as a point of resistance? In The Care of the Self, he analyzes Plato's Alcibiades. Socrates shows the ambitious young man that it is quite presumptuous of him to want to take charge of the city, manage its affairs, and enter into competition with the kings of Sparta or the rulers of Persia, if he has not first learned that which it is necessary to know in order to govern. He must first attend to himself, and right away, while he is young, for at the age of 50, it would be too late. 54. In order to be a political subject, one must first take care of oneself and form an ethical subject. And in this care of the self-reflective gaze is problematized again. In The Hermeneutics of the Subject, Foucault says, Socrates defined the fundamental modality of the care of the self. Essentially, he described the practice of the care of the self as the exercise of a looking that focuses precisely on the self, on oneself. One must be concerned about the self, of bleption heuten, Look at oneself. 55 This gaze of self on oneself makes the soul recognize the truth that it already knew from the depths of its memory. And it is through this recognition or reminiscence that the subject brings about his liberation, his return to his homeland and to his own being. 56 We point out here that the reflectivity of the gaze does not function as a regulatory gaze which makes the subject obedient to himself, but as a gaze which transforms the subject's mode of being. The reflective gaze transforms the subject and forms the singularity of the self. This suggests a new use of reflectivity, the transformation of the subjected subject into an ethical subject. This other use of the reflective gaze is more apparent in the following analysis of Seneca's text, in which Seneca closely examines his actions of the day before falling asleep. The words employed are significant. Seneca means to scrutinize the entire day that has just unfolded. He intends to inspect it, to remeasure the acts that were committed, the words that were spoken. The subject's relation to himself in this examination is not established so much in the form of a judicial relationship in which the accused faces the judge, it is more like an act of inspection in which the inspector aims to evaluate a piece of work, an accomplished task. The word speculator designates this role exactly. Further, the examination practiced in this manner does not focus, as if in imitation of the judicial procedure, on infractions, and it does not lead to a verdict of guilty or to decisions of self-castigation. 57. This relation to self through which the subject examines his acts of the day is formed in the reflective gaze in which the subject watches and examines himself. However, what is interesting here is that Foucault analyses this relation to self as one which is not established so much in the form of a judicial relationship in which the accused faces the judge. In the previous paragraph, he points out that Seneca uses legal metaphors to express the form of this practice. Despite these expressions, Foucault asserts that this examination of the self does not take the form of a juridical relationship, that is, it does not function as a regulatory practice. Insofar as it is a labor of thought on itself. 59 It relies on the reflectivity of the subject. But the functioning of this reflectivity is completely different from that of regulatory reflectivity, whereby, in establishing a system of self-surveillance and self-punishment, the subject internalizes the discipline. Here, the reflective gaze examines the acts of the self and tries to transform the being into a rational and singular subject. Foucault thus concludes the paragraph cited above: the fault is not reactivated by the examination in order to determine a culpability or stimulate a feeling of remorse, but in order to strengthen, on the basis of the recapitulated and reconsidered verification of a failure, the rational equipment that ensures a wise behavior. 60. We can thus clearly recognize the strategy of formation of the ethical subject, which consists of a transformation of the self through the reflective gaze. We will call this auto-affection. 61 Borrowing the term from Deleuze, this use of reflectivity with a function other than regulatory. Auto-affection through the reflective gaze will then metamorphose the subjected modality of the subject and form the self as an ethical subject. It is through this subjectivation that the point of resistance to disciplinary power is established. Subjectivation is therefore the other name for disubjection. However, this relation of self to self is not established in a solitary practice. If the transformation of the subject means to become again what one never was, 62 the intervention of the other who leads it is essential. In the hermeneutics of the subject, Foucault explains it as follows. The individual should strive for a status as subject that he has never known at any moment of his life. He has to replace the non-subject with the status of subject defined by the fullness of the self's relationship to the self. He has to constitute himself as subject, and this is where the other has to intervene. 63. In Socrates and Plato, this other is the philosopher as master and, in the Roman Empire, the philosopher as friend. Thus, it is through the guidance of the other, who already knows the art of governing himself, that the subject learns to govern himself and becomes what one never was. Therefore, the formation of a relation of self to self quite clearly connects up with the relationships of the self to the other. 64 The relation to self necessarily passes the relation to the other. Here, we find traces of the Nietzschean problematic that subsists in Foucauldian thought, the thought of the outside. Subjectivation cannot be realized without a relation to the outside. It is through the affection of the outside, of the other, that auto-affection is achieved. And the knowledge which is born in the relation to the other, which affects the subject, establishes its singularity and has the effect of transforming it. Foucault considers this knowledge as playing the role of truth in ancient spirituality. Here arises in Foucault the new conception of truth awaited by Deleuze, knowledge whose effect and function are to change the subject's being. This truth must affect the subject. 66. The formation of the relation of self to self, namely ethical subjectivation, is linked to the relationship of the self and the other. The rationality of the government of others is the same as the rationality of the government of oneself, because it is in knowing how properly to conduct himself that he will be able to lead others properly. 67. One who has formed himself as an ethical subject can establish an ethical relationship to others. And this relationship to others introduces the notion of singularity into the political field. The formation of the ethical subject who can resist governmentality is also a thought that finds the singularity of the self in relation to others. The subjectivation that Foucault mentions is a practice of freedom. 68, which allows the use of the singularity of the self in relation to others. This practice relates directly to non-slavery based on the self-knowledge or the care of the self, and it allows the reversibility of the power relation that necessarily intervenes in the relationship with others. Ensuring the reversible power relation and not the fixed one, this is what is at the stake in the practice of freedom in the formation of the ethical subject. In addition, in the field of sexuality, the practice of freedom would signify governing pleasures, and using one's own body and its pleasures according to the singularity of the self. Dominating pleasures also means ethical care of others. The ethical relationship with the other is inseparable from the reversibility of the power relation and the singularity of the self and the other. It is precisely this relationship that turns pleasure into ethics. 3.5 Construction of immanence and anti-pastoral revolution. Foucault searched for the strategy of disubjection by highlighting the practice of the care of the self during the classical era. This search should therefore absolutely not be understood as a nostalgic return to the Greco-Roman era, but it constitutes, on the contrary, an attempt to seek the strategy of resistance to power. It would also be an abuse to consider Foucault's turn as a simple return to the subject. If subjectivation designates the formation of the subject's singularity to resist power, it is also an attempt at disubjection. At the same time, through this ethico-political turn, Foucault presents a new concept of subject radically different from the modern concept. In what does this difference consist? It is essential to clarify this point if we want to understand the direction of his turn. Several times during his turn, Foucault dealt with a small text by Kant entitled Was ist Aufklärung? Why did he give such attention to this text? Let us refer to the lecture entitled What is Critique? In the Western society of the 15th and 16th centuries, there was a veritable explosion of the art of governing men. If the question here is how to govern, another question, how not to be governed like that. Namely, the attitude of resistance to a particular contemporary governmentality derives directly from it. 70 In modern history, this question appears as a movement of return to the scriptures against the authority of the Church and as a natural law which determines the limit of sovereignty. 71. If Foucault calls this question of how not to be governed like that, a critical attitude. 72 Then Was ist Aufklärung, reflects the development of this critical attitude. For Kant, the Aufklärung is a movement aimed at helping men who are still minors to become adults. Their minority is defined by its correlation with the exercise of an authority which maintains humanity in this minority condition, namely with the excess of power. 73 The Kantian Aufklärung thus appears as a means of resisting the excess of modern power. What strategy of resistance to power does Foucault deduce from this text by Kant? Let us refer to What is Enlightenment, where he defines the Kantian analysis of Aufklärung as a philosophy of actuality. Kant defines Aufklärung in an almost entirely negative way, as an Ausgang, an exit, a way out. In his other texts on history, Kant occasionally raises questions of origin or defines the internal teleology of a historical process. In the text on Aufklärung, he deals with the question of contemporary reality alone. He is not seeking to understand the present on the basis of a totality or of a future achievement. He is looking for a difference. What difference does today introduce with respect to yesterday? 74. In his historical reflections, Kant often introduces the questions of origin and end in a positive way. On the other hand, in Was ist Aufklärung, he calls the Aufklärung movement pure actuality. This implies that the actuality as a singular moment 75 the singularity of the contemporary, becomes the philosophical object. In this sense, this text by Kant prefigures the new field of philosophy, that of actuality, which cannot be reduced to critical or historical reflection. Foucault calls this Kantian attitude on the Aufklärung an attitude of modernity and derives from it a philosophical ethos which he calls a historical ontology of ourselves, defined as follows. This philosophical ethos may be characterized as a limit attitude. We are not talking about a gesture of rejection. We have to move beyond the outside-inside alternative, we have to be at the frontiers. Critique indeed consists of analyzing and reflecting upon limits. But if the Kantian question was that of knowing what limits knowledge must renounce exceeding, it seems to me that the critical question today must be turned back into a positive one, in what is given to us as universal, necessary, obligatory, what place is occupied by whatever is singular, contingent, and the product of arbitrary constraints. The point, in brief, is to transform the critique conducted in the form of necessary limitation into a practical critique that takes the form of a possible crossing over. 76. Historical ontology is characterized by a limit attitude. The term limit immediately evokes the Kantian critique. In Critique of Pure Reason, Kant prohibited the use of reason which goes beyond the limit of possible experience. In this sense, the Kantian limit must not be crossed over and takes on a negative meaning. In his lecture course at the Collège de France entitled Government of Self and Others, where he analyses Was ist Aufklärung, Foucault defines as analytic of truth this question of the conditions under which true knowledge is possible. 77 The strategy of historical ontology postulated by Foucault is therefore totally opposed to this Kantian attempt. He defines the limit attitude as a possible crossing over. It is not a question of the limit of reason, nor of staying within that limit, rather, it is a question of revealing the contingent which determines us historically and of transgressing the limit of this contingent. It is at this point in the analysis that we can understand why Foucault was interested in the philosophy of actuality prefigured by Was ist Aufklärung. It grasps being from the historical perspective and understands the mode of being under historical contingency. Being is, so to speak, always already projected onto historical contingency. It is this contingency that determines the subject's mode of being. Foucault's position then approaches that of the Althusser of the 1980s, who aimed to grasp the historicity of the being in the facticity of contingency or transcendental contingency. 78. In Archaeology of Knowledge, Foucault opposes the formal a priori to the historical a priori. The first designates what determines the immanent condition of knowledge, the second designates the historical elements which determine it from the outside. In the context of what is enlightenment, the first corresponds to the analytics of truth and the second to historical ontology. In Archaeology of Knowledge, Foucault compares these two a prioris. It cannot take account of the formal a prioris, but it enables us to understand how the formal a prioris may have in history points of contact, places of insertion, eruption, or emergence, domains or occasions of operation, and to understand how this history may be not an absolutely extrinsic contingency, not a necessity of form deploying its own dialectic, but a specific regularity. 79. The historical a priori does not relate to absolutely extrinsic contingency but to specific regularity. In this text, Foucault does not yet give importance to contingency. The specific problem of contingency will appear when he turns to the thematic of resistance to power. Foucault also designates this historical contingency by the term event, which leads the subject to becoming. This entails an obvious consequence, that critique is no longer going to be practiced in the search for formal structures with universal value but, rather, as a historical investigation into the events that have led us to constitute ourselves and to recognize ourselves as subjects of what we are doing, thinking, saying. In that sense, this critique is not transcendental, and its goal is not that of making a metaphysics possible, it is genealogical in its design and archaeological in its method. Archaeological and not transcendental in the sense that it will not seek to identify the universal structures of all knowledge or of all possible moral action, but will seek to treat the instances of discourse that articulate what we think, say, and do as so many historical events. And this critique will be genealogical in the sense that it will not deduce from the form of what we are what it is impossible for us to do and to know, but it will separate out, from the contingency that has made us what we are, the possibility of no longer being, doing, or thinking what we are, do, or think. 80. Historical ontology historically criticizes events as the basis for the formation of knowledge, discourse, and act, and it reveals the effects of power inscribed in the subject. It is, therefore, an attempt to desubject the subject and to form the singular self. In this sense, desubjection means, so to speak, becoming self. If the power relation is an effect of events, of historical contingencies, the subject's actual mode is purely contingent and therefore open to the possibility of becoming. In other words, the possibility of no longer being, doing, or thinking what we are, do, or think is always open. Historical ontology clears the contingent field of being. And it is this contingency that opens up the possibility of desubjection or of becoming aleatory. 81 in the Althusserian sense. Historical ontology is oriented towards the actual limits of the necessary. 82 It reveals the historicity of the universal and the necessary formed in contemporary power relations and it transgresses their actual limits. In this sense, this research is precisely Nietzschean. According to Foucault, it is genealogical and is not transcendental. Certainly, it is not transcendental in the sense that it will not seek to identify the universal structures of all knowledge or of all possible moral action, that is to say, it will not seek the formal a priori of knowledge and of the act. However, it presupposes the same reflectivity as that of the transcendental gaze, because it is based on the reflectivity as critique of the subject on himself. If historical ontology asks what place is occupied by whatever is singular, contingent, and the product of arbitrary constraints and what is given to us as universal, necessary, obligatory, it must be based on reflective thought or the reflective gaze. In a 1984 text, Foucault develops this point. Critique brings to light transformable singularities. These transformations could not take place except by means of a working of thought upon itself. That is the principle of the history of thought as critical activity. 83 Hence, it is through the reflective gaze that Foucauldian critique attempts to unveil the singularities that constitute the subject himself and to transform his mode of being. Thus, the subject is always transformable, since the singularities that form the subject are determined by historical contingencies. In this sense, Foucauldian critique is based on the strategy of the deconstruction of the Kantian subject by Nietzschean thought. It is therefore situated in the topical problematic. But we must remember that Foucault developed historical ontology as a strategy of resistance to power. In Discipline and Punish, the reflective gaze functioned as a regulatory gaze by which the subject disciplines itself. But in historical ontology, the reflective gaze functions as a power of resistance, since it extracts the effects of power inscribed in the subject and allows him to transform himself into a desubjected self. In other words, the reflective gaze affects the subject himself, incites subjectivation and desubjection and forms the ethical subject. Three axes then coexist in the subject's reflectivity: the axis of knowledge, the axis of power, the axis of ethics. 84 They correspond respectively to knowledge, domination, and resistance. First, reflectivity forms the subject of knowledge. It objectifies the speaking subject, the working subject and the living subject as status of science. 85 Second, it forms the subjected subject. it subjugates the subject itself and functions as an agent of power. Third, it forms the subject of resistance, it reveals the effects of power inscribed in the subject and allows him to criticize them. In the subject's reflectivity, these faculties coexist in a heterogeneous way. The regulatory reflective gaze constitutes the transcendental instance as a mechanism of knowledge and domination. However, the intervention of the axis of resistance encourages the subject to criticize this normative and regulatory function and try to transform it. It is this reflectivity of the axis of resistance that forms the field of singularity capable of criticizing the disciplinarity of the transcendental instance. We call this field of singularity immanence. 86 Subjectivation is therefore a practice that constructs immanence as a field of singularity. However, if one grasps the transcendental instance in its formality, it is only a form of looking at oneself and does not refer to any content. It is, so to speak, the zero sign, namely the nothingness that constitutes the structure of a system. 87 And it can assume, as a pure formality, any content and can therefore make operate several axes, the axes of knowledge, domination, and resistance. In the reflectivity of the subject, the disciplinarity of the transcendental and its critique by immanence coexist. In this sense, by making his turn, Foucault adds to reflectivity, the axis of resistance, in order to criticize the disciplinarity of the transcendental. Note here the specificity of the axis of resistance. If the axis of knowledge and the axis of domination form respectively the subject of knowledge and the subjected subject, then they produce the very complex of power knowledge. The axis of resistance criticizes this complex of power knowledge in the subject. It therefore appears as the reflective critique of the transcendental. In other words, critique by the axis of resistance is a historical objectification of the transcendental. If it is genealogical, as Foucault asserts, it is because the term genealogical means exactly this historical critique of the transcendental. In his last lecture course, entitled The Courage of the Truth, Foucault considers this historical critique of the transcendental from the problematic of parousia. Parousia designates the subjective act of telling the truth against existing power, exposing the subject to danger. At the end of his long analysis of parousia, to which he devoted 2 years of lectures, he treats cynicism and notices Diogenes' precept parakarition to nomisma, in which nomisma, it is currency, but it is also nomos, the law, the custom. 88 Parakarition to nomisma therefore means to change the existing law or norm. Foucault continues. The alteration of the currency, the change of its value, which is constantly associated with cynicism, no doubt means something like, the forms and habits which usually stamp existence and give it its features must be replaced by the effigy of the principles traditionally accepted by philosophy. But by the very fact of applying these principles to life itself, rather than merely maintaining them in the element of the logos, by the fact that they give a form to life, just as the coin's effigy gives a form to the metal on which it is stamped, one thereby reveals other lives, the lives of others, to be no more than counterfeit, coin with no value. By adopting the most traditional, conventionally accepted, and general principles of current philosophy, by making the philosopher's very existence their point of application, site of manifestation, and form of truth-telling, the cynic life puts the true currency with its true value into circulation. The cynic game shows that this life, which truly applies the principles of the true life, is other than the life led by men in general and by philosophers in particular. With this idea that the true life is the other life, I think we arrive at a particularly important point in the history of cynicism, in the history of philosophy, certainly in the history of Western ethics. 89. The precept parakarition to nomisma thus exposes the historical contingency of the existing law or norm, it prompts us to practice true life as other life and reveals ordinary life as counterfeit, coin with no value. Diogenes 8, masturbated and made love in public in order to expose the historical contingency of the law or norm. Following these scandalous acts that exposed him to danger, he tried to overthrow existing values. In this sense, the cynical practice is also the Nietzschean practice of reversing values, it transforms the way of living by reversing existing values. Cynical practice therefore constitutes a variant of the historical critique of the transcendental. And if this historical critique is realized collectively through the collective struggle 90, it will become an anti-pastoral revolution. In his lecture course Security, Territory, Population, given during the same period as his lecture What is Critique, Foucault addresses this notion of anti-pastoral revolution. Against pastoral power, which conducts the conduct of individuals in order to integrate them into the totality of the state, arise the movements of wanting to be conducted differently, or movements that seek to escape direction by others and to define the way for each to conduct himself. 91 Foucault calls pastoral governmentality conducting the conduct and resistance to this governmentality counter-conduct. 92 After discussing resistance as counter-conduct, he enigmatically asserts, there have been anti-feudal revolutions, there has never been an anti-pastoral revolution. The pastorate has not yet experienced the process of profound revolution that would have definitively expelled it from history. 93 The anti-pastoral revolution puts pastoral power definitively expelled from history. When the disubjection is achieved collectively, it becomes the anti-pastoral revolution, in which the subjects refuse to be governed in any way. 94 In What is Critique, Foucault found in modern history a critical attitude, to refuse to be governed in a particular way. And here he pushes this critical attitude to the limit in order to propose the anti-pastoral revolution, to refuse to be governed in any way. This is how Foucauldian becoming self approaches Deleuze becoming other. Foucault sought, through his turn, to construct immanence as a field of singularity. In the heterogeneity of several reflective axes coexist the passivity of subjection and the activity of critique. He tried thus to overcome the aporia of his theory of power by making an ethico-political turn. What allows him to go beyond it is the very concept of historical contingency and the construction of immanence as a field of singularity. Appendix 1. Production of the competitive. Subject, Foucault and neoliberalism. Since the 1980s, the world has been overwhelmed by neoliberal governmentality. Under the Thatcher government in the United Kingdom and the Reagan government in the United States, neoliberalism totally drove their economic policies. In Japan, neoliberalism was introduced by the Nakasone government in the 1980s and intensively developed by the Koizumi government in the 2000s. As a result of market-based economic policies, such as public sector privatization and deregulation, neoliberalism is often considered a return to classical liberalism or its modern application. 1 However, in his lecture course at Collège de France entitled The Birth of Biopolitics 2, Foucault offers a radically different analysis of the idea of neoliberalism formed since the 1930s in Germany and the United States. Paradoxically, he clarifies the significant role of state interventionism in neoliberalism. In order to make the logic of the market penetrate the whole society, a state constructs institutional frameworks by means of legislative intervention. In order to criticize the overwhelming neoliberal governmentality seen around the world, and to seek means of resistance to this governmentality, we need to understand exactly the idea and the actual development of neoliberalism. In this appendix, we will clarify the particularity of neoliberal governmentality and its subjectivity by following Foucault's analysis of neoliberalism. 1. Post-Fordist governmentality. Why did Foucault analyze neoliberalism in his 1978-79 course? In Discipline and Punish, he proposed the notion of disciplinary power through analyzing micropower. Disciplinary power normalizes subjects by mobilizing power dispositives in schools, prisons, hospitals, and factories. It is power that disciplines and normalizes subjects. In contrast, in the first volume of The History of Sexuality, Foucault proposes the notion of biopolitics, whose object is the life of the population. Biopolitics integrates an entire series of interventions and regulatory controls. 3. It is a power that targets the totality of human life and all the mechanisms of life, but it does not intervene directly on the population as disciplinary power does. Biopolitics apprehends it statistically and optimizes its environment in order to govern it. In this sense, as Foucault shows in his lecture course on Security, territory, population, it is essentially liberal governmentality, which he calls dispositives of security. Point 4. Foucault sees modern governmentality as biopower, which is a combination of disciplinary power and biopolitics. From the first volume of The History of Sexuality to the early 1980s, his research focused on the study of biopolitics and its governmental techniques. What should we understand in this theoretical shift? According to our hypothesis, it shows that governmental technique was transforming from disciplinary governmentality to neoliberal governmentality in the late 1970s. The crisis of the welfare state was already evident in the second half of the 1970s. In many developed countries that had adopted welfare state politics, the two oil crises in the 1970s deteriorated national economies and caused financial deficits that encroached on the economic foundations of public services. This degradation of the economy and financial difficulties of the welfare states prepared a shift into neoliberal governmentality that insisted on a drastic reduction of the public sector. Point 5. What interests us here is that Foucault's lecture course about neoliberalism ended just before the victory of the English Conservative Party that appointed Margaret Thatcher as British Prime Minister. Point 6. Thus, by 1978, the governmentality of the welfare state was already in crisis, and another governmentality was being formed. Foucault was no doubt aware of this transformation in governmentality. It is this diagnosis on actuality that led him to analyze biopolitics in the late 1970s. If the governmentality of the welfare state was in crisis in the second half of the 1970s, and if the shift into neoliberal governmentality began at the end of the 1970s, what is the concrete difference between these two types of governmentality? On this point, let us refer to Nancy Fraser's article entitled From Discipline to Flexibilization. Interpreting the Foucauldian notion of disciplinary power as the Fordist mode of social regulation. 7. Fraser examines the transformation in disciplinary Fordist governmentality as society had become more intensely globalized since 1989, the year of the fall of socialism. She identifies 1989 as the shifting point from disciplinary to neoliberal governmentality, while we assume that the second half of the 1970s was the shifting point. But her hypothesis is not contradictory to ours, if we understand that her formulation identifies a breaking point in 1989 in order to describe the post-Fordist system under globalization, and that the symptoms of this break had accumulated since the period of the crisis of the welfare state in the 1970s. Fordism is an economic system characterized by massive production, high wages, and massive consumption. It functioned alongside Taylorism and the Keynesian welfare state, two systems established in the 1930s and 1940s. Superimposing Fordist governmentality upon disciplinary governmentality in the Foucauldian sense, Fraser defines three characteristics of this governmentality. 1. Fordist discipline was totalizing, aimed at rationalizing all major aspects of social life, including many never before subject to deliberate organization. It sought to rationalize not only factory production but also the family and community life of their workers. 2. If Fordist discipline was totalizing, it was nevertheless socially concentrated within a national frame. Various previously discrete disciplines converged upon a new societal space within the nation-state. Called the social by Hannah Arendt and Jacques Donzelot, this was a dense nexus of overlapping apparatuses where institutions of social control became interconnected. 3. This Fordist mode of social ordering worked largely through individual self-regulation. As Foucault emphasized, advocates of social control sought to foster self-activating subjects capable of self-governance. Wagering that such subjects would be more rational, cooperative, and productive than those directly subordinated to external authority, Fordist reformers devised new organizational forms and management practices. The overall thrust was to subjectify individuals and thereby to augment their capacities for self-policing. 9. According to Fraser, the attributes of disciplinary Fordist power dispositives are the totalization of social life, social concentration within nation-state, and self-control. What, then, distinguishes the post-Fordist power dispositives that replace disciplinary Fordist power dispositives? Let us refer again to Fraser's article. 1. In the post-89 era or post-Fordist globalization, social interactions increasingly transcend the borders of states. As a result, the ordering of social relations is undergoing a major shift in scale, equivalent to denationalization and transnationalization. In the case of public health, policing, banking regulation, labor standards, environmental regulation, and counterterrorism, country-based agencies are increasingly expected to harmonize their policies with those at the transnational and international levels. Although national ordering is not disappearing, it is in the being decentered as its regulatory mechanisms become articulated with those at other levels. What is emerging, therefore, is a new type of regulatory structure, a multi-layered system of globalized governmentality whose full contours have yet to be determined. 2. In the same time, regulation is also undergoing a process of desocialization. In today's hegemonic neoliberal variant of globalization, massive, unfettered, transnational flows of capital are derailing the Keynesian project of national economic steering. The tendency is to transform the Fordist welfare state into a post-Fordist competitive state. Politics such as deregulation and privatization of social services destructures the zone of the social, formerly the heartland of Fordist discipline. 3. As Fordist discipline wanes in the face of globalization, its orientation to self-regulation tends to dissipate too. In addition, the enfeeblement of Keynesian state steering means more unemployment and less downward redistribution, hence increased inequality and social instability. The resulting vacuum is more likely to be filled by outright repression than by efforts to promote individual autonomy. 10. Fraser characterizes the particularity of post-Fordist governmentality as a multi-layered globalized system, destruction of the social, the enfeeblement of self-regulation and the return of violent repression. It is from this perspective that we must read Foucault's lecture course about neoliberalism as an attempt to analyze post-Fordist governmentality. 2. Neoliberal governmentality. Before analyzing the neoliberal governmentality problematized in the birth of biopolitics, we must define governmentality itself. This notion was introduced in the previous year's course, Security, Territory, Population, in order to analyze the governmental technique of the state in classical liberalism. 11 In the birth of biopolitics, Foucault writes, what I have proposed to call governmentality, that is to say, the way in which one conducts the conduct of men, is no more than a proposed analytical grid for power relations. 12 From this definition, we define governmentality as the way in which state power conducts individual conduct through controlling socio-economic relations. In the birth of biopolitics, Foucault analyzes two sorts of neoliberalism. One is the German neoliberalism practiced in West German politics between 1948 and 1962, the other is the neoliberal theory developed by the second generation of the Chicago School in the 1960s and 1970s. In the German neoliberal politics of the post-war period, Foucault finds a new art of government or a renewal of the liberal art of government. 13 What is this new art of government? Foucault explains. In fact, in contemporary Germany, the economy, economic development, and economic growth, produces sovereignty, its political sovereignty through the institution and institutional game that, precisely, makes this economy work. The economy produces legitimacy for the state that is its guarantor. In other words, the economy creates public law, and this is an absolutely important phenomenon, which is not entirely unique in history to be sure, but is nonetheless a quite singular phenomenon in our time. 14. Foucault affirms that a state's economic development produces its political sovereignty and political legitimacy in neoliberal governmentality. The political instance then loses its autonomy and is eroded by the economic. Let us compare this neoliberal governmentality with that of the Keynesian welfare state. According to Jacques Donzelot in L'Invention du Social, Keynesianism created the social through interventionist policies, such as social security and income redistribution, in order to reduce the opposition between capital and labor. In other words, by constantly intervening in the economic instance, the state as an autonomous political instance has generated society by articulating the economic to the social. 15 For Keynesianism, the market always includes irrationality, and the contradictions that this irrationality produces must be modified by political intervention to produce the social. On the other hand, in neoliberal governmentality, the autonomy of political instance does not exist, because the political is subjected to and eroded by the economic. The social produced by the welfare state is reduced or erased. The disappearance of the autonomy of political instance, the reduction of the social, in other words, governance by the economic, is a global tendency after 1989. We now examine the theory of German neoliberalism and relate it to the actual neoliberal situation. Between 1948 and 1962, an economic theory called ordoliberalism determined economic policy in West Germany. 16 Ordoliberalism was established by Walter Eucken and Franz Bohm, who taught at the University of Freiburg in the 1930s and founded the journal Ordo in 1948. Their ordoliberalism was strongly influenced by the theory of Wilhelm Röpke, Alexander Rustow, and Friedrich Hayek, who were exiled from Germany or Austria after the rise of Nazism. How does their theory differ from the classical liberalism? To answer this question, we must first of all define classical liberalism. Referring to the theories of physiocrats and Adam Smith, Foucault summarizes it as follows. First, the market obeys natural mechanisms. By virtue of its price control mechanism, it gives a natural and normal price to the exchanged object. In this sense, it functions as a site of veridiction that forms natural prices. 17. Second, government does not intervene in the market. If it does intervene, it is only insofar as the intervention produces interests. In other words, government does not deal with the things in themselves of governmentality, such as individuals, things, wealth, and land. 18. On these premises, Foucault clarifies the difference between classical liberalism and ordoliberalism. In the former, the market signifies free exchanges that generate an exchange value between two products. These exchanges produce the natural price in the market. On the other hand, what does the market mean to German neoliberalism? It means competition. Nevertheless, for the ordoliberals, competition is not the natural given found in the market. Foucault elaborates. This is where the ordoliberals break with the tradition of 18th and 19th century liberalism. They say, laissez-faire cannot and must not be the conclusion drawn from the principle of competition as the organizing form of the market. Why not? Because, they say, when you deduce the principle of laissez-faire from the market economy, basically you are still in the grip of what could be called a naive naturalism, that is to say, whether you define the market by exchange or by competition, you are thinking of it as a sort of given of nature, something produced spontaneously which the state must respect precisely inasmuch as it is a natural datum. But, the ordoliberals say, and here it is easy to spot the influence of Husserl, this is naive naturalism. For what in fact is competition? It is absolutely not a given of nature. The game, mechanisms, and effects of competition which we identify and enhance are not at all natural phenomena. Competition is not the result of a natural interplay of appetites, instincts, behavior, and so on. In reality, the effects of competition are due only to the essence that characterizes and constitutes it. The beneficial effects of competition are not due to a pre-existing nature, to a natural given that it brings with it. They are due to a formal privilege. Competition is an essence. Competition is an eidos. Competition is a principle of formalization. Competition has an internal logic, it has its own structure. Its effects are only produced if this logic is respected. 19. Foucault refers here to a theory of Eucken. Eucken met Husserl and learned phenomenology while teaching at the University of Freiburg. We can thus find Husserl's influence in his theory. 20 Following his phenomenological method, Husserl refrained from taking a naturalist stance and tried to construct the phenomenal world through internal perception. In the same manner, for neoliberalism, competition cannot be the natural given or the spontaneous phenomenon that a priori exists in the market. In classical liberalism, the market signifies free exchanges, through which natural values or equal prices are generated. On the other hand, to ordoliberals, the market signifies competition. Competition does not spontaneously exist, but it must be produced in a way that respects the internal logic, that is to say, by regulating the activities of individuals and organizing society. In other words, competition must be produced as a result of a government's constructive efforts. It is a principle of government of society. Basically, has to intervene on society so that competitive mechanisms can play a regulatory role at every moment and every point in society, and by intervening in this way its objective will become possible, that is to say, a general regulation of society by the market. So this will not be the kind of economic government imagined by the physiocrats, that is to say, a government which only has to recognize and observe economic laws. It is not an economic government, it is a government of society. 21. Neoliberal government constructs competitive mechanisms in every domain of society. If neoliberalism tries to organize competition that does not spontaneously exist in the market, it is not laissez-faire government, but one that intervenes in the market in order to construct competition. Hayek clarifies this neoliberal principle. It is important not to confuse opposition against this kind of planning with a dogmatic laissez-faire attitude. The liberal argument is in favor of making the best possible use of the forces of competition as a means of coordinating human efforts, not an argument for leaving things just as they are. It is based on the conviction that where effective competition can be created, it is a better way of guiding individual efforts than any other. 22. According to Hayek, the neoliberal principle never resides in laissez-faire as classical liberalism intended. Neoliberalism creates the effective competition, namely the competition by which our activities can be adjusted to each other and which organizes a society. 23. In this sense, unlike classical laissez-faire liberalism, neoliberalism is a positive liberalism or intervening liberalism that intentionally builds competition into society. 24. But if neoliberalism emphasizes the market principle, Keynesian intervention which distorts the market mechanism must be rigorously excluded. Ordoliberalism has intensely criticized Keynesian planning as well as socialist and Nazi planning for their destruction of the market mechanism. What kind of intervention, then, does ordoliberalism propose? Foucault clarifies. As a good Kantian, Eucken says, how should government intervene? It should intervene in the form of regulatory actions, that is to say, it must intervene in fact on economic processes when intervention is imperative for conjunctural reasons. The economic process always leads to temporary frictions, to modifications which risk giving rise to exceptional situations with difficulties of adaptation and more or less serious repercussions on some groups. It is necessary then, he says, not to intervene on the mechanisms of the market economy, but on the conditions of the market. 25. Neoliberal government does not intervene directly in the market mechanism. In other words, it does not intervene in the Keynesian manner, such as public investment and social security, but it intervenes on the conditions or framework of the market by establishing rules and institutions in order to regulate economic processes. 26. In this respect, let us refer to Hayek's theory. For Hayek, intervention in the conditions of the market means producing the rules of the game, namely the legal and institutional frameworks in order to create effective competition. Hayek writes, the functioning of competition not only requires adequate organization of certain institutions like money, markets, and channels of information, some of which can never be adequately provided by private enterprise, but it depends above all on the existence of an appropriate legal system, a legal system designed both to preserve competition and to make it operate as beneficially as possible. 27. For Hayek, intervention in the conditions of the market signifies producing an appropriate legal system in order to make competition work as beneficially as possible. Neoliberal governmentality as intervening liberalism is thus a governmental technique that produces effective competition in the market by intervening in juridical and institutional systems. We can reformulate Hayek's thesis from the Foucauldian point of view, neoliberal governmentality intervenes in the environment or milieu as an institutional framework. It controls individuals' activities by designing the environment. In this sense, it is a governmental technique which tries to plan a milieu in terms of events or series of events or possible elements, of series that will have to be regulated within a multivalent and transformable framework. Point 28. We can call this the power of environmental intervention, which controls individuals' desire and activities by constructing competition in the environment. In reading The Birth of Biopolitics, François Ewald points out that neoliberal governmentality produces control by producing liberty. We have to remember that Foucault makes an important distinction. Liberalism, or this kind of governmentality, is a way by means of which to produce liberty and also to produce security and control. It is absolutely not laissez-faire. And liberty, he explains, is not something to be observed like a quality or a property of man. No, liberty is what this kind of government has to produce to govern the people. I make you free, because if you are free I can better govern you. Perhaps you think that this is a very liberal sentence, but that is not so evident to me. Point 29. If we interpret this liberty as competition, we can understand that neoliberal governmentality controls the population by producing competition in the environment. In this process, neoliberal governmentality also produces inequality between economic agents. Practically since the end of the 19th century, more or less all liberal theory has accepted that the most important thing about the market is competition, that is to say, not equivalence but on the contrary inequality. It is the problem of competition and monopoly, much more than that of value and equivalence, that forms the essential armature of a theory of the market. On this point therefore the ordo-liberals do not depart in any way from the historical development of liberal thought. They take up this classical conception and the principle that competition, and only competition, can ensure economic rationality. Point 30. For neoliberal governmentality, the most important thing about the market is competition, that is to say, not equivalence but on the contrary inequality, affirms Foucault. Through this inequality, it imposes on the subject the categorical imperative to win the competition in the market, and it controls the subject's desire by this imperative. Let us note here three crucial problems caused by such a neoliberal governmental technique. The first problem relates to competition. Presupposing that competition does not exist spontaneously in the market, neoliberal government intervenes in the market in order to produce competition and inequality. For example, the abolition of lifetime employment, the increase of precarious employment and the introduction of a performance-related salary system have produced competition that did not formerly exist in the labor market. With these institutional changes, individual objectives and evaluation permanently control employees, and the labor environment is structurally precarized through the possibility of dismissal. Positive liberalism or intervening liberalism thus produces competition and inequality and thereby creates mechanisms of permanent control. The second problem is that of unemployment and the flexibilization of labor. Neoliberal governmentality does not hold full employment as an objective. An unemployed person is thus interpreted as a worker in transit between an unprofitable activity and a more profitable activity. The problem is that neoliberal governmentality accepts a certain rate of unemployment in order to produce flexibility of labor. In other words, neoliberalism intentionally produces flexibility or precarity by creating temporary employment and fixed-term contract labor in order to promote cheap labor power. This situation intensifies social divisions and instability. The social vacuum that originates in this situation could be filled by direct repression or by racist and populist politics. The third problem concerns social policy. One of the objectives of the Keynesian welfare state was income redistribution through a tax system and social security. However, neoliberal governmentality rejects this objective. The idea of relative equalization of individuals in the welfare state has been replaced by the idea of minimum income guarantees. 31 Such policy results in the privatization of the social. For example, in the welfare state, social insurance protects individuals from risks such as illness, accidents, or unemployment. Donzelot calls this policy the socialization of risk. 32 But neoliberal governmentality refuses to socialize the risk of individuals. Instead of social insurance, private as well as mutual insurance is recommended. It is an individualization of social policy. 34 The social that covered the society in the welfare state is thus reduced to the minimum. A wave of reduction of the social is extended not only to social security, but to other social services. Privatization of the social introduces the principle of competition in every domain of society, forcing the market principle even on those sectors where the pursuit of profits is not a priority. 35 All of these aspects demonstrate the neoliberal governmental technique, which fills every societal domain with the principles of competition and precariety. 3. Neoliberal subjectivity. To conclude, we will examine the structure of neoliberal subjectivity by referring to the Foucauldian interpretation of Chicago school theory. In his lecture course on neoliberalism, Foucault discusses the second generation of the Chicago school, particularly the theory of human capital by Gary Becker and Theodore Schultz. Their theory can be directly connected to the ordoliberal ideal that attempts to completely fill society with the economic. The theory of human capital is founded on an economic analysis of labor that had not been explored by classical economics. If classical economics pays attention to capital, investment, and production, the theory of human capital chooses labor as the object of economic analysis. In this theory, economic analysis is not concerned with production processes but with human behavior. For example, Becker defines economics by citing Lionel Robbins. Economics is the science of human behavior as a relationship between ends and scarce means which have mutually exclusive uses. 36 It is therefore the analysis of an individual's strategy of rational behavior. It determines how an economic agent or a worker chooses means from among scarce choices to achieve their ends. To analyze workers' behavior strategies, the theory of human capital distinguishes capital from income. Capital refers to the worker's ability or skill as a source of income. Income means the wage attributed to this capital. For example, Schultz defines human capital as follows: the distinctive mark of human capital is that it is a part of man. It is human because it is embodied in man, and capital because it is a source of future satisfactions or of future earnings, or of both. 37 Foucault analyses this definition of labor as follows. We should therefore view the whole as a machine/flow complex, say the neo-economists. It is therefore a machine-flow ensemble, and you can see that we are at the opposite extreme of a conception of labor power sold at the market price to a capital invested in an enterprise. This is not a conception of labor power, it is a conception of capital ability which, according to diverse variables, receives a certain income that is a wage, an income wage, so that the worker himself appears as a sort of enterprise for himself. 38. In the theory of human capital, work does not refer to the labor power sold to a capitalist for company production, but rather a capital ability as a worker's ability or skill. Income denotes the wage paid for this capital ability. A worker is then considered an agent who has his own capital ability and who invests it in his work in order to receive a wage. The worker thus defined is a kind of enterprise for himself. Human capital as capital ability consists of innate and acquired elements. The former are hereditary and the latter acquired through education. The formation of human capital is especially related to the latter, that is, to education or educational investments. What does this investment consist of? Foucault explains. Experimentally, on the basis of observations, we know it is constituted by, for example, the time parents devote to their children outside of simple educational activities strictly speaking. We know that the number of hours a mother spends with her child, even when it is still in the cradle, will be very important for the formation of an abilities machine, or for the formation of a human capital, and that the child will be much more adaptive if in fact its parents or its mother spend more rather than less time with him or her. This means that it must be possible to analyze the simple time parents spend feeding their children, or giving them affection as investment which can form human capital. Time spent, care given, as well as the parents' education, because we know quite precisely that for an equal time spent with their children, more educated parents will form a higher human capital than parents with less education. In short, the set of cultural stimuli received by the child will all contribute to the formation to those elements that can make up a human capital. 39. Educational investments are not purely economic. Even non-economic acts such as feeding and giving parental affection to children are interpreted as investments. This interpretation is based on the idea of substitutable choices between scarce resources. For example, these investments allocate the limited time and energy of the parents to the education of their children. The theory of human capital thus applies economic analysis to non-economic acts. It is, so to speak, a theory that considers all human acts as objects of economic analysis. The theory of human capital values mobility as a constituent of human capital. There are nevertheless many negative factors in mobility. For example, there are physical and psychological costs associated with moving from one company to another or from one occupation to another. In spite of these negative factors, why does the theory of human capital give importance to mobility? What is the function of these costs? Foucault analyses these questions as follows. In the elements making up human capital should also include mobility, that is to say, an individual's ability to move around, and migration in particular. Because migration obviously represents a material cost, since the individual will not be earning while he is moving, but there will also be a psychological cost for the individual establishing himself in his new milieu. There will also be at least a loss of earnings due to the fact that the period of adaptation will certainly prevent the individual from receiving his previous remunerations, or those he will have when he is settled. All these negative elements show that migration has a cost. What is the function of this cost? It is to obtain an improvement of status, of remuneration, and so on, that is to say, it is an investment. Migration is an investment, the migrant is an investor. He is an entrepreneur of himself who incurs expenses by investing to obtain some kind of improvement. 40. In the theory of human capital, every individual is considered an entrepreneur of himself who invests in himself and controls costs in order to improve his social status and attain high remuneration. Referring to Fraser's argument, we said previously that disciplinary self-regulation weakens in neoliberal post-Fordist governmentality. However, following this Foucauldian analysis, we can say that the disciplinary subject who controls himself through internalizing social norms is now replaced by the entrepreneur of himself, namely, the subject of self-management who regards himself as an object of investment. In other words, it is an economic subject who controls himself by internalizing the market principle or the principle of competition. Relating this economic subject to the economic concept of homo economicus, Foucault asserts, neoliberalism appears under these conditions as a return to homo economicus. 41 In economics, homo economicus designates a model of a rational man who organizes his acts in the most reasonable way to obtain the largest profit. In neoliberal governmentality, homo economicus appears as an entrepreneur of himself, being for himself his own capital, being for himself his own producer, being for himself the source of his earnings. 42 Homo economicus, in this sense, corresponds to an economic agent who transforms himself according to environmental changes. Foucault evaluates this form of neoliberal subjectivity as follows. Anne Becker's definition, which I have just given, homo economicus, that is to say, the person who accepts reality or who responds systematically to modifications in the variables of the environment, appears precisely as someone manageable, someone who responds systematically to systematic modifications artificially introduced into the environment. Homo economicus is someone who is eminently governable. 43. Foucault defines homo economicus in neoliberal governmentality as the person who accepts reality or who responds systematically to modifications in the variables of the environment. This type of subject is eminently manageable and governable insofar as he transforms himself in accordance with environmental changes. In this sense, homo economicus is the interface between power and the individual, which neoliberal power needs in order to intervene indirectly in the subject and govern it. When neoliberal governmentality constructs the principle of competition in the environment, Homo economicus tries to transform himself into a competitive subject according to his natural desire to win the competition. In this process, the individual becomes governmentalizable, that power gets a hold on him to the extent, and only to the extent, that he is a Homo economicus. That is to say, the surface of contact between the individual and the power exercised on him, and so the principle of the regulation of power over the individual, will be only this kind of grid of Homo economicus. Homo economicus is the interface of government and the individual. 44. Under this neoliberal governmentality, we are asked to internalize the principle of competition and to manage ourselves following the principle of entrepreneur of himself. We can call this a neoliberal competitive subjectivity. As we have seen, neoliberal governmentality does not intervene directly on the subject as disciplinary power does in order to normalize it, but it intervenes on the environment in order to build the principle of competition and promotes the formation of a competitive subject. This governmental technique, which we called the power of environmental intervention, adopts therefore a lower cost mechanism than disciplinary power. The structural precarization of labor and the reduction of the social promote this type of competitive subject or subject of self-management, one who internalizes the market principle, manages his career and increases his human capital in order to ameliorate his social status. In neoliberal governmentality, those who can adapt to the imposed imperative of the market climb up the social ladder, and those who cannot do so are dismissed from society. From this point of view, we can reformulate a Foucauldian definition of modern biopolitics proposed in society must be defended. Neoliberal governmentality makes live those who can adapt to the imperative of the market, and lets die those who cannot do so. 45 It thus introduces a break line between those who can live in society and those who must exist precariously. 46 How can we then resist this neoliberal governmentality that individualizes and divides us through the principle of competition? We will try to answer this question in the conclusion to Part I. Conclusion to Part I. Becoming other and becoming self. We started from an aporia of structuralist theories of power, namely from the impossibility of thinking about resistance to power. This impossibility meant suppressing the subject's productivity in relation to power and the virtual concentration of power in the formal structure as an object or, to put it another way, the radical decentration of the subject by the internalization of power. We have found two strategies to resolve this aporia. The first strategy is the economic problematic of Deleuze and Guattari, and the second strategy is the topical problematic of Foucault. Deleuze and Guattari's strategy consists in deconstructing the activity of the subject and giving impersonal power to the machinic unconscious. In Anti-Oedipus, they ruthlessly criticize Lacanian theory but never annihilate Lacan's revolutionary thesis, the decentration of the subject. For these authors, the subject is radically decentered, and the activity given by modern philosophy to the subject belongs to the unconscious. However, the unconscious is not determined, in their theory, by the desire of the other. It is the field of impersonal desire never reducible to the personal as the ego or the other. By detaching the unconscious from the personal, they free it from the Hegelo-Lacanian dialectic, that is, from the dialectic of the subject and the other which persists in Lacanian psychoanalytic theory. Pushing structuralist thought to its limit, they open up a path for resistance to power through the concept of the economic subject, namely the subject as multiplicity. If the movement of capitalism represses the dynamics of the production and consumption of energy flows through family repression, thereby seeking to construct the Oedipal topical subject, then the means of resistance to capitalism would be the following. In order to achieve disubjection collectively, the proletarians must find the productivity of desire through their struggle of interests and transform the hierarchical and vertical subjected group into a horizontal and transversal subject group. This subject group formation will achieve the reversal of power such that desiring production subjects social production and yet does not destroy it. 1 Deleuze and Guattari's strategy of resistance is thus based on becoming other, namely the transformation of the subjected group into a subject group, and on the economic problematic of impersonal desire. In contrast, the Foucauldian strategy of resistance to power involves pushing the topical problematic to its limits and remaining there, and in making the transcendental instance heterogeneous. Through his care towards an ethical thematization, Foucault redefines the transcendental system as a heterogeneity in which immanence and internalized power coexist. Only then will the former be able to criticize the disciplinarity of the latter. This modification of the definition allows the subjected subject to criticize power relations. However, since the subject is produced and reproduced by power dispositives, he cannot be completely freed from power relations. The practice of desubjection will therefore consist in constantly criticizing actual power relations in order to transform the subjected ego into an ethical self. We have called this attempt becoming self. In this sense, Foucault's strategy of resistance to power designates a persistent historico-reflective critique. The philosophy of actuality and the notion of historical contingency allow the becoming of the subject. For Deleuze and Guattari, it is the economic problematic of impersonal desire that can theorize the impersonal power of becoming. Foucault, for his part, remains in the topical problematic by ensuring the becoming in another way, namely by introducing historical contingency. In contemporary neoliberal society, power forces us to accept the total competitive environment. Through this neoliberal governmentality, it individualizes us in order to deprive us of the possibility of solidarity. Keynesian capitalism, established in the 1930s, gave workers the food, housing, and medicine to continue working, and for those who could not work, it gave social security to support them collectively. It thus reproduced workers and kept them alive in order to exploit them. In contrast, neoliberal capitalism, which has covered the whole world since the end of socialism in 1989, has no intention of supporting workers in order to exploit them. Neoliberalism cuts wages and indebts workers, and it seeks profit even through this indebtedness. It thus pushes the workers to the point where the reproduction of labor power is no longer possible. It therefore does not profit from exploitation, but from expropriation. In this economico-political situation, we must choose both the Foucauldian strategy and the Deleuze-Guattarian strategy. By revealing the effects of neoliberal power in the subjected subject in a reflective manner, we must organize the collective anti-neoliberal struggle, and through this struggle of interests, we must form the desubjected subject group of the schizos that detaches their desiring production from the pursuit of interests. Point 2. In his lecture course Security, Territory, Population, devoted to a meticulous analysis of liberal governmentality, Foucault enigmatically asserted, there has never been an anti-pastoral revolution. Point 3. If pastoral power means the power that conducts the conduct of individuals in order to integrate them into totality like the state and the market, resistance to power should not be a simple individual resistance, but an anti-pastoral revolution which transforms the pastoral structure into a collective autonomous subjectivity. In Part 2, we examine the theory of structural transformation as social revolution in Althusser and Derrida. Althusser reflected on the becoming of social formation itself, relying on an actual contingency. In a 1978 text, he asserts that Marxist theory is inscribed within and limited to the actual phase 5 and continues as follows. Only a finite theory can be really open to contradictory tendencies, which it detects in capitalist society, and open to their aleatory becoming, open to the unforeseeable surprises which have never ceased to mark the history of the workers' movement, open therefore attentive, and capable of taking seriously and accounting in time the incorrigible imagination of history. Point 6. If the aleatory becoming of social formation is caused by contradictions and contingency in social formation, we can interpret this theory of contingency as that of the causality of structural change. To examine it, we will consider, in Part 2, the question of contingency and structural alteration. Part 2. Becoming of the structure, Althusser and Derrida. 4. Death drive, contingency and resistance. Introduction to Part 2. One of the theoretical contributions of structuralism is the renewal of the theory of temporality, which understands historical time no longer in terms of linear continuity but in terms of radical discontinuity. For example, Michel Foucault presents, in The Order of Things, the concept of episteme and suggests rethinking the history of ideas as a succession of epistemes, between which exists a radical rupture. He calls such rupture a mutation of the episteme, or quite simply an event, but he says nothing about the causality of this mutation or event. At the end of the 18th century, for example, the representative discourse which dominated knowledge in the classical age was suddenly replaced by man, who became the object to know and the subject who knows. One episteme disappears and another appears, that is all. In contrast, Althusser tried to theorize the causality of structural becoming. Discussing the problem of the eruption of the new structure, he explains, in a 1966 text, that the new structure, once it has erupted by rupture with the previous one, reproduces itself atemporally. It operates in a closed circuit, in the mode of atemporality, far from being subject to the temporality of chronology, that is, of simple temporal succession, or historicity in the common sense. Althusser calls this reproduction of the structure synchronic reproduction. Point 1. This theorization is closely related to his famous theory of ideology, according to which the dominant ideology subjects the subject by suppressing his power of resistance, reproducing social relations atemporally. In this sense, synchronic reproduction refers to the fixation of social relations, and the subjection of the subject by the dominant ideology inculcated in it by the ideological apparatuses of the state. Point 2. But how, then, can the social structure provided by this synchronic reproduction be altered? Under this problematic, we examine, in this second part, the question of structural transformation and contingency in Althusser and Derrida. According to our hypothesis, they share certain theoretical motifs. First, they reflect on the question of rupture and structural change in relation to contingency. Second, they theorize through the critical alteration of psychoanalytic theory. This is not a simple critique, but a deconstruction and alteration of psychoanalytic theory in order to conceptualize the relationship between rupture and contingency. Our reflection on this attempt will lead us to the crucial problems for psychoanalysis. In this fourth chapter, we address the problem of structural alteration in Derrida in its relation to the death drive. Why integrate this notion of the death drive into our reflection? Because in Derrida, the question of resistance is theorized around the two completely antinomic aspects of the death drive that threatens human life and the death drive that defends the subject against this cruelty of the drive itself. To deal with the problem of resistance and contingency in Derrida, we cannot avoid reflecting on these two antinomic aspects. In exploring the difference between Lacan and Derrida on the interpretation of the Freudian notion of drive, we first note that the Lacanian theorization constitutes an obstacle to the conceptualization of the question of contingency and structural alteration. We then demonstrate that, in Derrida, the deconstruction of the Lacanian theory of the drive is essential to present the notions of resistance and rupture, even the strategy of resistance. This chapter therefore mainly develops the notion of contingency and its relationship with rupture. In the fifth and sixth chapters, this Derridian deconstruction of psychoanalysis is superimposed with certain differences on the critique of ideology and on the attempt to produce Althusser's general theory of structural becoming. 4.1 Lacanian thing. In Seminar on the Purloined Letter, Lacan, in examining the problem of memorization, recollection, and the compulsion to repeat, refers to the Freudian theoretical path that develops from Project for a Scientific Psychology through Beyond the Pleasure Principle to A Note upon the Mystic Writing Pad. This reference to Freudian texts, which were relatively unknown at the time, coincides curiously with that of Derrida in Freud and the Scene of Writing. Point 4 The fact that Derrida had not then read this Lacan Seminar 5 arouses all the more our curiosity. Point 6 But, in fact, this coincidence illuminates the radical difference in their theoretical positions around the Freudian notion of drive. It is, first of all, this theoretical difference that we seek to elucidate. This perspective requires reflection on the notion of the death drive and its two antinomic aspects in Freud and Derrida. This examination will finally lead us to the thematic of resistance to state cruelty and rupture in Derrida. We start with Lacan, who writes in the seminar. For it is his inaugural discovery that Freud reaffirms in it, namely, the conception of memory implied by his unconscious. The new facts provide him with an occasion to restructure that conception in a more rigorous manner by giving it a generalized form, but also to reopen his problematic to combat the decline, which one could sense already at that time, seen in the fact that people were taking its effects as a simple preggiven. What is revamped here was already articulated in the project, in which Freud's divination traced the avenues his research would force him to go down. The psi system, a predecessor of the unconscious, manifests its originality therein, in that it is unable to satisfy itself except by refinding an object that has been fundamentally lost. 7. The psi system, a predecessor of the unconscious, writes Lacan, manifests in Project for a Scientific Psychology its originality therein, in that it is unable to satisfy itself except by refinding an object that has been fundamentally lost. According to Project, the psi system, impermeable neurons, is the vehicle of memory, and so probably of psychic processes in general. It is opposed to both the phi system, permeable neurons, in the service of perception, and to the omega system, which is excited along with perception, but not along with reproduction, and whose states of excitation give rise to the various qualities, that is to say, conscious sensations. 8 Unlike the phi system and omega system, the psi system is the vehicle of psychic processes in general, because it corresponds to the archives of unconscious memory. The latter therefore has a close relationship with the experience of satisfaction or the image of object memory that produced it. In the chapter on Befriedigung zur Lubnis, Freud clearly affirms the relation between the mechanism of the psi system and that of the experience of satisfaction. 9 But, curiously, we do not find the expression refinding an object that has been fundamentally lost. The very word Wiederzufinden Lacan designates it, in a text, as being the original term for refine. 10 Does not exist in the project. What, then, does this Lacanian thesis mean? Let us refer to the seminar The Ethics of Psychoanalysis. In a session entitled Rereading of the Entwurf, Lacan deals with the Freudian concept of Nebenmensch. 11 The subject's experience of satisfaction is entirely dependent on the other, on the one whom Freud designates in a very beautiful expression, the Nebenmensch. It is through the intermediary of the Nebenmensch as speaking subject that everything that has to do with the thought processes is able to take shape in the subjectivity of the subject. 12 The Nebenmensch designates the mother as the other, who is, writes Freud, simultaneously the first satisfying object and further his first hostile object, as well as his sole helping power. 13 From this point of view, Freud approaches the problem of the establishment of judgment and recognition. Thus the complex of the Nebenmensch falls apart into two components, of which one makes an impression by its constant structure and stays together as thing, while the other can be understood by the activity of memory, that is, can be traced back to information from own body. 14. The Nebenmensch is divided into two components, a part that the subject can recognize by the activity of memory and another part which evades judgment. Freud calls the latter the thing. What we call things are residues which evade being judged. 15 Lacan comments on this passage from Freud. The Ding is the element that is initially isolated by the subject in his experience of the Nebenmensch as being by its very nature alien, fremd. The complex of the object is in two parts. There is a division, a difference in the approach to judgment. Everything in the object that is quality can be formulated as an attribute. It belongs to the investment of the psi system and constitutes the primitive Vorstellungen around which the destiny of all that is controlled according to the laws of lust and unlust, of pleasure and unpleasure, will be played out in what might be called the primary emergence of the subject. Das Ding is something entirely different. 16. According to Lacan, the Ding is the alien, the fremd for the subject in his experience of the Nebenmensch. By isolating this fremd, the subject constitutes the primitive representations that motivate desire. What controls desire is therefore this original division of the experience of reality. 17 Lacan goes on to quote another text by Freud, Negation. The first and most immediate goal of the test of reality is not to find in a real perception an object which corresponds to the one which the subject represents to himself at that moment, but to re-find it, to confirm that it is still present in reality. Point 18. The question here is whether what is represented really exists. What is unreal, merely represented and subjective, is only internal. What is real is also there outside. Point 19. The purpose of the reality testing therefore consists in judging whether the thing Freud defines it, in this text, as an object of satisfaction. 20. Exists not only as a representation, but also in reality. Freud continues, it is evident that a precondition for the setting up of reality testing is that objects shall have been lost which once brought real satisfaction. Point 21. This precise point finally allows us to understand Lacan's thesis: the psi system is unable to satisfy itself except by refinding an object that has been fundamentally lost. He comments on Freud's previous quote as follows. The whole progress of the subject is then oriented around the Ding as fremd, strange and even hostile on occasion, or in any case the first outside. It is clearly a probing form of progress that seeks points of reference, but with relation to what? With the world of desires. It demonstrates that something is there after all, and that to a certain extent it may be useful. Yet useful for what? For nothing other than to serve as points of reference in relation to the world of wishes and expectations. It is turned toward that which helps on certain occasions to reach das Ding. That object will be there when in the end all conditions have been fulfilled. It is, of course, clear that what is supposed to be found cannot be refound. It is in its nature that the object as such is lost. It will never be refound. Something is there while one waits for something better, or worse, but which one wants. The world of our experience, the Freudian world, assumes that it is this object, das Ding, as the absolute other of the subject, that one is supposed to refind. It is to be found at the most as something missed. One doesn't find it, but only its pleasurable associations. It is in this state of wishing for it and waiting for it that, in the name of the pleasure principle, the optimum tension will be sought. Below that there is neither perception nor effort. Point 22. According to Lacan, the subject's desire is determined and motivated by the original experience of the satisfaction that the other brings as Ding. But this experience is fundamentally lost by the prohibition of incest. The subject is therefore forced into seeking to refine the object of satisfaction in the other object. Yet, it will always be missing something. Point 23. This lack will motivate the desire in the name of the pleasure principle. It is therefore the lack that forces the subject to repeat in vain the search for the lost object. In Project, Freud defined the thing as an unrecognizable part of the object, of the other. But Lacan interprets the thing as other, which indeed is the object of desire but remains unapproachable. It will appear as lack of being in the subject. Lacan also calls the thing the real. If the thing were not fundamentally veiled, we wouldn't be in the kind of relationship to it that obliges us, as the whole of psychic life is obliged, to encircle it or bypass it in order to conceive it. Wherever it affirms itself, it does so in domesticated spheres. That is why the spheres are defined thus: it always presents itself as a veiled entity. Let's say today that if the thing occupies the place in the psychic constitution that Freud defined on the basis of the thematics of the pleasure principle, this is because the thing is that which in the real, the primordial real, I will say, suffers from the signifier, and you should understand that it is a real that we do not yet have to limit, the real in its totality, both the real of the subject and the real he has to deal with as exterior to him. Point 25. This is how the thing belongs to the real as the radical exteriority of the subject. It always presents itself as a veiled entity insofar as it is the traumatic that one can neither represent nor internalize. It is around this unrepresentable lack that the subject's desire is organized and the subject itself is formed. In Seminar on the Purloined Letter, Lacan tried to explain the dialectic of desire and lack through the theory of the signifier, which is summarized as follows: a letter always arrives at its destination. Point 26. Derrida clearly interprets this enigmatic phrase in Le Facteur de la Vérité. In Lacan's Seminar, the letter, writes Derrida, corresponds to the phallus as a signifier of lack, or to the veiled castration truth. Point 27. The Lacanian thesis regarding the letter therefore designates the formation of the subject by the lack, in other words, the itinerary of the deeder which leads from whole to whole, from the whole to itself, and which therefore has a circular form. Point 28. Thus, the signifier of lack, signifier of signifiers, affirms the unity of the signifying chain, namely, the unity of desire. It is a transcendental signifier that organizes all the signifiers around the lack. Point 29. The organization of desire by the transcendental signifier is an extremely refined formalization of the second Freudian topic developed around the Oedipal relationship. What Derrida calls the most rigorous philosophy of psychoanalysis today, the most rigorous Freudian philosophy 30 refers exactly to this formalization of Freudian theory, to this transcendental system of lack. The route followed by the reasoning of the seminar on the ethics of psychoanalysis can therefore be summarized as follows. Lacan begins with an economic point of view, discusses the problem of the compulsion to repeat and finally graphs it on the Oedipal relationship. The course of this seminar clearly shows the characteristics of Lacanian theory in the 1950s and 1960s, in which the economic point of view is finally reduced to the transcendental system of lack. 4.2 Economics of difference. Let us move on to the case of Derrida. In Freud and the Scene of Writing, he deals with the Freudian problem of memory as it develops from project to a note upon the mystic writing pad via the interpretation of dreams. What he finds there is the theme of writing, not of the signifier and of the trace. We will deliberate mainly on his reading of Project, where Freud reflects on the question of the inscription of memory in neurons. What Derrida notices is precisely the breaching between neurons and the resistance that it produces. Breaching, the tracing of a trail, opens up a conducting path, which presupposes a certain violence and a certain resistance to effraction. The path is broken, cracked, fracta, breached. Now there would be two kinds of neurons: the permeable neurons, which offer no resistance and thus retain no trace of impression, would be the perceptual neurons; other neurons, which would oppose contact barriers to the quantity of excitation, would thus retain the printed trace. They thus afford a possibility of representing memory. This is the first representation, the first staging of memory. Freud attributes psychical quality only to these latter neurons. They are the vehicles of memory and so probably of psychical processes in general. Memory, thus, is not a psychical property among others, it is the very essence of the psyche, resistance, and precisely, thereby, an opening to the effraction of the trace. 31. The permeable neurons offer no resistance and do not retain any trace of impressions. On the other hand, the impermeable neurons accompany, by their contact barriers, resistance during the breaching of excitation. 32. The mechanism of the inscription of memory consists of this breaching, which Freud will later call the memory trace. 33. The essence of memory, even of psychic events, therefore resides in this system of breaching and resistance. But in addition to this process, a difference between the breachings must intervene so that memory is established. An equality of resistance to breaching, or an equivalence of the breaching forces, would eliminate any preference in the choice of itinerary. Memory would be paralyzed. It is the difference between breaches which is the true origin of memory, and thus of the psyche. Only this difference enables a pathway to be preferred. Memory is represented by the differences in the facilitations of the psi neurons. We then must not say that breaching without difference is insufficient for memory, it must be stipulated that there is no pure breaching without difference. Trace as memory is not a pure breaching that might be reappropriated at any time as simple presence, it is rather the ungraspable and invisible difference between breaches. We thus already know that psychic life is neither the transparency of meaning nor the opacity of force but the difference within the exertion of forces. 34. Memory makes the difference between the breachings. In other words, the difference between the resistances, which the breachings bring about, produces the psyche itself. There is no memory, nor even a psyche, without resistance when the exciting quantity is transferred between neurons. For if no difference is established between resistances or breachings, there can be no difference between memories. The essence of the psyche therefore resides in the difference within the exertion of forces. This proposition allows Derrida to reinterpret the difference in the psyche in terms of difference. All these differences in the production of the trace may be reinterpreted as moments of differing. In accordance with a motif which will continue to dominate Freud's thinking, this movement is described as the effort of life to protect itself by deferring a dangerous investment, that is, by constituting a reserve. The threatening expenditure or presence are deferred with the help of breaching or repetition. Is this not already the deter which institutes the relation of pleasure to reality? Is it not already death at the origin of a life which can defend itself against death only through an economy of death, through deferment, repetition, reserve? For repetition does not happen to an initial impression, its possibility is already there, in the resistance offered the first time by the psychical neurons. Resistance itself is possible only if the opposition of forces lasts and is repeated at the beginning. 35. For Lacan, repetition is produced by the lack of being, while for Derrida, it is the resistance during the breaching that leads to the repetition. Resistance limits the permeability of the exciting amount, defers the investment, and causes repetition. Derrida finds here a dominant motif in Beyond the Pleasure Principle, in which Freud writes, "The aim of all life is death, but the living organism struggles most energetically against events which might help it to attain its life's aim rapidly by a kind of short circuit." Here we recognize a lengthening of the road to death. 36 Deferral of investment under the effect of resistance is the effort of life to protect itself by deferring a dangerous investment. In this sense, the difference constitutes the essence of life. 37. It is now possible for us to understand Derrida's fundamental strategy in his interpretation of Freud, reading Freudian economics according to that of difference and resistance. To qualify this Freudian system, he would later use the term restance. The system of inscription such as writing and trace signifies, for Derrida, that of difference and resistance. The lack is not to be found in this system. Life resists death, and death is deferred. Memory as memory trace resists lack, and meaning is deferred. It is from this perspective that we will interpret Derrida's Le Facteur de la Vérité. In this extremely dense text, Derrida constantly questions Lacan's thesis that a letter always arrives at its destination. But why does the letter always arrive at its destination? What supports the effectiveness of this thesis is the singularity and materiality of the signifier, namely the indivisibility of the letter. Now, for the signifier to be kept in its letter and thus to make its return, it is necessary that in its letter it does not admit partition, that one cannot say some letter, but only a letter, letters, the letter. If it were divisible, it could always be lost en route. To protect against this possible loss, the statement about the materiality of the signifier, that is, about the signifier's indivisible singularity, is constructed. This materiality, deduced from an indivisibility found nowhere, in fact corresponds to an idealization. Only the ideality of a letter resists destructive division. Cut a letter in small pieces, and it remains the letter it is. Since this cannot be said of empirical materiality, it must imply an ideality. This alone permits the singularity of the letter to be maintained. If this ideality is not the content of meaning, it must be either a certain ideality of the signifier, or the point de capitan which staples the signifier to the signified. The latter hypothesis conforms more closely to the system. This system is in fact the system of the ideality of the signifier. 39. The materiality of the signifier designates the signifier's indivisible singularity, which is not empirical materiality, but in fact an ideality. It is the singularity and indivisibility of the signifier that allows the letter to maintain a transcendental position, which allows it to organize all the other signifiers under the effect of lack. In this sense, the phallus is, as a transcendental signifier, the point de capitan which hooks all signifiers to the signifier of castration truth. On the other hand, if the letter is divisible, the organization of desire by the singular signifier is not established. The signifying chain then becomes multiple and the transcendental system of lack dissolves. Derrida writes as follows. The remaining structure of the letter is that contrary to what the seminar says in its last words, a letter can always not arrive at its destination. Its materiality and topology are due to its divisibility, its always possible partition. It can always be fragmented without return, and the system of the symbolic, of castration, of the signifier, of the truth, of the contract, etc., always attempts to protect the letter from this fragmentation. Not that the letter never arrives at its destination, but it belongs to the structure of the letter to be capable, always, of not arriving. And without this threat, the circuit of the letter would not even have begun. But with this threat, the circuit can always not finish. Here dissemination threatens the law of the signifier and of castration as the contract of truth. It broaches/breaches the unity of the signifier, that is, of the phallus. 40. Here Derrida opposes the Lacanian thesis against another: a letter can always not arrive at its destination. By sticking to the metaphoricity of the sentence 41 we can interpret it at least in two different ways. 1. The Lacanian interpretation 42. If the Lacanian thesis is based on the indivisibility of the letter, what supports the Derridian thesis is the divisibility of the letter, its always possible partition. The divisibility of the letter or of the phallus threatens the stability of the transcendental system itself that organizes desire through the singular signifier. In Envoys, Derrida designates the fatal partition or the capacity not to arrive 43 of the letter as a chance or toque. Finally, a chance, if you will, if you yourself can, and if you have it, the chance. The mischance of this chance is that in order to be able not to arrive, it must bear within itself a force and a structure, a straying of the destination, such that it must also not arrive in any way. Even in arriving, the letter takes itself away from the arrival/at arrival. It arrives elsewhere, always several times. You can no longer take hold of it. It is the structure of the letter which demands this. I have said it elsewhere, delivered to a factor subject to the same law. The letter demands this, right here, and you too, you demand it. 44. Recall that toque signifies, in Lacan, a traumatic encounter with the unassimilable, which brings the lack to the subject. 45. In this sense, the Lacanian toque constitutes a motor capable of constructing the transcendental system of lack, namely the subject itself. On the other hand, the Derridian toque threatens, as a chance or a capacity not to arrive, this transcendental system under the effect of the fatal partition of the letter, of the phallus. It is precisely the unheimlich which threatens the stability of the transcendental system. 46. Here, we must ask a more fundamental question: what is the signifier in Lacan? In his seminar on the ethics of psychoanalysis, Lacan compares the signifier to the representative representation. 47. According to his own reference, let us consult Freud's The Unconscious. A drive can never become an object of consciousness, only the representation that represents the drive can. Even in the unconscious, moreover, a drive cannot be represented otherwise than by a representation. If the drive did not attach itself to a representation or manifest itself as an affective state, we could know nothing about it. 48. The Vorstellungsrepresentans thus represents the drive in the unconscious. In other words, it inscribes the drive in the unconscious. 49. The drive only exists through this inscription, this representation. Since it is neither psychic nor somatic, it is the concept of demarcation between the psychic and the somatic. 50. On the other hand, this inscription is at the very origin of the formation of the unconscious. Here is what Freud writes on this subject in Repression: we have reason to assume that there is a primal repression, a first phase of repression, which consists in the psychical representation of the drive being denied entrance into the conscious. With this a fixation is established, the representation in question persists unaltered from then onwards and the drive remains attached to it. 51. The mechanism of the organization of the unconscious therefore means repressing the representative representation of the drive and inscribing it in the unconscious. From there, we could say that Lacan considers as a castration this primal inscription of the drive in the unconscious by calling phallus the representative representation inscribed there. However, for Derrida, there is not a single primal inscription, but, rather, multiple inscriptions. 52 These multiple inscriptions will threaten the singularity of the phallus and can disrupt the order of the transcendental system of lack. He calls these inscriptions dissemination. 53 It is strictly in the sense that dissemination broaches/breaches the unity of the signifier, namely, of the phallus. It is the change, the contingency, or the unheimlich which threatens the stability of the system itself and which can disturb it. With this perspective, we will return later to the problem of the alteration of structure as a static system. 54. 2. The Freudian interpretation. The Derridian thesis signifies the remaining structure of the letter or its internal drifting. The letter can remain as rest ants in its journey and drift. 55 This is a mechanism by which the letter's path is diverted and delayed. We must interpret here the destination to mean destiny, and the Schickensgeschick, to speak of Postvorgeschick, to say that every envoy is postal, that the destinal posts itself. 56 In other words, we must read the term destiny as death. Jennett said that his theatre was addressed to the dead, and I take it like that on the train in which I am going, writing you without end. The addressees are dead, the destination is death, no, not in the sense of S or PS predication, according to which we would be destined to die, no, not in the sense in which to arrive at our destination, for us mortals, is to end by dying. No, the very idea of destination includes analytically the end of death, like a predicate included in the subject of destination, the addressee, or the addresser. And you are, my love, unique, the proof, the living proof precisely, that a letter can always not arrive at its destination, and that therefore it never arrives. And this is really how it is not a misfortune, that's life, living life, beaten down, tragedy, by the still surviving life. 57. If the destination of the letter is death, we can therefore affirm that the remaining structure of the letter or its internal drifting is the mechanism of resistance and difference which defers death as destination and dangerous investment. To post is to send by counting with a halt, a relay, or a suspensive delay, the place of a mailman, the possibility of going astray and of forgetting. 58 Writes Derrida. Posting is therefore the mechanism of delay and difference of the drive, of relay and connection between drives. Based on this metaphorical series, we are going to reinterpret beyond the pleasure principle. 4.3 Primacy of masochism. In Beyond the Pleasure Principle, Freud develops a speculation, the hypothesis of the death drive. But why does he call it speculation? This certainly does not mean that the death drive is reduced to a simple unobservable and unverifiable hypothesis, since it is based on observed material. 59 That is, on the compulsion to repeat. In The Economic Problem of Masochism, he identifies the death drive with masochism. The existence of a masochistic tendency in the human life of drive may justly be described as mysterious from the economic point of view. For if psychic processes are governed by the pleasure principle in such a way that their first aim is the avoidance of unpleasure and the obtaining of pleasure, masochism is incomprehensible. If pain and unpleasure can be not simply warnings but actually aims, the pleasure principle is paralyzed. It is as though the watchman over our mental life were put out of action by a drug. Thus masochism appears to us in the light of a great danger, which is in no way true of its counterpart, sadism. We are tempted to call the pleasure principle the watchman over our life rather than merely over our mental life. But in that case we are faced with the task of investigating the relationship of the pleasure principle to the two classes of drives which we have distinguished, the death drives and the erotic life drives, and we cannot proceed further in our consideration of the problem of masochism till we have accomplished that task. 60. According to Freud, the masochistic tendency is economically enigmatic, since it is contrary to the pleasure principle that is said to dominate psychic processes. Within the framework of his first theory of drives, Freud relied on a dichotomy, ego drives and sexual drives. He defined the former as self-preservation drives and the latter as object-directed libidinal drives 61 and saw both as under the mastery of the pleasure principle from the perspective of desire fulfillment. Even sadism is found, from this same perspective, under the pleasure principle. However, in the death drive and masochism, pain and displeasure can be aims. Freud constructs his psychoanalytic theory under the mastery of the pleasure principle, which is, so to speak, the first principle of psychoanalysis. But masochism totally contradicts this proposition. It therefore appears in the light of a great danger for psychoanalytic theory itself. We must then reflect on the destiny of the enigmatic phenomenon of masochism in Freudian theory. In Tribuendi Triebschicksal, Freud characterizes the reversal into the opposite and the turning round upon the subject's own self as the destiny of drive. In sadism and masochism, the reversal into the opposite corresponds to that of a drive from activity to passivity, and the turning round upon the subject's own self corresponds to the change of object and the reversal on the subject's own self. Masochism is precisely sadism turned round upon the subject's own ego. 62 Freud describes these two processes thusly. In the case of the pair of opposites, sadism, masochism, the process may be represented as follows. Sadism consists in the exercise of violence or power upon some other person as object. This object is abandoned and replaced by the subject's self. With the turning round upon the self, the change from an active to a passive aim of drive is also effected. An extraneous person is once more sought as object. This person, in consequence of the alteration which has taken place in the aim, has to take over the role of the subject. Case is what is commonly termed masochism. Here, too, satisfaction follows along the path of the original sadism, the passive ego placing itself back in fantasy in its first role, which has now in fact been taken over by the extraneous subject. Whether there is, besides this, a more direct masochistic satisfaction is highly doubtful. An original masochism, not derived from sadism in the described manner, seems not to be met with. 63. Freud specifies that masochism is derived from sadism in such a way that the object is abandoned and replaced by the subject's self, and that the turning round upon the self, the change from an active to a passive aim of drive, is effected. From this, he deduces that an original masochism, not derived from sadism, does not seem to exist. We must emphasize here that this deduction has a precise meaning. By taking masochism for a phenomenon derived from sadism, he can keep mastery of the pleasure principle as the first principle of his psychoanalytic theory. However, in the economic problem of masochism, Freud proposes a completely opposite hypothesis to the former. He asserts that an original masochism exists. If one is prepared to overlook a little inexactitude, it may be said that the death drive which is operative in the organism original sadism is identical with masochism. After the main portion of it has been transposed outwards onto objects, there remains inside, as a residuum of it, the original erotogenic masochism, which on the one hand has become a component of the libido and, on the other, still has the self as its object. This masochism would thus be evidence of, and a remainder from, the phase of development in which the coalescence, which is so important for life, between the death drive and eros took place. We shall not be surprised to hear that in certain circumstances the sadism, or destruction drive, which has been directed outwards, projected, can be once more introjected, turned inwards, and in this way regress to its earlier situation. If this happens, a secondary masochism is produced, which is added to the original masochism. 64. Here, Freud calls the death drive original masochism if one is prepared to overlook a little inexactitude. 65 The original masochism can be turned outwards, and again introjected, turned inwards, thus regressing to its previous situation. In this modification of the hypothesis, the assumption of a beyond of the pleasure principle plays a determining role. In beyond the pleasure principle, Freud affirms, masochism could also be a primary. 66 In other words, the speculative hypothesis of the primacy of masochism is invoked by the very supposition of a beyond, that is, of the death drive. This drive will therefore be found beyond the first principle of psychoanalytic theory, beyond the mastery of the pleasure principle. It is, so to speak, beyond psychoanalytic theory. It is in this sense that Freud calls the death drive a speculation. The introduction of the concept of the death drive makes it possible to formulate the hypothesis of the primacy of masochism. But what exactly does original masochism or the primacy of masochism mean? Or, to put it another way, why can self-aggression be primary in the human subject? Let us now reflect on the phenomenon of the compulsion to repeat. According to Freud, the compulsion to repeat also recalls from the past experiences which include no possibility of pleasure, and which can never, even long ago, have brought satisfaction even to drive impulses which have since been repressed. 67 It obliges the subject to passively repeat the repressed material as a contemporary experience instead of remembering it voluntarily. 68 In relation to the compulsion to repeat, Freud discusses the protection against stimuli in Chapter 4 of Beyond. The living organism is supplied with its own store of energy and must above all endeavor to preserve the special modes of transformation of energy operating in it against the effects threatened by the enormous energies at work in the external world, effects which tend towards a leveling out of them and hence towards destruction. 69 To this end, it possesses protection against stimuli and defends itself from destructive external energies. However, traumatic excitations are powerful enough to break through the protection, and an event as an external trauma is bound to provoke a disturbance on a large scale in the functioning of the organism's energy and to set in motion every defensive measure. In such cases, the pleasure principle is for the moment put out of action. 70 When every defensive measure is set in motion, control of the pleasure principle is momentarily suspended. We can detect here a reserve on Freud's part, even if the beyond of the pleasure principle is released, mastery of the pleasure principle, this first principle of psychoanalysis, is only suspended and does not collapse. But every defensive measure certainly refers to the force of the beyond as compulsion to repeat. By what mechanism, though, is every defensive measure constituted against traumatic excitations? We will find that in the course of developing this reflection, Freud gradually removes the limit between the notions of pleasure/unpleasure. 71. In Chapter 2 of Beyond, he deals with the famous theme of the THIRD-WORLDism. A little child throws a reel over the edge of his curtained cot, where it disappears, while that he pronounces THIRD, he then pulled the reel out of the cot again by the string and hailed its reappearance with a joyful da. 72 Interpreting this child's play scene, Freud continually returns to the pleasure principle. He notices, identifying the reel with the mother of the child, that THIRD means the painful experience, namely the mother's absence, and da means the mother's joyful return. At that point, he asks, how then does his repetition of this distressing experience as a game fit in with the pleasure principle? 73 His response is the following: the child was in a passive situation, he was overpowered by the experience, but, by repeating it, unpleasurable though it was, as a game, he took on an active part. 74 In other words, the THIRD-WORLDism is the voluntary and active repetition of the painful experience. He deduces then that this game would come from the drive for mastery or from the drive to revenge his mother. 75 From this, Freud concludes, the child may only have been able to repeat his unpleasant experience in play because the repetition carried along with it a yield of pleasure of another sort but nonetheless a direct one. 76 This yield of pleasure of another sort but nonetheless a direct one comes from the fulfillment of the drive for mastery or the drive to revenge, namely, from the drive to aggression turned outwards. Freud insists here on the idea that this repetition of the game is reconciled with the pleasure principle. However, if we apply the schema of the economic problem of masochism to it, what appears here is rather the outwardly turned death drive, thus becoming a sadistic drive. The compulsion to repeat is distinguished from the THIRD-WORLDism game insofar as it passively repeats the painful experience. In this repetition, the death drive, which is more original than mastery of the pleasure principle, operates without reserve. After discussing the protection against stimuli, Freud puts forward a hypothesis in Chapter 4. If dreams of accident neurosis so regularly lead patients back to the situation of the accident, they are certainly not thereby at the service of the fulfillment of wishes, even if the hallucinatory production of wishes became their function under the domination of the pleasure principle. We may assume, rather, that dreams are here helping to carry out another task, which must be accomplished before the dominance of the pleasure principle can even begin. These dreams are endeavoring to master the stimulus retrospectively, by developing the anxiety whose omission was the cause of the traumatic neurosis. They thus afford us a view of a function of the psychic apparatus which, though it does not contradict the pleasure principle, is nevertheless independent of it and seems to be more original than the purpose of gaining pleasure and avoiding unpleasure. 77. Dreams of accident neurosis are endeavoring to master the stimulus retrospectively, by developing the anxiety. In Chapter 2, Freud distinguishes anxiety from fright. The term anxiety refers to a particular state of expecting the danger or preparing for it, even though it may be an unknown one. The term fright refers to the state a person gets into when he has run into danger without being prepared for it. Here is something about anxiety that protects its subject against fright and so against fright neuroses. 78. In other words, it is because the subject is not preparing for a dangerous situation that he is seized with fear, with traumatic impressions. Against these impressions, the compulsion to repeat seeks to form anguish retroactively. It therefore aims to ensure the psychic binding of traumatic impressions. 79. In Chapter V, Freud finally recognizes that the game of THIRD-WORLDISM responds to the same mechanism as the compulsion to repeat. In the case of children's play, we seem to see that children repeat even unpleasant experience for the additional reason that they acquire a much more radical mastery of strong impression thoroughly by being active than they could by merely experiencing it passively. Each new repetition seems to strengthen the mastery they are in search of. 80. The repetition of THIRD-WORLDISM seeks to actively bind the strong impression that comes from the unpleasant experience. In other words, the repetition of the unpleasant experience itself acts to protect the subject against traumatic impressions. What is unleashed here is an original and radical function of the repetition itself. 81. Which has nothing to do with the yield of pleasure of another sort but nonetheless a direct one. The compulsion to repeat in traumatic neurosis signals the appearance of the death drive. It is the death drive as original masochism. Here, we are led to point out a curious thing. It is by forming anxiety and by binding traumatic impressions that the compulsion to repeat, an appearance of the death drive, defends the subject against traumatic excitations. This means that the death drive protects the subject. But what mechanism makes this paradoxical function possible? Let us refer to The Freudian Body by Leo Bersani. In this essay, he notices a passage in 3 essays on sexuality concerning the sources of infantile sexuality. It is easy to establish, whether by contemporary observation or by subsequent research, that all comparatively intense affective processes, including even frightening excitations, spill over into sexuality. 82. He then quotes another passage from the conclusive summary: sexual excitation arises as a byproduct, as it were, of a large number of processes that occur in the organism. As soon as they reach a certain degree of intensity, and most especially of any relatively powerful emotion, even though it is of a distressing nature. 83. This means that intensive affections such as frightening excitations, or even traumatic impressions become sources of sexual excitations. 84. In Beyond, Freud illustrates this proposition as follows: the mechanical violence of the trauma would liberate a quantity of sexual excitation which, owing to the lack of preparation for anxiety, would have a traumatic effect. 85. From this perspective, Bersani interprets the Freudian thesis. In passages such as these, Freud appears to be moving toward the position that the pleasurable-unpleasurable tension of sexual excitement occurs when the body's normal range of sensation is exceeded, and when the organization of the self is momentarily disturbed by sensations or affective processes somehow beyond those compatible with psychic organization. Sexuality would be that which is intolerable to the structured self. Sexuality is a particularly human phenomenon in the sense that its very genesis may depend on a decalage, or gap, in human life between the quantities of stimuli to which we are exposed and the development of ego structures capable of resisting, or, in Freudian terms, of binding those stimuli. The mystery of sexuality is that we seek not only to get rid of this shattering tension but also to repeat, even to increase it. Sexuality, at least in the mode in which it is constituted, could be thought of as a tautology for masochism. 86. Thus, that which is intolerable to the structured self produces a pleasure/displeasure tension, namely sexuality, which seeks to repeat and increase itself. Bersani calls masochism this process of sexual proliferation. 87. This allows us to interpret the mechanism of the compulsion to repeat. What produces the repetition of traumatic impressions is the mechanism of masochistic sexuality, which binds them. We can then understand why Freud called the death drive the original masochism. Bersani affirms, masochism serves life. 88. From this expression, we can say that the death drive serves life. Masochistic sexuality, like the death drive, propels the compulsion to repeat. By this mechanism, the subject seeks to survive the trauma. It is a psychical strategy. 89. That adopts the subject threatened by the unforeseeable and inevitable traumatic excitations of the outside world. But this psychical strategy is extremely dangerous for the subject. It can bring death insofar as the subject seeks jouissance in the drive for self-destruction itself. However, it is necessary for the subject to survive the trauma. Here we are faced with an antinomy of the death drive. The death drive is necessary for the survival of the subject, but it can give death to the subject. 90. How can we resolve this antinomy? 4.4 Detours of the drive. Let us go back to Derrida. In To Speculate on Freud, he reflects on the relationship between the pleasure principle, the reality principle, and the death drive. In Beyond, he highlights the system of detour and the chain of drives. Let us first examine the relationship between the pleasure principle and the reality principle. Freud writes in Chapter I of Beyond, we know that the pleasure principle is proper to a primary method of working on the part of the mental apparatus, but that, from the point of view of the self-preservation of the organism among the difficulties of the external world, it is from the very outset inefficient and even highly dangerous. Under the influence of the ego's drives of self-preservation, the pleasure principle is relayed by the reality principle. This latter principle does not abandon the intention of ultimately obtaining pleasure, but it nevertheless demands and carries into effect the delay of satisfaction, the abandonment of a number of possibilities of gaining satisfaction, and the temporary toleration of unpleasure as a step on the long indirect road to pleasure. 91 The pleasure principle is the method of working employed by the sexual drives, which are so hard to educate. 92 And whose satisfaction is often doomed to failure. The pleasure principle is then relayed by the reality principle. It is in reading Freud that Derrida finds the movement of difference and detour. The reality principle imposes no definitive inhibition, no renunciation of pleasure, only a detour in order to defer enjoyment, the relay of a difference. On this long detour the pleasure principle submits itself, provisionally and to a certain extent, to its own lieutenant. The latter, as representative, slave, or informed disciple, the disciplined one who disciplines also plays the role of the preceptor in the master's service. As if the latter produced a socius, put in motion an institution by signing a contract with discipline, with the assistant master or foreman who nevertheless does nothing but represent him. A false contract, a pure speculation, the simulacrum of an engagement which binds the Lord only to himself, to his own modification, to himself modified. The master addresses to himself the text or the corpus of this simulated engagement via the detour of an institutional telecommunication. He writes himself, sends himself, but if the length of the detour can no longer be mastered, and rather than its length its structure, then the return to self is never certain, and without return to sender the engagement is forgotten to the very extent that it becomes undeniable, unshakable. 93. The reality principle does not impose a renunciation of pleasure, but it defers and diverts the fulfillment of pleasure. Since the pleasure principle is extremely dangerous for psychic life, it must be relayed by the reality principle, by which the fulfillment of pleasure will be deferred, taking a long detour. We note here the intervention of the Derridian thesis: a letter can always not arrive at its destination. By relaying or modifying the pleasure principle to the reality principle, the destination as the fulfillment of pleasure is infinitely deferred, the capacity not to arrive of the letter always intervenes. For example, in envoys, the pleasure principle is defined as the postal principle, and the reality principle as the poste restante. The poste restante denotes this capacity to not arrive of the letter, that is, of the pleasure. 94. We are now arriving at the death drive. Freud interpreted the compulsion to repeat as an appearance of the death drive. The manifestations of a compulsion to repeat exhibit to a high degree a character of drive and, when they act in opposition to the pleasure principle, the demoniac character. 95. Regarding this demoniac character of the compulsion to repeat, Derrida writes: the return of the demoniac, not far from the perpetual recurrence of the same thing, is in convoy with repetition beyond the pp. This will recur regularly from now on. Truly speaking, there is not a return of the demoniac. The demon is that very thing which returns without having been called by the pp. The demon is the revenance which repeats its entrance, returning from one knows not where, inherited from one knows not whom, but already persecutory, by means of the simple form of its return, indefatigably repetitive, independent of every apparent desire, automatic. Like Socrates' demon, this automaton returns without returning to anyone. It produces effects of ventriloquism without origin, without emission, and without addressee. It is only posted, the post in the pure state, a kind of mailman without destination. Tele without telos. Finality without end, the beauty of the devil. It no longer obeys the subject whom it persecutes with its return. It no longer obeys the master, the name of the master being given to the subject constructed according to the economy of the pp, or to the pp itself. 96. The return of the demoniac is inherited from one knows not whom, it returns without returning to anyone, and it returns without origin, without emission, and without addressee. Derrida calls it the post in its pure state, a kind of mailman without destination. The post in the pure state without a destination will disturb the psychic apparatus which contains its own destination even if it is deferred. The death drive as the return of the demoniac is the unheimlich, which disturbs the psychic system. Derrida does not reduce this return of the demoniac to either the early infantile influences or castration, because the inscriptions of the drive in the unconscious are multiple. The unheimlich is overdetermined by multiple inscriptions. The death drive is the post in the pure state, and the second unheimlich intervenes to defer this dangerous drive. In Chapter V of Beyond, Freud discusses excitations from within, against which the protection against stimuli is powerless. The most abundant sources of this internal excitation are what are described as the organism's drives. Protections against stimuli cannot defend the psychic apparatus against these drives, therefore, these transmissions of stimuli often occasion economic disturbances comparable with traumatic neuroses. 97. The problem of the death drive is extended here to that of drive in general. Elaborating on the relationship between drive and the compulsion to repeat, Freud writes, it seems that a drive is an urge inherent in organic life to restore an earlier state of things. 98. The earlier state of things means the inorganic, namely death. In other words, it is death which constitutes the final goal of the drive. 99. The mechanism of the detour identified here 100 defers death as the aim of all life. As Freud details in Chapter V of Beyond. Since all drive impulses have the unconscious systems as their point of impact, it is hardly an innovation to say that they obey the primary process. Again, it is easy to identify the primary psychical process with Brewer's freely mobile investments and the secondary process with changes in his bound or tonic investment. If so, it would be the task of the higher strata of the psychic apparatus to bind the drive excitation reaching the primary process. A failure to effect this binding would provoke a disturbance analogous to a traumatic neurosis, and only after the binding has been accomplished would it be possible for the dominance of the pleasure principle to proceed unhindered. Till then the other task of the mental apparatus, the task of mastering or binding excitations, would have precedence not, indeed, in opposition to the pleasure principle, but independently of it and to some extent in disregard of it. 101. The drives follow a primary process, identified with the unbound freely mobile investments, that the secondary process attempts to bind and change into a tonic investment. A failure to effect this binding would provoke a disturbance analogous to a traumatic neurosis. Under the effect of the binding of the primary process by the secondary process, the dangerous investment is deferred and the mastery of the pleasure principle is established. Derrida calls this binding mechanism the supplement, the stricture, and the post. In the same statement, describing one and the same operation, one and the same function, Freud says that it consists of binding the primary process and of replacing the PP which has mastery over the life of the drives with the secondary process, displacement, replacement of mastery, stricture as supplementary detachment. The secondary is the supplementary sending. It transforms freely mobile investment energy into immobile investment energy, it posits and posts. 102. The binding of the primary process by the secondary process corresponds to the supplement. In this binding, free investment is transformed into bound investment. We can finally identify two detours in the movement of the psychic. The first Umweg modifies the pleasure principle into the reality principle and defers the achievement of pleasure, the second Umweg binds the primary process and defers the dangerous investment. The second is a condition of the first. It is this movement of supplement that will resolve what we have called the antinomy of the death drive. The death drive is necessary for the survival of the subject, but it can give death to the subject. It must therefore be deferred by the economic movement of the supplement. We affirm here that the supplementary relay of the drives cannot be reduced to either the Lacanian dialectic or the Hegelian dialectic. The graphics of the strict Ural supplement are not dialectical, do not proceed by oppositions in the last analysis. If they necessarily produce dialectical effects, for example the entire dialectic said to be of the master and the slave, they do not know negativity, lack, opposition. 103. First, the mechanism of supplement is not reduced to a Hegelian dialectic, which is a movement of contradiction, opposition, and relief and in which the oppositional terms are suppressed under the effect of Aufhebung. 104. For example, the opposition between the death drive and the pleasure principle would be cancelled and relieved by the reality principle. Contrary to this dialectical theory, the drives are only bound and deferred in their additional movement. They resist, as the remaining of the rest. 105. The dialectic of removal and suppression. The death drive is never suppressed by the opposition. Second, the supplementary movement has nothing to do with the Lacanian dialectic. In Lacan, the death drive is reduced to the thing as the object of desire, but it remains unapproachable and its negativity, the lack of being, motivates desire in the subject. What Derrida notices in Beyond is a supplementary relay of the drives and the mechanism by which the drives seek to defer their own destination. The death drive never produces lack in Beyond, desire is there without, is of a without. 106. The mechanism of difference and supplement is, at the same time, that of the connection of the drive, of the self-chaining of the drive. It is not mastery through lack but self-mastery of the drive. 107. The pleasure principle asserts its mastery by limiting the possible intensity of pleasure or unpleasure by limiting the possible intensity of pleasure or displeasure. 108. In other words, the pleasure principle unbinds pleasure only by binding it. We could here evoke the Freudian strategy, wo es war, soll ich werden. But the Derridian strategy is slightly different from the Freudian. The issue for Freud is mastery of the dangerous investment in the primary process, insofar as the dangerous ID must become the rational self, it is, so to speak, the teleology of a progress. 109. Unlike Freud, Derrida insists on self-mastery in the dangerous investment of the ID. The Derridian thesis will therefore be formulated as follows: ID limits itself in order to increase itself. 110. Let us remember, for example, the case of the compulsion to repeat, the process in which it delivers masochistic sexuality and, at the same time, binds the dangerous investment of the death drive. This is how Post means the structure of self-mastery in the life of a drive. This self-mastery likewise relies on the contradictory process of binding/unbinding. How, then, will Derrida interpret the Freudian concept of the drive for mastery? 4.5 Resistance of non-resistance. In Speculate on Freud, Derrida discusses the drive for mastery. In the Freudian corpus, the guiding thread of such a problematic, one of its threads at least, intersects with a word and a concept that we have encountered. Coming back to the scene of the fort, one might attribute all the grandson's efforts, in the repetition of the game, to a drive for mastery. In question, then, is a simple illusion, but what the illusion designates calls upon the singularity of a drive that would not permit itself to be reduced to any other. And it interests us all the more in that, being irreducible to any other, it seems to take part in all the others, in the extent to which the entire economy of the PP and its beyond is governed by relations of mastery. One can envisage, then, a quasi-transcendental privilege of this drive for mastery, drive for power, or drive for domination. The latter denomination seems preferable, it marks more clearly the relation to the other, even in domination over oneself. And the word immediately places itself in communication with the lexicon of giving, taking, sending, or destining that is inciting us here from a distance, and that soon will concern us more directly. The drive to dominate must also be the drive's relation to itself. There is no drive not driven to bind itself to itself and to assure itself of self-mastery as a drive. Whence the transcendental tautology of the drive to dominate. It is the drive as drive, the drive of the drive, the drivenness of the drive. Again, it is a question of a relation to oneself as a relation to the other, the auto-affection of a fort, which gives, takes, sends, and destines itself, distances and approaches itself by its own step, the others. 111. He interprets the drive for domination as the transcendental drive of the drive. It is the drive to dominate the drive itself. By binding the lethal investment and delaying it, the drive controls itself. But at the same time, it is also the drive to dominate the other, especially in the passages relative to sadism. The sadistic component can come to dominate all of sexuality. 112 The drive is the drive for domination in its transcendental nature, it is the drive of the drive, the drivenness of the drive. What the drive carries is power and domination over oneself and the other. The posts are always posts of power. 113. Does the death drive identify itself with the drive for domination as the drivenness of the drive? Of course not. To the extent that the drive for domination functions as domination over oneself, it serves to maintain the stability of the organism's drive system. Rather, the death drive is the failure or limit of this domination over oneself, to the extent that it is fatally exerted on oneself or on the other. At the same time, it comes from power, from the origin of the drive itself. So, if there is no drive for domination as the drivenness of the drive, the death drive does not exist. In the failure or limit of the drive's domination over oneself, the death drive appears as an aggressive drive that leads oneself or the other to death. In États d'âme de la psychanalyse, Derrida seeks to articulate this cruelty of the drive to the political problem in general. He interprets cruelty, which is the destruction drive turned outwards onto objects, as a cruelty inherent in the drive for power or for sovereign mastery. 114 We must notice that the Bemachtigungstrieb is translated here as the drive for sovereign mastery. When the Bemachtigungstrieb is articulated with the political question, it becomes the drive for sovereign mastery or even the drive for empowerment of the state, which monopolizes violence and thus organizes sovereign order. This drive affirms, as performative power, the stability of the symbolic or sovereign order. 115 To this stability, Derrida opposes the eruptions which can and must rout the sovereign order. 116 At the beginning of États d'âme de la psychanalyse, he states the problem as follows. This question will not be, is there a death drive, that is to say, and Freud regularly associates them, a cruel drive for destruction or annihilation. Or again, is there also a cruelty inherent in the drive for power or sovereign mastery beyond or below principles, for example the principles of pleasure or of reality? My question will rather be the following: is there, for thought, for psychoanalytic thought to come, another beyond, if I may say, a beyond that stands beyond these possibles, which are still the pleasure and reality principles and the death drive or the drive for sovereign mastery, which seem to be exercised wherever cruelty is announced? In other words, in totally other words, can we think of this apparently impossible thing, but otherwise impossible, namely a beyond of the death drive or the drive for sovereign mastery, therefore the beyond of a cruelty, a beyond which would have nothing to do neither with drives nor with principles? 117. Derrida identifies here what could disrupt and alter the sovereign order organized by the drive for sovereign mastery as a beyond of the death drive or the drive for sovereign mastery, therefore the beyond of a cruelty. This other beyond is also called beyond of the beyond or an unconditional without sovereignty, and therefore without cruelty. I will say that there must be some reference to the unconditional, an unconditional without sovereignty, and therefore without cruelty, something that is doubtless very difficult to think of. This is not a principle, a reign, a sovereignty. It therefore comes from beyond of the beyond, and therefore from the beyond of the economy of the possible. It is linked to a life, of course, but to a life other than that of the economy of the possible, an impossible life perhaps, a survey, and not symbolizable, but the only one that is worth living, without alibi, once and for all, the only one from which a thought of life is possible. This original affirmation from the beyond is given from many figures of the impossible unconditional. I have studied a few elsewhere: hospitality, gift, forgiveness, and first of all the unforeseeability, the maybe, the what if of the event, the coming, and the coming of the other in general, its arrival. Their possibility always announces itself as the experience of a non-negative I impossible. 118. Derrida thematised the impossible and the non-symbolizable, which are revealed from many figures of the impossible unconditional, for example, hospitality, gift, forgiveness, unforeseeability, event. It is appropriate here to recall his critique of Lacanian theory. In Lacan, the impossible was singular and negative. This singular negativity affirms the stability of the subject's transcendental system. On the other hand, in Derrida, it is the multiple eruptions of the impossible which can disturb and rout the sovereign or symbolic order. The many figures of the impossible unconditional threaten, as unheimliches, chance or disseminal remaining. 119 The stability of the sovereign order. They are the ones who can disrupt and alter the cruelty from the interior of the state order itself. Regarding the gift, for example, Derrida emphasizes: there is gift, if there is any, only in what interrupts the system as well as the symbol, in a partition without return and without division, without being with self of the gift counter gift. 120. The gift interrupts the economic system, even the capitalist system as a system of exchange, to the extent that there is neither reciprocity nor return. The expression of partition without returns and without division obviously alludes to the Lacanian theory of the indivisible signifier, which returns. The singular signifier is the real as phallus and which constitutes and maintains the symbolic. On the other hand, the Derridian practice, as that of the gift, interrupts and alters the symbolic and capitalist system. If the Lacanian impossible is the constituent element that forms and maintains the symbolic, the Derridian impossible is that which affects and alters it. This new theoretical development is therefore based on psychoanalytic theory but nonetheless radically alters and deconstructs it. 121. Derrida conceptualizes here the beyond of the death drive or sovereign mastery, hence a position beyond cruelty. Let us specify the elaboration of this beyond. First, the drive for sovereign mastery is, as a transcendental drive, the principle of principle that all drives possess. According to our reading, it functions under the title of self-mastery, which controls the lethality of the death drive and which prevents the eruption of excessive violence. In a political context, it corresponds to the state monopoly on violence, which controls the explosion of extreme violence and which establishes and maintains sovereign order. In this sense, it is the controlled or deferred violence that affirms the stability of the symbolic system, force against force, deferred economy of force, that is the law. 122 Second, the death drive threatens, as unheimliches or disseminal remaining, this symbolic order and disturbs it from the interior. The unheimlich is a multiplicity insofar as it is disseminal. The death drive thus exists, according to the nature of its destruction drive, beyond symbolic economy. Third, in order to resist the cruelty of the death drive or the drive for sovereign mastery, Derrida proposes the beyond of the beyond or the beyond of cruelty. These correspond to hospitality, unconditional gift, and forgiveness. These practices threaten, in the form of multiple eruptions, the cruelty of the sovereign order. To the extent that the eruptions are unconditional, they exist beyond the sovereign economy. 123. To formalize the Derridian theory, the beyond of the beyond has the same structure as the death drive in its mechanism of disturbance of the symbolic economy. In Derrida, despite this affirmation, the beyond of a cruelty, a beyond that has nothing to do with either drives or principles. 124. The beyond of the beyond is conceptualized in the same form as the death drive, and it is, so to speak, the death drive without cruelty. From this, we can say that what resists the death drive as cruelty is the death drive without cruelty, which has the same form as the former. In Resistances, Derrida deals with the relationship between the compulsion to repeat and the resistance. Reading Freud's inhibitions, symptoms, and anxiety, he draws attention to the resistance of the unconscious which persists even after the resolution of the resistance brought by the counter-investments of the ego. 125. It is the irreducible resistance of the compulsion to repeat. 126. He notices this resistance for two reasons. First, it has no meaning, and then, it resists analysis in the form of non-resistance without saying yes or no, without accepting or opposing, speaking however, but without saying anything, neither yes nor no, like Bartleby the Scrivener. 127. The compulsion to repeat combines the two essential motifs of all analysis, the regressive or archaeotropic movement and the movement of dissolution that urges toward destruction, that loves to destroy by dissociation. 128. In other words, it has the same form as psychoanalysis, which it resists in the form of non-resistance. Namely the structure of analysis. 129. This allows Derrida to conclude that it is that whose resistance psychoanalysis today represents, in the surest form of its ruse, disguised as non-resistance. 130. Here, we are again confronted with the paradoxical structure of the compulsion to repeat and the death drive. The death drive resists in the form of non-resistance, and it has the same form as what it resists. We can interpret this aspect of the death drive as a death drive without cruelty. In other words, it is the beyond of a cruelty which resists cruelty in the form of non-resistance. We have previously reflected on the mechanism by which the compulsion to repeat protects the subject by repeating traumatic impressions. Insofar as it does not give death to the subject and therefore protects the subject, it resists in the form of non-resistance the cruelty of the trauma by repeating these traumatic impressions. And, to the extent that it resists the lethal cruelty of trauma, it even resists the lethal cruelty of the death drive. In the compulsion to repeat, the subject passively repeats the trauma. This passivity is not, however, a simple passivity, since it resists death by repeating the trauma passively. As Blanchot says, it is the beyond of all passiveness. 131. The compulsion to repeat resists the lethal cruelty of the death drive in the form of non-resistance. We must find this resistance of non-resistance beyond all passiveness in Derrida's unconditional hospitality, gift, and forgiveness. Let us consider the notion of hospitality. In De Hospitaliteit, Derrida raises a fundamental question about its use. The use of this word immediately raises the question of whether it can be translated by other words such as those of immigration or integration of foreigners. Are they homogeneous concepts? Are they the same things? 132. In fact, hospitality goes far beyond the mere notions of accepting or integrating immigrants. Pure hospitality, welcoming others unconditionally and without question, carries an intrinsic threat of perversion. 133 For example, the one I welcome can be a rapist, a murderer, he can make a mess in the house, so many possibilities that cannot be ruled out. However, in pure hospitality, without guarantee, this possibility that the other will come to make the revolution or even a worse form of the unforeseeable and that one will be overwhelmed, must be accepted. 134 Thus, unconditional hospitality is a crucial concept that includes even the acceptance of a worse form of the unforeseeable. In this sense, it implies a perversion, even the death drive insofar as it is the death drive without cruelty. For pure hospitality resists, as the beyond of all passiveness, the cruelty of sovereign order in the form of non-resistance. Derrida defines it as follows: there is pure hospitality only when I welcome, not the guest, but the unexpected visitor, the one who invades me, in a certain way, who comes to my home while I was not prepared for it. And I have to do whatever it is necessary to adapt myself to him, transform my home, let my home transform so that this unexpected visitor can settle, even if he may seem threatening. 135 To welcome the other as the one who invades me and, thus, to let myself and my home transform is a case of the beyond of all passiveness as the death drive without cruelty. It is, furthermore, this beyond of all passiveness that opens up the field for the unforeseeable eruptions of the other, which will transform me and rout the current order of sovereignty. This beyond, in other words, the resistance of non-resistance, corresponds exactly to the death drive without cruelty. Following Derrida's translation of the Freudian term Bemächtigungstrieb, we called the cruelty of state sovereignty the drive for sovereign mastery. This drive corresponds to the monopolization of violence by the state in order to control eruptions of excessive violence. It is the death drive without cruelty, in other words, resistance as gift, forgiveness, hospitality that resists the cruelty of state sovereignty. We could even call this Derridian resistance sovereignty without sovereignty, since Derridian strategies, notably forgiveness and hospitality, are in fact very close to strategies of state sovereignty. But we must immediately note that gift, forgiveness, and hospitality are unconditional in Derrida. For example, as we noticed, hospitality does not mean simply accepting immigration. When the sovereign order welcomes immigrants, the logic of selection necessarily intervenes. In contrast, Derridian strategy is defined as pure and unconditional hospitality in which such selective logic never intervenes. The same thing could be said about forgiveness. This does not simply signify the abolition of the death penalty. Regarding the principle of forgiveness, Derrida explains, in the analysis of pure forgiveness, as in that of pure hospitality, I maintain that pure forgiveness must forgive the one who or which remains unforgivable. If I forgive something or someone that remains forgivable, I don't forgive, it's too easy. If I forgive the fault of the one who has repented, or the one who has repented himself, I forgive something or someone other than the crime or the criminal. The true meaning of forgiveness, therefore, is to forgive even the unforgivable and even someone who does not ask for forgiveness. 136 Pure forgiveness forgives even the unforgivable and even someone who does not ask forgiveness. In other words, pure forgiveness is unconditional. The Derridian resistances thus radicalize strategies of sovereignty, eventually becoming unconditional, and try to disrupt and alter the cruelty of state sovereignty through these unconditional practices. On Derrida's notion of sovereignty, let us refer to From Restricted to General Economy, where he discusses the difference between Herrschaft in Hegel and sovereignty in Bödeli. Hegelian Herrschaft is first defined as follows. Lordship has a meaning. The putting at stake of life is a moment in the constitution of meaning, in the presentation of essence and truth. It is an obligatory stage in the history of self-consciousness and phenomenality, that is to say, in the presentation of meaning. For history, that is, meaning to form a continuous chain, to be woven, the master must experience his truth. This is possible only under two conditions which cannot be separated. The master must stay alive in order to enjoy what he has won by risking his life, and, at the end of this progression so admirably described by Hegel, the truth of the independent consciousness is accordingly the consciousness of the bondsman. And when servility becomes lordship, it keeps within it the trace of its repressed origin, being a consciousness within itself, it will enter into itself, and change round into real and true independence. 137. A contradictory process is revealed here. What lordship means is first of all the putting at stake of life. However, passing through the dialectic of lordship and bondage, the meaning of mastery is strangely altered. The master must stay alive in order to enjoy what he has won by risking his life. At the end of this dialectical process, the master is forced to assume a position of self-conservation. This corresponds, in the context of empirical politics, to the monopolization of violence by the state in order to maintain control. To use Benjamin's expression, the founding violence of law is represented in the conservative violence of law. 138. On the other hand, Battalion sovereignty is defined by Derrida as follows. But, differing from Hegelian lordship, it does not even want to maintain itself, or collect the profits from itself or from its own risk. 139. Battalion sovereignty, in not even want to maintain itself, or collect the profits from itself or from its own risk, is not self-conservative, but exposes itself to its own risk in an extreme way. We find here the same strategy as that of Derrida to resist the cruelty of state sovereignty. The Derridean strategy involves transforming the self-conservative policies of sovereignty into unconditional practices of resistance by exposing oneself to one's own risk. So, if we can call this strategy of resistance sovereignty without sovereignty, it is only to the extent that the first sovereignty is understood in the Battalion sense. Then hospitality and forgiveness, taking their own risk, become pure and unconditional, threatening and attempting to alter the cruelty of state sovereignty. It is precisely in this sense that we identified Derridean resistance as the death drive without cruelty. We have proposed an antinomic thesis on the death drive. On the one hand, the death drive is necessary for the survival of the subject. On the other hand, it can give death to the subject. 140. Referring to Derrida, we resolved this antinomy by the difference of the drive. However, if we go further, we are led to recognize two different modalities of the death drive: the cruel death drive that can give death to the subject, and the death drive without cruelty that resists the excessive cruelty of the death drive itself. 141. Derrida called resistance of non-resistance the death drive without cruelty, which, in the form of non-resistance, resists the cruel death drive as well as the cruelty of the drive for sovereign mastery. It is this resistance of non-resistance, the resistance beyond all passiveness, which exposes oneself to the eruptions of the other and thereby opens up the unforeseeable field of the event, the possibility of an alteration of the present sovereign order. It introduces auto-affection into social formation through eruptions of the other, which Derrida defines as auto-heteroaffection. 142. Derridean resistance is therefore not involuntary, in the sense that one passively awaits the occurrence of the event. It is located beyond all passiveness. Unconditional and impossible practices thus open up the field for the other's eruptions, namely the possibility of rupture. 4.6. Derridean rupture. We have used the term rupture, which has a more or less Althusserian tone. If we can use it, it is because rupture and contingency are, in our view, key notions for linking Derrida to Althusser. For Althusser, the rupture signifies the revolution in the Marxian sense, which is, however, radically different from the traditional Marxist theory insofar as the Althusserian rupture is overdetermined by the causal multiplicity. It is apparently difficult to find this structuralist problematic in the Derridean deconstructionist theory. However, when he evokes, in Spectres of Marx, the messianic without messianism, which is a structural messianism, a messianism without religion and therefore a certain experience of the emancipatory promise. 143. What is at stake is exactly the problem of rupture. 144. The messianic without messianism is the injunction, the promise to introduce the democracy to come, namely justice. To achieve this democracy to come, a rupture with the current social formation is necessary. This is where deconstruction would always begin to take shape as the thinking of the gift and of undeconstructible justice, the undeconstructible condition of any deconstruction, to be sure, but a condition that is itself in deconstruction and remains, and must remain in the disjointure of the unfug. Otherwise it rests on the good conscience of having done one's duty, it loses the chance of the future, of the promise or the appeal, of the desire also, of this desert mechanism, of this also abyssal desert, desert in the desert. 145. This passage summarizes the main theses of Spectres of Marx. But before discussing it, we must refer to an affirmation by Derrida in Force of Law, deconstruction is justice. 146. Deconstruction, once a purely and properly theoretical instrument, is reformulated there as an instrument for practice. It is justice as an experience of the impossible. 147. In this quote, he uses the term disjointure, which is, according to him, the condition of deconstruction, otherwise, it loses the chance of the future, of the promise or of the appeal of the messianic. This disjointure refers to the non-knowledge of the future, the opening and spacing of time. The opening of time must have nothing to do with knowing, nor therefore with ignorance. The opening must preserve this heterogeneity as the only chance of an affirmed or rather reaffirmed future. 148. In other words, it is lack of knowledge or the unforeseeability of the future that opens up a space, the field of the eruption of the other. The messianic, the coming of the other, the absolute and unpredictable singularity of the arrivant as justice. We believe that this messianic remains an ineffaceable mark, a mark one neither can nor should efface of Marx's legacy, and doubtless of inheriting, of the experience of inheritance in general. Otherwise, one would reduce the eventness of the event, the singularity and the alterity of the other. 149. For Derrida, the event signifies the alteration of the current sovereign order, brought about by the eruption of radical otherness. Through this eruption of the other, the synchronic reproduction of the sovereign order will necessarily be ruptured. In other words, the introduction of the unheimlich will alter the fixed order of social formation. The otherness of the unheimlich, that inquietant étranger which is closest to the ego and which threatens the ego with this very similarity, disrupts and subverts the fixed modality of sovereign order. In this sense, the messianic is one of the names of the revolutionary. The messianic, including its revolutionary forms, would be urgency, imminence, but irreducible paradox, a waiting without horizon of expectation. 150. The messianic is therefore an appeal to rupture with the current sovereign order. The practice of non-resistance opens up the space for the eruption of irreducible otherness. This spacing is the field of contingency which resists the fixed reproduction of social formation. In other words, the time is out of joint means a void, a space that is the field of contingency, in which one is surprised by radical otherness. Of course, we cannot predict how this contingent element will alter the sovereign order. But at the same time, the established order will never be altered without this incalculable or unforeseeable element, and it is exactly in this sense that menace and chance are inseparable. 151. Derrida continues in Force of Law. Law is not justice. Law is the element of calculation, and it is just that there be law, but justice is incalculable. It requires us to calculate with the incalculable, and apparatic experiences are the experiences, as improbable as they are necessary, of justice, that is to say of moments in which the decision between just and unjust is never ensured by a rule. 152. Justice is the experience of the incalculable, but it requires us to calculate with the incalculable. In other words, we are necessarily and imperatively summoned to decide while facing the spacing of the incalculable. The messianic without mechanism orders decision-making and appeals, as a promise or an injunction, to practice resistance, resistance of non-resistance. The Derridian spacing or out of joint then signifies a field of contingency to introduce the democracy to come. 5. Ideology. 5.1. A rupture with regard to Lacanian theory. Having dealt with the problem of contingency and structural alteration in Derrida from his interpretation of the Freudian notion of death drive, we address, in the 5th and 6th chapters, the problem of the causality of structural becoming in Althusser. In this problematic, we will rely on a notion of contingency that is opposed to the Lacanian dialectic. Althusser discusses it from the perspective of the social and scientific revolution, but what matters to us here is the problem of the social revolution in its relation to the eventual rupture. In order to clarify this question, we can rephrase the question as follows: according to what causality can a static social structure that reproduces itself synchronously and incessantly be altered? From our point of view, the logic of structural change has constituted a central subject in Althusser since the 1960s. Two hypotheses will allow us to discuss this. The first hypothesis asserts that the question of structural becoming cannot be separated from that of contingency. Althusser proposed aleatory materialism in the 1980s and attempted to reconstruct the entire history of philosophy with the concept of contingency. Point 1. However, if we read his texts carefully, we can see that this problematic has already existed since the 1960s, in particular inseparably from that of the eruption of the new structure. The second hypothesis concerns the question of the relationship between Lacanian psychoanalytic theory and Althusserian theory. The fact that Althusserian theory, especially that of ideology, relates closely to Lacanian theory has already been pointed out by many authors. This theory was judged as thinking with the borrowed concepts, because of its similarity to Lacanian theory. Point 2. However, our thinking proceeds in a different way. Even if Althusser relies on Lacanian psychoanalytic concepts, he ends up modifying Lacan's theoretical dispositives in a critical manner. This critical modification of Lacanian theory progressively deepened throughout the 1960s and 1970s. In this regard, Etienne Balibar expresses his astonishment in a 1988 article concerning the text entitled The Discovery of Dr. Freud, which Althusser wrote for a colloquium on the unconscious in Tbilisi. According to Balibar, entire argumentative passages were indeed analogous, identical formulations to those in the article on Freud and Lacan, except that the conclusions he drew from it were diametrically opposed. Point 3. Here is the conclusion in 1976. Instead of offering a scientific theory of the unconscious, he gave an astonished world a philosophy of psychoanalysis. I say a philosophy of psychoanalysis in the sense in which Engels, speaking about the philosophy of nature, the philosophy of history, and so on, said that those disciplines have no right to exist because they have no object. Point 4. In our view, it is the critical modification of the dispositives of Lacanian theory in Althusserian theory that leads to the assertion that Lacanian theory is a philosophy of psychoanalysis and has no object. We call it, provisionally, the rupture with regard to Lacanian psychoanalytic theory. In fact, Althusser himself reflected on the rupture of Freudian theory with regard to previous disciplines, but on which Freud had to rely in order to create this totally new science, psychoanalysis. We're dealing with the eruption of a scientific discipline that presents itself as totally new with regard to a field that was constituted earlier. We're dealing with the eruption of a new truth, of a new knowledge, thus with the definition of a new object that breaks with the field constituted earlier, breaks with a field against the background of which this new discipline stands out. A field that is already occupied, that is an ideological field in which it has no place. To the extent to which we're dealing with an epistemological break, with a rupture in the continuity with the earlier field, we're dealing with a phenomenon of rupture that contains in itself, like a real virtuality, a capacity to upset the field into which it erupts. But, at the same time, this eruption into the background of a field in which all the places are taken occurs under conditions such that the eruption has a tendency to be contested and revoked by the field into the background of which it erupts. The rupture that a new scientific discipline introduces into a field in which all the places are taken, in fact, poses problems for the thinker or scientist who tries to define his new object, problems that are at first practically insoluble. This rupture has to be carried out within the field itself where it is supposed to intervene, practically in the language itself with which this new discipline has to break. And all the Freudian terminology itself relates to the concepts on the basis of which Freud conceives his discovery and with which he has to break. It's no accident that the psychology of the unconscious is defined as the negation of a psychology of consciousness. This legacy and this condition Freud cannot avoid weigh very heavily on the destiny of his thought. 5. Freud established a science that presents itself as totally new with regard to a field that was constituted earlier. But to create this new science, namely psychoanalysis, he was obliged to develop his thought in the terms of a field that was constituted earlier, terms of the psychology of consciousness, neurology, biology, philosophy, and so on. In other words, the creation of a new theory based on a rupture necessarily develops while being haunted by the terms of the field that was constituted earlier. If we interpret the relationship between Althusserian theory and Lacanian theory from such a point of view, we could say that Althusser constructed, while being haunted by Lacanian terms, a totally new theory that is quite distinct from Lacanian psychoanalytic theory. It is, moreover, this critical modification of the dispositives of Lacanian theory that allows the problem of the causality of structural becoming and that of resistance to emerge. This perspective is indispensable for reflecting on the relationship between psychoanalytic theory and social theory. For example, Slavoj Žižek develops a theory of leftist politics by applying the Lacanian theory of the real to social theory, but is it possible to theorize the problem of resistance and structural change in this context? In a book written in collaboration with Žižek and Lacan, Judith Butler wonders if the Lacanian view on the constitution of the subject is finally compatible with the notion of hegemony. 6 and continues as follows: if the subject always meets its limit in the self-same place, then the subject is fundamentally exterior to the history in which it finds itself, there is no historicity to the subject, its limits, its articulability. Moreover, if we accept the notion that all historical struggle is nothing other than a vain effort to displace a founding limit that is structural in status, do we then commit ourselves to a distinction between the historical and the structural domains that subsequently excludes the historical domain from the understanding of opposition? 7. If the real always determines the subject and the structure in the same way, the field of historicity is completely eliminated. This means that we cannot treat the diachronic problem as structural change. If Althusser developed a theory of subject formation by ideology and, at the same time, reflected on the causality of structural change, it is because, in a certain way, his attempt responds to the aporia produced by the application of psychoanalytic theory to social theory. It is therefore with this perspective that we offer a reinterpretation of Althusser's theory of ideology in this 5th chapter. This reinterpretation will require, in the 6th chapter, the examination of the Althusserian theory of structural becoming. 5.2 Regional theory and general theory. In 3 notes on the theory of discourse 8, Althusser aims to construct a theory of discourse based on psychoanalytic theory. The question for him was to evaluate a relation of identity and difference between 4 types of discourse. What theory did he ultimately establish from this argument? We can immediately respond schematically by saying that he posits a theory of discourse as a general theory, pointing out, for example, that psychoanalysis is limited to a regional theory. He can observe, within the regional theory itself, the absence of the general theory at the theoretical level, for as long as the general theory is lacking, the regional theory strives to achieve closure, but fails to, or, to put it in other terms, it tries to define its own object differentially, but fails to. This attempt and failure are the presence of this de facto absence of a general theory, the existence of which is nevertheless called for, de jure, in order to found these attempts. 9. The theory of discourse is therefore conceptualized, without being limited to psychoanalytic theory, as a general theory of social formation. Concerning the Lacanian theory that uses linguistic notions as general principles, Althusser considers that it is aware of the need to elaborate a general theory, that it has a correct conception of the nature of a general theory and that it is at the beginnings of an elaboration of this general theory. 10 We can thus understand why he aims to construct a general theory that installs discourse as its core. However, to those acquainted with psychoanalytic theory, the general theory that Althusser proposes must seem strange. For if Lacanian theory is an attempt at a general theory that uses the notion of signifier as a general principle, 11 Althusserian general theory, for its part, chooses the notion of discourse. In this same text, He even claims, "I am beginning to be suspicious of this term, which is too deeply involved in the idealism of the connotations of Saussure's signifier signified." Point 12 Thus, the construction of the theory of discourse also implies a critique of the Lacanian theory of the signifier. However, why does Althusser establish the discourse, instead of the signifier, as the core of his general theory? He writes, "If we compare the different existing forms of discourse, that is, the forms of unconscious discourse, ideological discourse, aesthetic discourse, and scientific discourse, we can demonstrate the existence of a common effect. Every discourse produces a subjectivity effect. Every discourse has, as its necessary correlate, a subject, which is one of the effects, if not the major effect, of its functioning. Ideological discourse produces or induces a subject effect, a subject, so do the discourse of science, the discourse of the unconscious, etc. 13. The four types of discourse have, writes Althusser, a common effect, they all produce a subjectivity effect. On the other hand, Lacan defines the effect of the signifier as follows: a signifier is what represents the subject to another signifier. Point 14 In Lacan, a signifier designates the phallus, namely the lack of the subject brought about by the lack of the other. The phallus is therefore a signifier of lack, repressed and veiled, and which appears in the signifying chain as an absence. If the subject is produced by this effect of the repression of the phallus, or of the absence of the signifier, it is represented in the signifying chain by the signifier of lack. In other words, the subject is represented by the other, since a repressed signifier is found in the unconscious. Althusser emphasizes that it is absent from the discourse of the unconscious by delegation. Point 16. The subject is produced as an effect of the discourse. The subject is produced as an effect of the signifier. The difference between these two formulations seems extremely slight. Nevertheless, there is a radical difference between them. What does it consist in? To answer this question, it is necessary to introduce the perspective of social theory. Let us refer to On the Reproduction of Capitalism, a manuscript on the reproduction of the relations of production, from which Althusser drew his famous article on ideology and ideological state apparatuses. Point 17 He writes, "Ideology can exist in the form of written discourses or oral discourses that are supposed to be vehicles for ideas. But, precisely, one's idea of ideas governs what occurs in these discourses. Let us say that ideas by no means have, as the ideology of ideas tends to suggest, an ideal, idea-dependent, or spiritual existence, they have a material existence. Point 18. The idea, the content of ideology, can exist in the form of discourse. In other words, discourse is a trigger of ideology, and in this sense, it has a material existence that embodies ideology. However, this materiality is not exclusively reserved for ideological discourse. All types of discourse assume, as discourse, this material character and can take on the role of carrier of ideology. On the other hand, the signifier carries only the desire of the other. The Lacanian theory of the signifier therefore exists only in relation to the discourse of the other, namely to the unconscious. This is how Lacanian theory aims to construct a general theory but always remains at a regional theory which cannot go beyond the framework of psychoanalysis. This limit of Lacanian theory obliges Althusser to move towards the construction of a theory of discourse as a general theory. 5.3 Theory of ideology as a theory of discourse. Althusserian discourse theory critically modifies the concepts of Lacanian psychoanalysis, even though it often uses Lacanian terms. The passage from psychoanalytic theory to social theory as a general theory forms exactly what we have called the rupture with regard to Lacanian psychoanalytic theory. So, what psychoanalytic concept did Althusser modify? The following quote holds a key to answering this question. Increasingly, the notion of subject seems to me to pertain to ideological discourse alone, of which it is constitutive. I don't believe that one can talk about a subject of science or a subject of the unconscious without playing on words and opening the door to serious theoretical ambiguities. For example, the way Lacan talks about the subject of science in his lecture seems to me highly questionable. Point 19. In this quote, Althusser criticizes the Lacanian notion of the subject of the unconscious by insisting on the idea that the notion of subject pertains to ideological discourse alone. But what exactly is the issue? He continues. Similarly, it seems to me unwarranted to talk about the subject of the unconscious in connection with the Ich-Spaltung. There is no divided or split subject, but something else entirely. Alongside the Ich, there is a Spaltung, that is, literally, an abyss, a precipice, an absence, a lack. This abyss is not a subject, but that which opens up alongside a subject, alongside the Ich, which is well and truly a subject. This Spaltung is the type on specific differential relation or articulation that binds unconscious discourse to the element or, rather, structural category of ideological discourse called the Ich. In a word, Lacan would appear to establish the abyss or lack as a subject, by way of the concept of the division of the subject. There is no subject of the unconscious, although the unconscious can exist only thanks to this abyssal relation with an Ich. The lack of the subject cannot be called a subject, although the subject is implied or reflected in Freud's second topic, in an original way, through this lack, which is not a subject, but something altogether different. Point 20. Althusser's argument can be summarized in 2 points. First, the subject, belonging to the structural category of ideological discourse, is identified with the Ich and is distinguished from the unconscious system. Second, since the divided or split subject does not exist, and there is a Spaltung or a lack alongside the subject is always already sutured. Point 21. From this Althusserian definition of the subject, according to which the subject is always already sutured and that the repressed and divided instance of the unconscious is alongside the sutured subject, the Lacanian term of the subject of the unconscious becomes contradictory, because it confuses the ego with the unconscious. Point 22. Why does Althusser identify the ego with the subject that only relates to ideological discourse? To answer this question, we must consult the definition of the ideological subject. Dialogical discourse, in which the subject effect is present in person and is thus a signifier of this discourse, the main signifier of this discourse, possesses a structure of specular centration. The subject induced is duplicated by a producing subject. Point 23. Althusser defines the effect of ideological discourse as a structure of specular centration, that is, as empirico-transcendental reduplication. This definition of the subject formation will later be shared by Foucault and Deleuze/Guattari. Specular centration means a specular duplication of the empirical subject by the transcendental subject, and it is by this operation that the subject is formed, sutured, and subjected to ideological discourse. We cannot use the notion of the subject of the unconscious here, because the unconscious is always split, barred, and divided, and the subject always already exists as an effect of the ideological suture. Here we must reflect on the mechanism of the subject's ideological suture. Let us refer to the famous article Ideology and Ideological State Apparatuses. In this text that completely renewed the theory of ideology, Althusser puts forward this proposition: ideology interpellates individuals as subjects. Point 24. The interpellation is carried out by the ideological state apparatuses. Note the plural. The apparatuses correspond to the various instruments that reproduce the relations of production which makes the subject obey the dominant ideology. The ideological suture of the subject is thus ensured by this incessant interpellation of the ideological state apparatuses. At the same time, this interpellation rests on a material basis, as it ensures subjection to the dominant ideology by determining the practical acts of the subject. This ideology talks of actions, we shall talk of actions inserted into practices. And we shall point out that these practices are regulated by the rituals in which these practices are inscribed, within the material existence of an ideological apparatus, be it only a small part of that apparatus, a small mass in a small church, a funeral, a minor match at a sports club, a school day, a political party meeting, etc. 25. Ideological discourse sutures the subject through rituals in which the practices are inscribed. In other words, it regulates subjection to the dominant ideology by inculcating the subject with practical norms. To explain this main thesis about ideology, Althusser cites as an example Pascal's phrase, "Kneel down, move your lips in prayer, and you will believe." 26 Hence, the problem is not an ideal level in belief, it is the actions themselves that inculcate the idea of belief. The primacy of practice over idea constitutes the core of his theory of ideology. And what regulates actions and ensures subjection to the dominant ideology is precisely the interpellation of ideological discourse. Here, we are led to clarify another point: if the interpellation of ideological discourse sutures the subject in practice, what role does the unconscious discourse assume? If we neglect this question, we cannot understand what the Althusserian rupture with regard to Lacanian theory means. Let us refer to 3 notes on the theory of discourse. To say that the unconscious produces its formations, or some of them, in concrete situations thus literally means that it produces them in formations of ideological discourse, in formations of the ideological. It is in this sense that we can say that the unconscious reveals the principle of its articulation with the ideological. It is in this sense that we can say that the unconscious functions on ideology. 27. Here Althusser explores the principle of the articulation of the unconscious onto the ideological, whereby ideological formations are produced, by passing through the unconscious, in concrete situations. In other words, ideological discourse sutures the subject only by passing through the unconscious discourse that assumes the role of the carrier of the former discourse. But by what unconscious mechanism does ideological discourse suture the subject? To use an extremely approximate language, we can suggest that the ideological formations in which the formations of a particular unconscious take hold constitute the material in which certain typical formations of this unconscious take hold. Thus it would be by way of these ideological formations among others that, in the phenomenon described by Freud, unconsciouses communicate. The situation of the transference would come about in this way as well. 28. Here Althusser tries to elucidate the mechanism of the ideological suture. Ideological formations realize the situation of the transference to the dominant ideology. If the subject is sutured by the ideological interpellation, this ideological suture is realized exactly by means of this transference to the dominant ideology. The ideological suture is defined, in Althusser, as centration. How can we interpret this definition in relation to the mechanism of transference? To understand this, we must return to Lacan's seminar on the 4 fundamental concepts of psychoanalysis, where he deals with the transfer from the analysand to the analyst. There is another use of the term transference that is worth pointing out, as when one says that it structures all the particular relations with that other who is the analyst, and that the value of all the thoughts that gravitate around this relation must be connoted by a sign of particular reserve. Hence the expression which is always added as a kind of afterthought or parenthesis, as if to convey some kind of suspicion, when used about the behavior of a subject he is in full transference. This presupposes that his entire mode of apperception has been restructured on the dominant center of the transference. 29. In transference, the entire mode of apperception of the analysand is restructured on the prevailing center of the transference. In other words, in the transference situation, the analysand's ego is metonymically restructured on the ego of the analyst. This situation is realized only through the unconscious. We could say that centration designates this mechanism of transference by which the ego is restructured on the other. In psychoanalytic theory, the dissymmetry of knowledge between the analysand and the analyst, and the latter's speech, ensures transference from the analysand to the analyst. Lacan positioned the analyst as the subject supposed to know. 30. In contrast, when Althusser defines the ideological suture of the subject as centration, the dominant center corresponds to the dominant ideology inculcated by the ideological state apparatuses. By restructuring the ego onto the dominant ideology through the mechanism of the unconscious, the subject is ideologically sutured. and it is exactly the materiality of the discourse inculcated in the practices, that ensures this restructuring, the transference to the dominant ideology. What allows transference to the dominant ideology in the ideological suture is therefore the ritual practice or the materiality of the discourse. Althusser carefully manipulates the theoretical dispositives of psychoanalysis and fundamentally transforms their general framework from a materialist perspective. What we have called a rupture with regard to Lacanian theory designates exactly this process of materialist transformation of psychoanalytic theory. And it is this materialization of Lacanian psychoanalytic theory that establishes a theoretical basis for resisting the dominant ideology. 31. 5.4 From psychoanalytic theory to the theory of structural becoming. In the sublime object of ideology, Slavoj Žižek criticizes the Althusserian theory of ideology and proposes a modification. He chooses the law as an example of ideological state apparatuses to develop his argument. The fundamental characteristic of the law as an ideological state apparatus is its incomprehensibility, exteriority to the subject it interpellates. The subject does not obey the law because it is just, but because it is the law, writes Žižek, quoting Pascal. In other words, the subject obeys the interpellation of the law only because of the lack of metalanguage that founds the law, or because of the incomprehensibility of the foundation of the law. 32 Žižek explains that it is this mechanism of transference that ensures such obedience to authority without truth. The necessary structural illusion which drives people to believe that truth can be found in laws describes precisely the mechanism of transference. Transference is the supposition of a truth, of a meaning behind the stupid, traumatic, inconsistent fact of the law. 33. According to Žižek, the interpellation of the law is always traumatic and inconsistent, because the law does not possess a metalanguage that founds it. The interpellation cannot therefore be completely internalized by the subject, there is always a residue, a leftover. To repress this non-symbolizable residue, the subject transfers the law and attempts to identify with it. He concludes that Althusser misses, in his theory of ideology, this mechanism of the subject's identification with the ideological interpellation in order to repress the non-symbolizable residue. 34. The problem of this criticism is that it is constituted by an extrapolation of psychoanalytic theory to social theory, and also that it reduces the Althusserian attempt at constructing a general theory to psychoanalytic theory. In fact, we could easily formalize Žižek's argument within the framework of psychoanalysis. The law as an ideological state apparatus in Žižek corresponds to the other of Lacanian theory. The other is incomprehensible and inconsistent for the subject. In other words, there is no metalanguage that founds the other. 35 Lacan expressed this character of the other by emathemae, the barred other. At the same time, the subject is also barred by this traumatic and inconsistent character of the other. To repress this lack, the subject tries to suture his Spaltung by fantasy. 36 In Žižek, it is this mechanism of fantasy that allows the subject to identify with the dominant ideology. Althusser explained the mechanism of transference to the dominant ideology through rituals that inculcate ideology and that exist everywhere in daily life. In the ideological transference, the practice, or the materiality of the discourse takes precedence over the idea. On the other hand, Žižek's critique of Althusser completely avoids explaining this materiality. Moreover, Žižek reduces the multiplicity of ideological state apparatuses to law alone. The multiple interpolations of the ideological apparatuses are then reduced to the traumatic, senseless injunction 37 of the law. In other words, his critique of Althusserian theory reduces the plurality of ideological state apparatuses to juridico-discursive power, to use Foucault's expression. 38 In fact, Žižek accounts for the Althusserian notion of ideological state apparatuses in the singular form 39, while Althusser defines the ideological state apparatuses in their multiplicity. The ideological state apparatuses are multiple, distinct, relatively autonomous, and prone to providing an objective field to contradictions which express, in forms that are as a rule limited, but in some cases extreme, the effects of the clashes between the capitalist class struggle and the proletarian class struggle. 40. Ideological state apparatuses are multiple and prone to providing an objective field to contradictions. In other words, they contain, in their multiplicity, contradictions that constitute the effects of resistance. When Althusser defines ideological state apparatuses as a multiplicity, what is therefore at stake is to expose the contradictions as the effects of resistance and the possibility of structural change. The materialization of Lacanian theory in Althusser is totally repressed in Zizek. This means that there is not any possibility of structural change in Zizek. It is from this point of view that, for our part, we will approach the central problem of Lacanian theory. In his seminar, Lacan uses the word extimacy at least 3 times. This term, introduced to elucidate the character of the field of the other 41, is a portmanteau of the words intimacy and exteriority. Lacan explains this in the seminar De un autre à l'autre. It is here in a place that we can designate with the term extimate, conjoining the intimate with the radical exteriority. It is insofar as the object is extimate, and purely in the relation established by the institution of the subject as an effect of signifier, and as determining by itself an edge structure in the field of the other. 42. According to Lacan, the object is extimate insofar as it is in the relation established by the institution of the subject as an effect of signifier. The object is the object cause of desire 43, which motivates desire and is found as an unrepresentable object in the field of the other. If the field of the other is extimate, it constitutes the most intimate field of the subject and, at the same time, it forms the most radical exteriority. It is by the effect of this extimacy of the other that the subject sutures the gap with his fantasy. We can recognize here a typically Lacanian schematization of the other. The field of the other is the transcendent instance which determines the subject as radical exteriority and, at the same time, it is the transcendental instance in which the other is internalized as the non-symbolizable. In this sense, we can say that the field of the other is transcendent. Zizek formulated his critique of Althusser from this Lacanian schema. In his theorization, in fact, the transcendent instance of the other is replaced by the law as the only ideological state apparatus. This extrapolation of psychoanalytic theory to social theory poses a problem. In Zizek, the law as the ideological state apparatus forms the transcendent instance that determines the subject by its radical exteriority. The subject who internalizes the ideological interpellation cannot resist this transcendence of the ideological state apparatus. Thus, we cannot conceive, within this theorization, of resistance and structural change. The subject will constantly internalize this dramatic and inconsistent exteriority called the law. By definition, resistance to ideological state apparatuses and structural change cannot arise. 44. 5.5 Structural causality and contingency. Faced with this psychoanalytic concept of the other, what attitude does Althusser take? To reflect on the determination of the elements of a structure by the effectivity of this structure 45 in Marxian theory, he proposes, in reading Capital, 2 kinds of causality, structural causality and metonymic causality. Their difference is very slight, but to us, it seems distinct. In explaining this difference, Althusser compares 2 terms used by Marx, Darstellung and Vorstellung, which both mean representation. In Vorstellung, we do have a position, but which presents itself in front, which therefore supposes something held behind this preposition, something represented by what is held in front. However, in Darstellung, there is nothing behind, the very thing is there, offered in the position of presence. After this comparison, he continues. This is why, according to the level at which one places oneself, we can say that the Darstellung is the concept of the presence of the structure in its effects, that of the modification of the effects by the effectivity of the structure present in its effects, or on the contrary that the Darstellung is the concept of the effectivity of an absence. It is in this second sense that Rancière used the decisive concept of metonymic causality, elaborated in depth by Miller last year during our seminar on Lacan. I believe that, understood as the concept of the effectivity of an absent cause, This concept is admirably suited to denote the very absence of the structure in the effects viewed from the grazing perspective of their existence. But we must insist on the other aspect of the phenomenon, that of the presence, the immanence of the cause in its effects, in other words, that of the existence of the structure in its effects. 46. Althusser defines structural causality as the presence or immanence of the structure in its effects, and metonymic causality as the absence of the structure in its effects. We first emphasized that, in these two causalities, the cause is not supposed to be located behind the phenomenon, because it is, as presence or absence, always in the effects of the structure. Let us recall the Freudian concept of the unconscious. Freud noticed the formations of the unconscious, such as the symptom, the missed act, the dream, etc., according to which he assumed the existence of the unconscious. Thus, the unconscious does not exist as substance, it exists only in the formations of the unconscious as the effects of the unconscious. Althusser deduces from Freud's discovery a causality in which the cause appears only as the effects in the phenomenon. Structural causality and metonymic causality share this character. On the other hand, their difference lies in the fact that, in structural causality, the cause is present in the effects of the structure, while in metonymic causality, the cause exists as an absence in the effects of the structure. What does this mean? We will start with metonymic causality. This notion refers to Jacques-Alain Miller's formalization of Lacanian theory, where the question is exactly the absence of a cause in the structure. In Suture, Miller formalizes the Lacanian theory by referring to Freya's Grundlagender arithmetic. 47. Freya defines natural numbers in terms of sets. 0 is identified with the empty set O, 1 is identified with the set O, 2 is identified with the set O, and so forth. 48. Miller emphasizes that this system defines 1 by the set O which has the empty set O as its element. According to him, this manipulation consists of displacing 0 to 1, this system is thus so constituted with the 0 counting as 1. The counting of the 0 as 1 is the general support of the series of numbers. 49. To define natural numbers, we must thus displace 0 to 1 and metonymically suture a lac. 50. Miller then applies this logic to the relationship between the subject and the other. The subject is divided, barred by the inconsistency of the other, at the same time, it sutures its lack in the form of a fantasy by internalizing the non-symbolizable other. In effect, what in Lacanian algebra is called the relation of the subject to the field of the other can be identified with the relation which the 0 entertains with the identity of the unique as the support of truth. This relation, insofar as it is matrical, cannot be integrated into a definition of objectivity. The engendering of the 0, from this non-identical with itself under which no thing of the world falls, illustrates this to you. 51. Just as the 0 is metonymically sutured by the 1, the subject is sutured by the other. As we have seen, the phallus is a repressed signifier which appears, literally, as an absence in the signifying chain. It is through this effect of the absence of a signifier that the subject sutures its gap. The effectivity of an absent cause designates this mechanism in which the phallus, an absent signifier in the signifying chain, sutures the subject in its effect. In the previous quote from Reading Capital, Althusser wrote, "We must insist on the other aspect of the phenomenon, that of the presence, the immanence of the cause in its effects, in other words, that of the existence of the structure in its effects." We can elucidate the reason he adopted structural causality and not metonymic causality, which relies on the Lacanian concept of the other as extimacy. If one extrapolates, as Zizek does, the psychoanalytic concept of the other to social theory, this can only induce the transcendence of power dispositives. Althusser carefully avoids this pitfall by choosing structural causality, which means the existence of the structure in its effects. In other words, structural causality refers to the determination of one structure by another structure, the cause determining the structure is then present there. In this sense, it is a cause immanent in its effects in the Spinozist sense of the term. 52. In this causality, the transcendent instance does not exist by definition. From this, we can affirm, the possibility of resistance to the dominant ideology exists within the very process of the interpellation of the ideological state apparatuses, or the possibility of structural becoming exists within the social formation itself, which continuously reproduces itself. 53. Where, then, does Althusser locate the possibility of resistance to the dominant ideology? In On the Reproduction of Capitalism, he distinguishes two modalities of ideology. We shall therefore say that a distinction must be made here. We must distinguish between, on the one hand, the determinate elements of the state ideology that are realized in, and exist in, a determinate apparatus and its practices, and, on the other, the ideology that is produced in this apparatus by its practices. To mark this distinction terminologically, we shall call the former ideology the primary ideology, and the latter a byproduct of the practice in which the primary ideology is realized, the secondary, subordinate ideology. 54. The primary ideology is realized and exists in a determinate apparatus. In contrast, the secondary ideology is produced, as a byproduct of the primary ideology, within this apparatus. What is the difference between these two modalities? We shall say that this secondary ideology is produced by the practice of the apparatus that realizes the primary ideology. But that is just a convenient way of putting it, for no practice in the world produces its ideology all by itself. There is no spontaneous ideology, although it can be useful, in other words, terminologically convenient when making a specific point, to use the expression spontaneous ideology. In the case to hand, these secondary ideologies are produced by a conjunction of complex causes. Among them are, alongside the practice in question, the effect of other, external ideologies, other external practices and, in the final instance, the effects however veiled of the class struggle, even its remote effects, which are in fact very close. 55. Primary ideology is realized, as the dominant ideology, in ideological state apparatuses and is embodied in ideological interpellation. However, when this primary ideology is inculcated in the subject as its destination, 56, it is transformed by a conjunction of complex causes, by a conjuncture. In other words, the dominant ideology is not internalized in the subject in its pure form. In the process of ideological interpellation, it is transformed by a social conjuncture. The subject is therefore not perfectly sutured by the dominant ideology. It is exactly in this sense that the disubjection of the subjected subjects is always possible. And this is where the effect of the class struggle or resistance appears. 58. Note that the effect of the class struggle appears in the secondary ideology. Ideological apparatuses aim to inculcate the dominant ideology through ritualistic practices. In other words, the dominant ideology tries to suppress other ideologies and the class struggle. However, the latter is always found in another reality. 59. This expression reminds us of the Freudian term another scene, which designates the unconscious. 60. Just as the unconscious appears as an effect in the formations of the unconscious, the class struggle appears as an effect in the secondary ideology. 61. And this effect denotes the existence of the class struggle or resistance. That is why we can derive from this thesis of the primacy of the class struggle over the dominant ideology and the ideological state apparatuses another thesis, its direct consequence: the ideological state apparatuses are necessarily both the site and the stake of a class struggle that extends the general class struggle dominating a social formation into the apparatuses of the dominant ideology. If the function of the ISIS is to inculcate the dominant ideology, the reason is that there is resistance. If there is resistance, the reason is that there is struggle. In the final analysis, this struggle is a direct or indirect echo of the class struggle, sometimes a close echo, more often a distant one. The May 1968 events brought this fact into the broad light of day, revealing a struggle that had until then been mute and suppressed. 62. Even if the ideological state apparatuses function to inculcate the dominant ideology, this ideology is transformed by the conjuncture, namely the class struggle. Resistance to the dominant ideology emerges in this transformation. Using a 1980s Althusserian term, we call this process of ideological transformation a deviation of ideology. 63. In Lacanian psychoanalytic theory, this deviation does not exist. Althusser raises this question in The Discovery of Dr. Freud. In his famous seminar on the Purloined Letter, after a meticulous and intriguing analysis of post-text, Lacan concludes, according to which a letter always arrives at its destination. It is a line excessively encumbered with meanings and echoes in a philosophy of the signifier, the letter, the unconscious as signifier. To that declaration, which is supported by a whole philosophy not of the addressee but of destiny, and thus of the most classical finality, I will simply oppose the materialist thesis. It happens that a letter does not arrive at its destination. 64. Althusser opposes his materialist thesis to the Lacanian thesis. What is at stake in these two completely opposite theses? What Lacan tried to show in the seminar on the Purloined Letter is that the law proper to the signifying chain relates the subject to the symbolic order. In other words, the subject is sutured by the signifier of the lac in the signifying chain. A letter then designates the signifier of a lac, and destination signifies the subject. But why does a letter always arrive at its destination for Lacan? It is exactly at this point that the intersubjective 65 relationship between the subject and the other emerges. Let us refer again to suture. If now we were to try and develop in time the relation which engenders and supports the signifying chain, we would have to take into account the fact that temporal succession is under the dependency of the linearity of the chain. The time of engendering can only be circular, which is why both these propositions are true at one and the same time, that subject is anterior to signifier and that signifier is anterior to subject, but only appears as such after the introduction of the signifier. The retroaction consists essentially of this, the birth of linear time. We must hold together the definitions which make the subject the effect of the signifier and the signifier the representative of the subject. It is a circular, though non-reciprocal, relation. 66. Miller asserts that we must hold together the definitions which make the subject the effect of the signifier and the signifier the representative of the subject. According to the first definition, the signifier of lac, which is located in the transcendent instance of the other, produces the subject as an effect. In contrast, as per the second definition, the signifier of lac as an instance of the other represents the subject. If we notice this circularity, the subject is represented by the signifier, but at the same time, it is sutured by this representation. This is how the signifier always arrives at its destination via the other, and it is how the subject is always already sutured by the instance of the other. The intersubjective relationship between the subject and the other is therefore only asymmetrical. Likewise, the instance of the other is only transcendent. Althusser proposed a materialist thesis to criticize this transcendent instance of the other, as the basis of Lacanian psychoanalytic theory. In Althusserian theory, interpellation by ideological state apparatuses entails a deviation in the process of ideological interpellation/introjection. In other words, the dominant ideology is forced to undergo an alteration during this deviation, which demonstrates the social existence of resistance. The intervention of contingency appears here in differentiating itself from the philosophy of destiny, namely from Lacanian theory. In this sense, metonymic causality corresponds to the destinal character of the Lacanian theory of the signifier, and structural causality corresponds to the Althusserian theory of contingency and resistance. The materialist thesis which Althusser opposes to Lacanian theory designates the unstable field of power relations, in other words, the field of contingency. And what produces this contingency, the deviation from the reproductive law of capitalist society, is the collective class struggle, which desubjects the subjects. This problematic of contingency allows Althusser to theorize resistance and structural change. From this perspective, in the next chapter, we will approach the problem of the relationship between the causality of structural change and contingency. 5.6 On specular centration. We have shown that the possibility of resistance to the dominant ideology and structural change exists in the Althusserian theory of ideology. However, there is a seemingly contradictory element within his theory itself. At the end of Ideology and Ideological State Apparatuses, Althusser cites an example of Christian religious ideology to explain the formal structure of all ideology based on the relationship between God and the subjects he addresses. We observe that the structure of all ideology, interpellating individuals as subjects in the name of a unique and absolute subject, is specular, i.e. a mirror structure, and doubly specular. This mirror duplication is constitutive of ideology and ensures its functioning. This means that all ideology is centered, that the absolute subject occupies the unique place of the center, and interpellates around it the infinity of individuals into subjects in a double mirror connection such that it subjects the subjects to the subject, while giving them in the subject in which each subject can contemplate its own image the guarantee that this really concerns them and him, and that since everything takes place in the family, God will recognize his own in it, i.e. those who have recognized God, and have recognized themselves in him, will be saved. 67. Althusser shows that the relationship between God as an absolute subject and the subjects he interpellates is specular. The problem is that this abstract schematization of the specular relation misses the problem of resistance, especially that of the deviation of ideology. On the Reproduction of Capitalism, he develops the question of the multiplicity of ideological state apparatuses and of the ideological deviation in capitalist production relations. However, relying on Marx and Engels' thesis in the German Ideology 68, he asserts that the formal structure of all ideology is always the same and restricts his analysis to a single example, that of Christian religious ideology. 69. It is from there that he deduces the transcendence of the ideological state apparatus as an absolute and unique subject. 70. How can we think of this decalage in Althusserian theory itself? 71. In the same text, Althusser himself criticizes the formal and abstract character of the Marxian schema of superstructure and base. The greatest disadvantage of this representation of the structure of every society by the spatial metaphor of an edifice is obviously the fact that it is metaphorical, i.e., it remains descriptive. We do not mean by this that we want to reject the classical metaphor, for that metaphor itself requires that we go beyond it. And we are not going beyond it in order to reject it as outworn. We simply want to attempt to think what it gives us in the form of a description. 72. The descriptive theory is, so to speak, a schematic abstract which obliges to be overtaken by a concrete of thought. To use Althusser's term. 73. At this point, we can understand why Althusser could not go beyond his own descriptive theory and what was precisely the obstacle for him. In his lecture on Feuerbach, Althusser defines the structure of specular reflection in Feuerbach's philosophy by an equation: a subject's essential object equals that subject's objectified essence. He continues as follows. This equation expresses an in principle perfect correspondence between, on the one hand, the essence of a being or subject, and, on the other, his proper object, called his essential object. It is peculiar to him in the narrow, positive sense of the term, because it is nothing other than this being's or subject's objectification, externalization, or adequate manifestation. This immediately brings to mind a structure that is typical of the relationship between these concepts, a relation of subject to object or essence to phenomenon, a relation in which the center is constituted by the constitutive subject, from which there emanates a space of objects concentric to the center, objects objectifying the essence of the subject or being, who is thus the subject that constitutes them. 74. In Feuerbach's philosophy, the subject and the object are concentric and reflect each other in a specular manner. If we recall that Althusser defined the structure of the ideological subject as specular centration, we can see that common elements exist between his analysis of the structure of Feuerbachian philosophy and this definition of the structure of ideology. Moreover, this interpretation of Feuerbachian philosophy is largely inspired by Lacanian theory. In Lacan's essay on the mirror stage, the subject acquires its body image through the specular image. The subject's own image is alienated as if it were the image of the other, and it is this alienating identity that gives the subject its own form. 75 We could therefore say that the Feuerbachian theory is analyzed here by means of Lacan's theory. Althusser then aims to connect Feuerbach's philosophy to the theory of ideology. He first recognizes the structure of specular centration and reduplication in Feuerbachian theory, and he adds the following point that does not exist there. This effect of the specular relation with reduplication leads to a displacement, from the original centration to a centration that reduplicates the first. There results a specific, supplementary effect whose functioning we saw when we discussed the ontological significance of the relation between subject and object, the center and its horizon. This effect is now displaced onto the reduplicated subject, here God. The relation subject equals object, once it is caught up in the reduplication of this decentration, takes on a new form, becoming a relation of the absolute subordination of the first subject to the second subject. The first subject becomes accountable to the second subject. The first subject is a subject subjected to the second subject, who is sovereign and judge. The specular relation becomes a relation of moral accountability, that is, responsibility. On the other hand, the second subject serves the first as a guarantee. The couple submission/guarantee thus reveals itself to be basic to the structure of any ideology. 76. This quote includes everything that Althusser presented in the structure of Christian religious ideology: the subjection of the subjects to the absolute subject, the recognition of the subjects by the subject, and the specular relation between subject and subjects. This specular relation between subject and subjects is reproduced identically as the structure of Christian ideology developed in the article on ideological state apparatuses. However, in this abstract explanation, the problem of the materiality of the ideological interpellation and the problem of ideological deviation do not intervene. This descriptive schematization therefore does not contain the class struggle in capitalist production relations. In this sense, doesn't it miss the materialist side of the ideology? Even if the mechanism of recognition/denial between the absolute subject and the subjects is relevant to explain the structure of religious ideology in pre-modern society, it cannot explain the problem of resistance, of the class struggle in capitalist production relations. In this sense, Althusser rejects the problem of ideological deviation and formulates the timeless structure of ideology as specular centration. But in their relationship with the mutation of the social structure, ideologies have a history of their own. 77. This history is that of practices and resistances. But why does Althusser finally reject this problem of resistance that he himself initiated? We can answer this question provisionally as follows: by formulating the diachronic structure of ideology as specular centration, he made this very formulation an obstacle to theorizing the problem of resistance. The class struggle in capitalist production relations causes the interpellation of the dominant ideology to deviate, and the schema of Christian religious ideology cannot explain this deviation. According to the theory of ideological deviation, there is a discrepancy between the interpellation and the introjection of ideology, and this discrepancy cannot be reduced to a specular relation. It is for this reason that we define the mechanism of the ideological suture as a transference to the dominant ideology, and not as a specular centration. This ideological transference means the restructuring of the ego on the dominant ideology, in which the unconscious selects, by responding to the ideological interpellation, the forms, elements or relations suitable to it. 78. The ideological state apparatuses, which form contradictions among themselves, are vulnerable in their multiplicity. 79 and, in this sense, are never transcendent. On the other hand, the theory of specular centration is based on the transcendence of the unique and absolute subject in relation to the subjects. It therefore excludes the problem of contingency and resistance. It is exactly at this point that we find an unsolved problem in Althusser. 6. Structure. 6.1 Decentration of social formation. In his theory of ideology, Althusser sought to transform and materialize Lacanian psychoanalytic theory. In other words, he tried to introduce contingent elements into the Lacanian philosophy of destiny. This materialist transformation of Lacanian theory allows him to reflect on the mechanism of the becoming of social formation. But in order to think about this mechanism, we must first examine the specificity of the Althusserian definition of social formation. The notion of decentration, used by Althusser in his famous article Freud and Lacan, which first introduced Lacanian theory into the philosophical field, will serve us as a guiding thread. Since Marx, we have known that the human subject, the economic, political, or philosophical ego, is not the center of history. We have even known, against the philosophers of the Enlightenment and against Hegel, that history has no center but possesses a structure that has a necessary center solely in ideological denial. Freud in turn reveals to us that the real subject, the individual in his singular essence, does not have the form of a self, centered in an ego, consciousness, or existence, be it the existence of the for itself, the body proper, or behavior. That the human subject is decentered, constituted by a structure that, too, has a center solely in the imaginary denial of the ego, that is, in the ideological formations in which it recognizes itself. 1. In the same way that history has no center, the subject does not have the form of a self, centered in an ego, a consciousness, or an existence, the subject is decentered. But in what sense does Althusser use this notion of decentration? As mentioned in the previous chapter, in 3 notes on the theory of discourse, he distinguishes 4 types of discourse: scientific, aesthetic, ideological, and unconscious. The ideological discourse has a structure of centration. The subject recognizes itself in the dominant ideology by the effects of the ideological interpellation. The subject is then sutured by the ideological centration. On the other hand, scientific discourse takes a completely different form, that of decentration. Scientific discourse, in which the subject effect is absent in person and thus is not a signifier of this discourse, possesses a structure of decentration. 2. Scientific discourse has a structure of decentration, in other words, a system of relations in which no element is constituent. From this, we can understand that Althusser's structure of decentration has no constituent or privileged element. Various instances and elements coexist in the structure, but no instance, no element is constituent of it, nor transcendent. The structure exists purely as a system of disjunctive relations. As we have seen, Lacan uses the term eccentric almost in the same sense as the term decentered. 3. But why does Lacan use these 2 terms in the same context? For Althusser, the term decentered means that there is no center, so it is not compatible with eccentric that retains the notion of center. Althusser defines unconscious discourse as follows. He discourse of the unconscious, in which the subject effect is absent by delegation. We are dealing with a pseudo-structure of centration, subtended by a structure of flight or lack. 4. The discourse of the unconscious possesses, writes Althusser, a pseudo-structure of centration, not the structure of decentration, because the subject of the unconscious does not appear in person in the discourse of the unconscious, but by delegation. 5. The delegation designates the lack in the signifying chain, namely the repressed phallus that represents the renunciation of the satisfaction of desire. According to Althusser, the subject of the unconscious is certainly eccentric but is not decentered, because it has a pseudo-structure of centration. What does this affirmation mean? Let us recall the Lacanian notion of extimacy. The instance of the other is the most intimate and at the same time the most external for the subject. The subject of the unconscious is metonymically displaced to this instance of the eccentric other in relation to the ego. What we have called the transcendent instance corresponds to this structure of displacement of the ego onto the other in the Lacanian notion of the unconscious. In other words, the Lacanian subject of the unconscious is eccentric but always retains a displaced center, namely the other. The subject is not decentered in the strict sense of the term. In Lacan, the subject is determined by the phallus, the negative signifier repressed in the transcendent instance of the other. In this process, the barred subject still has an extimate center. For example, Lacan qualifies the Freudian Copernican revolution as follows. For such a step to be constituted, is it enough that a privilege should be revoked, in this case, the one that put the earth in the central place? Man's subsequent destitution from an analogous place due to the triumph of the idea of evolution gives one the sense that such revocation implies an advantage that is confirmed by its constancy. But can we be so sure this is an advantage or real progress? Does anything make it seem that the other truth, if we may so term revealed truth, has seriously suffered as a result? Don't we realize that, by exalting the center, heliocentrism is no less of a lure than seeing the earth as the center, and that the existence of the ecliptic probably provided a more stimulating model of our relations with truth, before it lost much of its interest when it was reduced to being no more than the earth-bowing ascent. 6. What matters to Lacan is not the destitution of the center, but the ecliptic position of the subject achieved by the extimacy of the other. We can now understand why Lacan uses the term decentered in the same sense as eccentric. If the subject is eccentric in relation to the instance of the other, then this instance takes hold of the center of the subject. It is this subject barred by the incidence of the other that Lacan qualified as decentered. For Althusser, the concept of decentration refers only to a structure that has no center. He therefore carefully avoids the term eccentric, which retains the notion of center. For Marxist philosophy there can be no subject as an absolute center, as a radical origin, as a unique cause. Nor can one, in order to get out of the problem, rely on a category like that of the excentration of the essence, since it is an illusory compromise which, using a fraudulently radical term, one whose root is perfectly conformist, safeguards the umbilical cord between essence and center and therefore remains a prisoner of idealist philosophy. Since there is no center, every excentration is superfluous or a sham. In reality, Marxist philosophy thinks in and according to quite different categories: determination in the last instance, which is quite different from the origin, essence, or cause; determination by relations, contradiction, process, nodal points, etc. 7. Althusser rejects the notion of center, thus excluding the existence of a single constituent element in the structure. For example, the Lacanian phallus occupies a privileged position in structuring the subject. The phallus is a privileged signifier that determines all the other signifiers through the effect of repression. It is thus a transcendent signifier belonging to the instance of the other. On the other hand, in the Althusserian theory, any privileged instance or element is strictly forbidden. Let us refer to the article Contradiction and Overdetermination, where Althusser reflects on the inversion of the dialectic in Marx. Following the classical interpretation, Marx inverted Hegel's idealistic dialectic in which the spirit determines reality. By this inversion, he established the materialist dialectic in which reality determines the spirit. However, for Althusser, the problem is not an inversion of the sense of the dialectic, but of the transformation of its structures. 8. If the Hegelian dialectic defines history as a phenomenon of spirit, and if the Marxist dialectic defines the superstructure as a reflection of the economic base, then these two dialectics take the same form at the level of the logical structure, that of a virtual identity between an essence and its phenomenon. Althusser, for his part, defines the specificity of Marx's thought in a different way. For Marx, this tacit identity of the economic and the political disappears in favor of a new conception of the relation between determinant instances in the structure-superstructure complex which constitutes the essence of any social formation. Of course, these specific relations between structure and superstructure still deserve theoretical elaboration and investigation. However, Marx has at least given us the two ends of the chain, and has told us to find out what goes on between them. On the one hand, determination in the last instance by the mode of production; on the other, the relative autonomy of the superstructures and their specific effectivity. 9. The Marxian notion of social formation rejects the Hegelian couple of essence phenomenon. According to Althusser's interpretation, social formation is a system of relations made up of various instances in which there is no center. In other words, there is no privileged element in this social formation. Therefore, the thesis of relative autonomy of superstructures only means that of each instance in relation to the others. For example, in a 1976 text, Althusser compares Marx to Freud and states, "At this point, if from a distance, we cannot help but think of the revolution introduced by Marx when he renounced the ideological bourgeois myth that thought the nature of society as a unified and centered whole and began to think any social formation as a system of instances without a center." Freud, who did not know Marx, thought his object in the spatial figure of a topic and a topic without a center, the diverse instances of which have no other unity than the unity of their conflictual functioning in what Freud called the psychic apparatus, a term that cannot but make us think, if discreetly, of Marx. Point 10. Social formation is a system of instances without a center, and, in this sense, radically decentered. No instance is transcendent in relation to the others. The economic instance is not constituent in the strong sense of the term in social formation. Thus, the political is not the phenomenon of the economic, and the economic is not the essence of the political. The structured whole equals this system of instances without a center. He conceptualized it by analogy with the Freudian topic. Let us recall the second Freudian topic, which is made up of the ID, the ego, and the superego. The ego is derived from the ID under the influence of the external world through the intermediary of the perception consciousness system. It is essentially representative of the external world, while the superego stands in contrast to it as the representative of the internal world, of the ID. Point 11. The Freudian topic is this conflictual 12 system of instances without a center where each instance has a relative autonomy with regard to the others. It has the same structure as the Marxian social formation. Althusser avoids being Lacanian in order to exclude the pseudo-structure of centration. In other words, he thinks of the political and the economic as a Freudian. Social formation is a system of instances without a center where the economic instance is not transcendent, and the contradictions are therefore not determined by a single instance. Contradiction is inseparable from the total structure of the social body in which it is found, inseparable from its formal conditions of existence, and even from the instances it governs. It is radically affected by them, determining, but also determined in one and the same movement, and determined by the various levels and instances of the social formation it animates. It might be called overdetermined in its principle. Point 13. The contradiction is overdetermined, writes Althusser. It is not determined by a single element, but by the various levels and instances of the social formation. The term overdetermination is borrowed from Freudian theory. According to Freud, the manifest content of the dream, which is a formation of the unconscious, cannot be reduced to a single element, for it is made up of the condensation of various unconscious elements. In other words, it is overdetermined. In the same sense, the contradiction is overdetermined by various instances in social formation. It is not determined by a single economic instance, but overdetermined by multiple instances. Point 14. We must stop here and ask a crucial question. If social formation is a system of instances without a center in which no instance is constituent, and if each instance remains disjunctively autonomous in relation to the others, how is the thesis of determination in the last instance compatible with this decentered structure of social formation? How does determination in the last instance intervene in the development of a social formation in which no instance is either transcendent or constituent? 6.2 The economic and the political. To reflect on the notion of determination in the last instance, let us consult two texts written at different times, Contradiction and Overdetermination and Elements of Self-Criticism. We will start with Contradiction and Overdetermination, where the determination in the last instance is cited from Engels. Listen to the old Engels in 1890, taking the young economists to task for not having understood that this was a new relationship. Production is the determinant factor, but only in the last instance. More than this neither Marx nor I have ever asserted. Anyone who twists this so that it says that the economic factor is the only determinant factor, transforms that proposition into a meaningless, abstract, empty phrase. And as explanation, the economic situation is the basis, but the various elements of the superstructure, the political forms of the class struggle and its results, to wit constitutions established by the victorious class after a successful battle, etc., juridical forms, and then even the reflexes of all these actual struggles in the brains of the participants, political, juristic, philosophical theories, religious views and their further development into systems of dogmas also exercise their influence upon the course of the historical struggles, and in many cases preponderate in determining their form. 15. The determination in the last instance by the economic instance means that the economic factor is not the only determinant factor. Social formation is thus a system of instances without a center in which each instance has relative autonomy with regard to the others. It has a disjunctive relationship to the others. The economic instance assumes literally the role of the base on which the other instances are inscribed, in a disjunctive way. 16. However, it is never the transcendent or privileged instance, because the instances of the superstructure remain decisive with the economic base, and they often preponderate in determining contradictions. Althusser continues. This overdetermination is inevitable and thinkable as soon as the real existence of the forms of the superstructure and of the national and international conjuncture has been recognized, an existence largely specific and autonomous, and therefore irreducible to a pure phenomenon. We must carry this through to its conclusion and say that this overdetermination does not just refer to apparently unique and aberrant historical situations, but is universal. The economic dialectic is never active in the pure state. In history, these instances, the superstructures, etc., are never seen to step respectfully aside when their work is done or, when the time comes, as his pure phenomena, to scatter before His Majesty the economy as he strides along the royal road of the dialectic. From the first moment to the last, the lonely hour of the last instance never strikes. 17. Althusser proposes a famous thesis here: the lonely hour of the last instance never strikes. What does it mean? We can answer briefly that the economic dialectic is never active in the pure state. In other words, there is no pure contradiction determined by the only determinant factor. The contradiction can always be overdetermined by multiple determinants such as the political, the ideological, the legal, the economic, etc. In this sense, the emphasis of this thesis is on the term lonely. If the contradiction is overdetermined by multiple instances, the last instance alone could never determine the contradiction. The contradiction or the structural becoming that it brings about is always overdetermined by multiple instances in a social formation without a center. In Elements of Self-Criticism, in which Althusser makes a self-criticism on his theoreticist deviation of the 1960s, he cites his own thesis on determination in the last instance, this time evoking the notion of absent cause. It is also not possible to put your finger on this contradiction, determinant in the last instance, as the cause. One can only grasp it and understand it within the forms of the class struggle which constitutes, in the strict sense, its historical existence. To say that the cause is absent thus means, in historical materialism, that the contradiction determinant in the last instance is never present in person on the scene of history and that one can never grasp it directly, as one can a person who is present. It is a cause, but in the dialectical sense, in the sense that it determines what, on the scene of the class struggle, is the decisive link which must be grasped. 18. Let us notice a curious detail. In the 1962 text, Althusser, asserting that the lonely hour of the last instance never strikes, insists that the structural becoming is not determined by the economic instance alone. However, this self-quote inserted in the 1972 text does not include the word lonely. Note this little lapsus. How can we understand this thesis in Elements of Self-Criticism? We should first note that the contradiction in the last instance is defined here in its relation to the absent cause, which is extracted from the formalization of Lacanian theory. In Lacan, the phallus is a signifier of the lack that exists as an absence or an empty place in the signifying chain. Through this absence, it gives meaning to all the other signifiers. It is therefore a privileged signifier. In other words, it determines, as a transcendent signifier, the subject by its absent cause. In the 1972 text, the economic instance assumes exactly the same role as an absent signifier. It determines the contradiction in the last instance, but it is never present in person on the scene of history. It is therefore a non-presence 19 on the scene of history insofar as it determines the contradiction in its effects of absence. Thus, determination by the economic instance is never present in history. At the same time, though, it appears, as a series of absent effects, in all the realized determinations. The economic instance thus occupies the position of the transcendent signifier which is never present as such, but which determines all present reality through its effects. In Elements of Self-Criticism, we must then understand the expression determination in the last instance in a totally different context from that of the 1962 text. The fact that Althusser, who had avoided this theoretical negativity, ends up choosing it is symptomatic and prefigures a theoretical shift. From this moment, it is the class struggle, as an unstable field of power relations, instead of the economic instance, that occupies the scene of history. In Elements of Self-Criticism, the economic instance moves away from the scene of history and the class struggle, contingency in the political field, then assumes a decisive role in his theory. In this sense, the shift towards aleatory materialism already began in 1972.20. The thought on political contingency corresponds to reflections on the singular conjuncture, the singularity of the case that erupts in history. In Machiavelli and Us 21, Althusser defines the specificity of Machiavellian thought by comparing it to Montesquieu. We then appreciate that Machiavelli is a different thinker from Montesquieu. What interests him is not the nature of things in general, but la verità effectual della cosa, of the thing in the singular, the singularity of its case. And the thing is also the cause, the task, the singular problem to be posed and resolved. In this minor difference we can discern what shifts and separates the whole discourse. Yes, Machiavelli's object is knowledge of the laws of history or politics, but at the same time, this is not the case. For his object, which is not an object in this sense, is the formulation of a concrete political problem. Formulation of the problem of political practice is at the heart of everything. All the theoretical elements are arranged as a function of this central political problematic. We can now understand why Machiavelli does not have all the laws intervene, and why he does not offer a general and systematic exposition, but deploys only the theoretical fragments conducive to clarification of the formulation and understanding of this singular concrete case. So much for the fragments. Above all, however, a theoretical dispositive is here brought to light that breaks with the habits of classical rhetoric, where the universal governs the singular. Point 22. In Machiavelli, political practice is, as a thing in the singular or singularity of its case, placed at the heart of all theoretical investigation, and all the theoretical elements are arranged as a function of this central political problematic. In other words, the laws or the theoretical elements are provided by this singularity of political practice. Let us compare this with the 1972 text. In Elements of Self-Criticism, the non-present economic instance ultimately determined the present political conjuncture. On the other hand, in Machiavelli and Us, it is the singularity of the conjuncture that determines the constellation of laws, of theoretical fragments. The singular conjuncture then dominates, as the political contingency, the law or the universal. Machiavelli's thought under the conjuncture 23 refers to the singularity of actuality, of case, of conjuncture, which allows Althusser to qualify Machiavellian thought which deals with this singularity as a form of exceptional thought. We are then in the presence of an exceptional form of thought. On the one hand, we have conditions specified with the utmost precision, from the general state of the Italian conjuncture to the forms of the encounter between fortuna and virtù, and the exigencies of the process of political practice. On the other, we have a total lack of specification as to the site and subject of political practice. The striking thing is that Machiavelli firmly grasps the two ends of the chain, in short, thinks and formulates this theoretical disjuncture, this contradiction, without wishing to propose any kind of theoretical reduction or resolution of it, whether notional or oniric. This thinking of the disjuncture stems from the fact that Machiavelli not only formulates, but thinks, his problem politically, that is to say, as a contradiction in reality that cannot be removed by thought, but only by reality. It can be removed only by the sudden appearance necessary, but unforeseeable and inescribable as regards place, time and person of the concrete forms of the political encounter whose general conditions alone are defined. In this theory that ponders and preserves the disjuncture, room is thereby made for political practice. Room is made for it through this organization of disjoint theoretical notions, by the discrepancy between the definite and indefinite, the necessary and the unforeseeable. This discrepancy, thought and unresolved by thought, is the presence of history and political practice in theory itself. Point 24. If Machiavellian thought is exceptional, it is because it comprises two totally contradictory poles, the definite and the indefinite, or the necessary and the unforeseeable. Machiavellian thought is inscribed in this irreducible discrepancy between the necessity of the law and the singularity of the conjuncture. Thought under the conjuncture is therefore to remain in this discrepancy between the necessary to actualize and the inconceivable contingency. Point 25. What Althusser will call aleatory materialism is a theory capable of assuming this discrepancy in which the singularity of the conjuncture surpasses the generality of the law. To remain in this discrepancy between the necessary law and the unforeseeable eruption, the theory must be inscribed in actuality or the present moment. In a 1978 text, Althusser discusses this problem of temporality. I believe that Marxist theory is finite and limited, that it is limited to the analysis of the capitalist mode of production, and of its contradictory tendency, which opens up the possibility of the transition to the abolition of capitalism and its replacement by something else which already appears implicitly in capitalist society. I believe that Marxist theory is entirely the opposite of a philosophy of history which encompasses the whole future of humanity, and which would thus be capable of defining the end, communism, in a positive manner. Marxist theory is inscribed within and limited to the actual phase, that of capitalist exploitation. Point 26. The Hegelian philosophy of history positively preserves the end and understands history in retrospect to that end. In contrast, Marxist theory is inscribed within and limited to the actual phase, writes Althusser. It does not understand history as a teleological self-development of the end, determined in advance, but as the infinite possibility of an unforeseeable becoming. To say that it is finite means that it is limited to the actuality which is always a singular, not by the end of a teleological philosophy of history. Thus, thought under the conjuncture means that it is inscribed in the power of becoming that the present moment possesses. 6.3 Contingency and structural becoming. During the 1970s, in shifting to the primacy of political contingency, Althusser attempted to understand the political through the thought that remains in the discrepancy between the definite and the indefinite, between the necessity of the law and the singularity of the eruption. However, does this constitute his particularity from that moment? Rather, doesn't he always remain in this discrepancy when he reflects on structural becoming? In Althusser, the problem of structural becoming is deeply concerned with the problem of eruption. In a 1966 letter addressed to his psychoanalyst, René Dietkine, he addresses the question of the eruption of the unconscious in the small child. Ultimately, to undertake the genesis of a phenomenon means to explain how it was born from what is not it. To undertake the genesis of A is to explain through what mechanism non-A produces A. To assume or take on that contradiction is to accept that what one is seeking in order to explain the mechanism through which A erupts is not A, nor is it its prefiguration, germ, draft, promise, etc. 27. It is generally considered that the phenomenon A comes from what contains the cause of this phenomenon. However, if we take the example of the eruption of the unconscious in the child, we find another causality. In The Function and Field of Speech and Language in Psychoanalysis, Lacan emphasizes that the small child becomes a subject by appropriating the structure of language. Point 28 In the little child who will become a subject, the cause of the eruption of the unconscious does not exist. The structure of the unconscious arises, so to speak, from nothing. 29 The eruption is a mechanism by which the non-A produces A, and which is therefore totally different from the mechanisms induced by the ideology of Genesis, namely, the mechanisms of procreation, development, filiation, etc. 30 To deal with this problem, Althusser avoids the term Genesis, which oversupports evolutionary ideology, and replaces it with eruption. What he sees there is a radical break between A and non-A. From there, Althusser tries to find this question of the eruption in Marx's text. In his letter to Dietkine, he interprets the passage of the mode of production as an eruption. It concerns the problem of the eruption mechanism of one determined mode of production, the capitalist mode of production. When one reads Capital rather closely, it appears that contrary to the genetic ideology currently applied to Marx, the capitalist mode of production was not engendered by the feudal mode of production as its own son. There is no filiation properly speaking between the feudal mode of production and the capitalist mode of production. The capitalist mode of production erupts from the encounter of a certain number of very precise elements and from the specific combination of those elements. The feudal mode of production engenders only those elements, of which certain ones, moreover, go back to before the feudal mode of production or can be produced by other modes of production. 31. The capitalist mode of production was not engendered by the feudal mode of production, there is no filiation, but a break between them. Certainly, the feudal mode of production contains elements for the eruption of the new mode of production. However, we should not consider that these elements operate as germs to explain the genesis of the capitalist mode of production. It is not structural elements that realize the new mode of production, it is a specific, singular combination of these elements that produces it. But why does Althusser insist so much on the problem of eruption? What is at stake here is the rejection of Hegelo-Marxist teleology. Marx writes in the preface to a contribution to the Critique of Political Economy. The material productive forces of society, at a certain degree of their development, enter into contradiction with the existing relations of production, or this is merely a legal term designating them with the property relations within which they had hitherto operated. From forms of development of the productive forces, these relations are transformed into fetters on the productive forces. There then begins a period of social revolution. With the changes in the economic base, the whole immense superstructure is overturned, more or less slowly or rapidly. 32. Marx uses here the famous concept of contradiction between productive forces and relations of production. If the development of the productive forces exceeds a certain limit, it produces a contradiction with the existing relations of production, which causes the social revolution. On the Reproduction of Capitalism, Althusser comments on and criticizes this passage. This conception is that of alienation, which finds expression in the dialectic of correspondence and non-correspondence between form and content. The dialectic of non-contradiction and contradiction between form and content, as well as the dialectic of degrees of development of the productive forces, are 100% Hegelian. 33. Marx is here too Hegelian, writes Althusser. In the previous quote from Marx, the contradiction between the relations of production and the productive forces causes the revolution, and by that, it relieves the mode of production. This logic is based on the filiation between previous and new relations of production. In this sense, it takes the same form as the Hegelian self-development of the idea. On the other hand, Althusser tried to conceive a logic of the eruption in which there is a radical break between previous and new relations of production. The logic of the eruption is totally opposed to the Hegelian logic of the self-development of the idea. Althusser addresses this problem in reading Capital. We are beginning to suspect, and even to be able to prove in a number of already studied examples, that the history of reason is neither a linear history of continuous development, nor, in its continuity, a history of the progressive manifestation or emergence into consciousness of a reason which is completely present in germ in its origins and which its history merely reveals to the light of day. We know that this type of history and rationality is merely the effect of the retrospective illusion of a given historical result which writes its history in the future anterior, and which therefore thinks its origin as the anticipation of its end. The rationality of the philosophy of the Enlightenment to which Hegel gave the systematic form of the development of the concept is merely an ideological conception both of reason and of its history. The real history of the development of knowledge appears to us today to be subject to laws quite different from this teleological hope for the religious triumph of reason. We are beginning to conceive this history as a history punctuated by radical discontinuities, profound reorganizations which, if they respect the continuity of the existence of regions of knowledge, nevertheless inaugurate with their rupture the reign of a new logic, which, far from being a mere development, the truth or inversion of the old one, literally takes its place. We are thereby obliged to renounce every teleology of reason, and to conceive the historical relation between a result and its conditions of existence as a relation of production, and not of expression, and therefore as what, in a phrase that clashes with the classical system of categories and demands the replacement of those categories themselves, we can call the necessity of its contingency. 34. The Hegelian history of the self-development of the idea thinks its origin as the anticipation of its end. In the preface to a contribution, Marx presupposes in the same way an end in the self-development of social formation. This end is registered, as a germ in its origins, in linear history. In contrast, Althusser considers history as a history punctuated by radical discontinuities. In other words, history is reflected in its relation to the necessity of contingency, namely the singular combination of structural elements capable of causing the eruption of a new structure. We cannot envisage the structural eruption through the dialectical logic as a contradiction between relations of production and productive forces. With the structural elements, a singular Verbindung must intervene in order to achieve the eruption. History shows several situations in which only two of those elements are united, but not the third. In such cases no new mode of production erupts, and the capitalist mode of production is not born. 35 In this sense, the necessity of contingency signifies the actualization of the singular and contingent Verbindung. It is a thought that remains in the discrepancy between the contingency of the singular Verbindung and the necessity of its actualization. In Althusser, the problem of structural becoming is thus thought within a discrepancy between the definite and indefinite, the necessary and the unforeseeable. His position on this problem has been constant since the 1960s. Let us refer to On the Materialist Dialectic, where Althusser proposes a reflection on the law of uneven development of contradictions. 36 In social formation, each instance produces various contradictions from internal causes. There is a hierarchy between these contradictions. However, in order that the subordinated contradictions become revolutionary forces capable of provoking structural change, the displacement of their role and condensation must intervene. If all contradictions are under the sway of the great law of unevenness, and to be a Marxist and to be able to act politically, it is necessary at all costs to distinguish the principal from the secondary among contradictions and their aspects, and if this distinction is essential to Marxist theory and practice, this is, Mao comments, because we must face up to concrete reality, to the reality of the history that men are living, if we are to explain a reality in which the identity of opposites is supreme, that is the passage in indeterminate conditions of one opposite into the place of another, the exchange of roles between contradictions and their aspects, the identity of opposites in a real unity. Indeed, the great lesson of practice is that if the structure in dominance remains constant, the disposition of the roles within it changes, the principal contradiction becomes a secondary one, a secondary contradiction takes its place, the principal aspect becomes a secondary one, the secondary aspect becomes the principal one. There is always one principal contradiction and secondary ones, but they exchange their roles in the structure articulated in dominance while this latter remains stable. But this principal contradiction produced by displacement only becomes decisive, explosive, by condensation. It is the latter that constitutes the weakest link that, as Lenin said, must be grasped and pulled in political practice so that the whole chain will follow, or, to use a less linear image, it is the latter which occupies the strategic nodal position that must be attacked in order to produce the dissolution of unity. 37. Althusser introduces the notions of displacement and condensation. According to the principle of determination in the last instance, a form of hierarchy exists within the contradictions, but they exchange their roles in the political conjuncture, namely in the class struggle. It is the condensation of contradictions having exchanged their roles that causes structural change. Here we find Althusserian thought inscribed in the discrepancy between the necessary and the unforeseeable. Between the contradictions produced by the structural elements, there is a hierarchy, determination in the last instance by the economic. But in order that the structural becoming is realized, unforeseeable elements must intervene. Displacement and condensation between the economic contradiction and the political contradiction must take place in the class struggle. In other words, it is the antagonistic collective struggle of the disubjected subjects that realizes the unforeseeable displacement and condensation of contradictions. He can explain the crucial distinction for political practice between the distinct moments of a process, non-antagonism, antagonism and explosion. Contradiction, says Lenin, is always at work, in every moment. So these three moments are merely three forms of its existence. I shall characterize the first as the moment when the overdetermination of a contradiction exists in the dominant form of displacement, the second, as the moment when overdetermination exists in the dominant form of condensation, and the last, the revolutionary explosion, as the moment of unstable global condensation inducing the dissolution and resolution of the whole, that is, a global restructuring of the whole on a qualitatively new basis. 38. Note that displacement and condensation are notions borrowed from Freud. In the interpretation of dreams, Freud uses these notions to explain the mechanism of dream formation. The difference between the manifest content and the latent thoughts of the dream is produced by the displacement and the condensation of the unconscious elements. What he called overdetermination refers to this mechanism of dream formation. 39 The mechanism of displacement and condensation is realized by an energetic investment in the unconscious, where the energy is totally free and mobile. The energetic investments, writes Freud, can easily be completely transferred, displaced, and condensed. 40 In other words, displacement and condensation are the other names of contingency. In Althusser's theory, they disturb and deviate, as an eruption of contingency in the political conjuncture, the necessity of dialectic law. In On Marx and Freud, he explains. Concerning the dialectic, Freud furnished it with some surprising figures that he never treated as laws, for example, the categories of displacement, condensation, overdetermination, and so on, as well as in the ultimate thesis, a meditation on which would take us a long way, that the unconscious does not know contradiction and that the absence of contradiction is the condition of any contradiction. There is in this everything necessary to explode the classical model of contradiction, a model too inspired by Hegel to serve the method of Marxist analysis. 41. Classical Marxist theory grasps contradiction as the motor of the negation of negation. We can see in it a process of self-development of contradiction in which the end is inscribed in advance. In this sense, the Hegelian dialectic is based on necessary laws that eliminate contingency. 42 The Freudian dialectic 43 for its part, grasps the movement of contradiction from the contingency that disturbs and deviates the necessary laws. The laws designate the primacy of the economic over the political as well as the teleological self-development of social formation. In Althusser, on the other hand, contradiction signifies overdetermination of contradiction, the eruption of contingent elements deviates dialectical laws and erupts the new structure, totally different from the old one. This contingency is precisely the other name of conjuncture or conjunction of events. 44 which allows the becoming of things, or the becoming of social formation. We nevertheless insist that it is not the simple contingency that determines the structural becoming. What we mean is that the accumulation of the internal contradictions of the structure is not enough to actualize the structural becoming. It is a singular Verbindung that disrupts and deviates the dialectical law and brings about the new structure. In this sense, overdetermination is the other name of structural causality, the original combination of structural elements. 45 In other words, as an immanent cause, a singular Verbindung disrupts necessity in the double sense of the term, the dialectical law as the primacy of the economic over the political, but also the atemporal, synchronic reproduction of social formation. If this is the case, we can argue that overdetermination, structural causality, is a mechanism in which the singular Verbindung of structural elements disrupts and deviates the necessary laws. 46 In Chapter 5, we reflected on the deviation of ideology in its relation to structural causality. It is exactly this deviation that deviates, as an immanent cause, the law of dialectical determination and synchronic reproduction. We can find here the dominant motive of Althusserian theory, the eruption of contingency, or of the singular Verbindung that deviates the law in the political conjuncture. And this thought, which remains in the discrepancy between the necessary and the unforeseeable, authorizes the thought of structural becoming in Althusser. Let us offer one more possibility on this question of structural becoming. In 1975, Althusser noticed the virtual power of contradictions that had not yet actualized the structural becoming. He calls it under determination 47 the virtuality of the event that has not yet crossed the threshold of determination. 48 In social formation, there always exist underdetermined events, which constitute the virtuality of structural becoming. Althusser designates it by the interstices of capitalist society. Marx thinks of communism as a tendency of capitalist society. This tendency is not an abstract result. There already exist concretely, in the interstices of capitalist society, virtual forms of communism. 49 In this sense, the possibility of structural becoming is always already inscribed in social formation itself. The interstices of capitalist society designate this possibility of the becoming of social formation. Appendix 2. From state apparatus to power. Dispositives, Foucault and Althusser. Penal Theories and Institutions and the Punitive Society by Michel Foucault, texts based on 2 lecture courses given at the Collège de France in 1971-72 and 1972-73, are his most Marxist works. Using the notion of civil war that recalls the Marxist notion of class struggle, Foucault analyses, in the first lecture course, the popular seditions at the end of the absolutist regime and the formation of the police, namely the state apparatus which has the function of preventing sedition. 1 In the second lecture course, he examines the formation of the proletariat and its moralization or normalization in the period of capitalist development. This notion of civil war designates, in the first lecture course, the process in which the absolutist state oppresses popular sedition, and in the second lecture course, it is the process in which the bourgeois class conquers and proletarianizes the lower class through disciplinary power. What interests us here is this: Foucault clarifies in these lecture courses, notably in the Punitive Society, that the state apparatus plays an important role in the formation of disciplinary power, even if it is not centered on the state. In Foucault's notion of state apparatus, we can hear the resonance of the notion of ideological state apparatus that Althusser proposed in his article on ideology and ideological state apparatuses. According to the prevailing interpretation, the Foucauldian notion of disciplinary power is very close to the Althusserian notion of ideological state apparatuses insofar as both modalities of power function to subject individuals at the level of daily practice. However, there is an important difference. For Althusser, these apparatuses are centered on the state insofar as they are the ideological state apparatuses, while, for Foucault, the disciplinary power is not centered on the state. Such an interpretation, however, runs the risk of suggesting that Foucauldian theory deals only with micropower that is irreducible to the state apparatus and that it thus cannot reflect on state power. On the other hand, if we consider that the Foucauldian notion of disciplinary power has a close relationship with the state apparatus, we can rely on Foucauldian theory in order to analyze the mechanism of state power. The resulting reflection also leads us to reconsider the theoretical distance between Foucault and Althusser. From this perspective, we can evaluate, through reading these 2 Foucauldian lecture courses, the relationship between disciplinary power and the state apparatus, as well as Althusser's influence on the formation of the theory of disciplinary power. To start this reflection, we propose the following hypothesis. In Penal Theories and Institutions, Foucault begins by analyzing the repressive state apparatus in the Althusserian sense, but, in the punitive society, he shifts his analysis towards the relationship between capitalism and power and constructs a notion of disciplinary power which goes beyond the Althusserian notion of state apparatus or ideological state apparatus. Finally, in Psychiatric Power and Discipline and Punish, this notion is reformulated as power dispositives made up of disciplinary power. To demonstrate this hypothesis, we read Penal Theories and Institutions and the Punitive Society to examine the relationship between disciplinary power and the state apparatus. 1. What is a dispositive? To consider the relationship between disciplinary power and state apparatus in Foucauldian thought, let us first refer to the definition of disciplinary power in Discipline and Punish. T cannot be localized in a particular type of institution or state apparatus. For they have recourse to it, they use, select, or impose certain of its methods. But, in its mechanisms and its effects, it is situated at a quite different level. What the apparatuses and institutions operate is, in a sense, a microphysics of power, whose field of validity is situated in a sense between these great functionings and the bodies themselves with their materiality and their forces. Now, the study of this microphysics presupposes that the power exercised on the body is conceived not as a property, but as a strategy, that its effects of domination are attributed not to appropriation, but to dispositions, maneuvers, tactics, techniques, functionings. Point 2. According to Foucault, disciplinary power is not reduced to the institution nor the state apparatus, rather, it is they that use the technology of disciplinary power. This is an implicit refutation of the Althusserian notion of the state apparatus. For Althusser, state apparatuses are reduced to the institutions such as the repressive state apparatus and ideological state apparatuses. In contrast, for Foucault, disciplinary power means the tactics of subjection that operate between institutions and bodies. Disciplinary dispositive thus means the set of tactics that is not centered either on the state or the institutions. It is defined, in the lecture course on psychiatric power, as the productive instance of discursive practice 3 concerning the norm, namely as the set of tactics of power knowledge that disciplines and normalizes the subjects. Point 4. In psychiatric power, Foucault specifies that he cannot use the notion of state apparatus because it is much too broad, much too abstract to designate these immediate, tiny, capillary powers that are exerted on the body, behavior, actions, and time of individuals. The state apparatus does not take this microphysics of power into account. Point 5. For Foucault, the state apparatus is a notion that designates the institution reproducing the state power, thus a concept too broad to designate the tactics of micropower exerted on individuals' bodies. Hence, Foucault will choose the notion of power dispositives which allows him to analyze the tactics of subjection arranged by disciplinary power. Regarding the Foucauldian notion of dispositives, let us refer to What is a Dispositive, by Gilles Deleuze. This text, read at the colloquium entitled Michel Foucault Philosopher, sheds light on the position of disciplinary dispositives that we have just discussed. Foucault's philosophy is often presented as an analysis of concrete dispositives. But what is a dispositive? First of all, it is a skein, a multilinear whole. It is composed of lines of different natures. The lines in the dispositive do not encircle or surround systems that are each homogeneous in themselves, the object, the subject, language, etc., but follow directions, trace processes that are always out of balance, that sometimes move closer together and sometimes farther away. Each line is broken, subject to changes in direction, bifurcating and forked, and subjected to deviations. Visible objects, articulable utterances, forces in use, subjects in position are like vectors or sensors. Thus the 3 main instances, Foucault successively distinguishes knowledge, power, and subjectivity by no means have contours that are defined once and for all but are chains of variables that are torn from each other. Point 6. According to Deleuze, Foucauldian dispositives mean a multilinear whole composed of lines of different natures. In this sense, Foucauldian power dispositives are a multiplicity of different forces or tactics, which are not centered on the state. They are, therefore, different from the Althusserian state apparatus, the institution centered on the state. We then ask ourselves the following questions: if Foucauldian power dispositives are not centered on the state, what is the relationship between power dispositives and state apparatuses? What did Foucault learn about the notion of the Althusserian state apparatus? How did he differentiate his notion of power dispositives from the Althusserian notion of state apparatus? With these questions, we first examine penal theories and institutions in its relation to the Althusserian notion of the state apparatus. 2. The repressive state apparatus in penal theories and institutions. In penal theories and institutions, Foucault develops a careful analysis of the institutionalization of the police and the prison, two institutions of the repressive state apparatus in the Althusserian sense under the absolutist regime. He examines the new pied sedition in the 17th century and its repression by the absolutist state. The new pied sedition was a popular riot, but it escalated with the support of the Norman aristocracy. The absolutist state crushed it with difficulty. After that, to prevent the increasing revolts taking place in the 17th century, it founded two institutions of the repressive state apparatus other than the army, the police and the prison. Foucault here classifies the prison as a repressive state apparatus, since in the 17th century, it did not yet function to normalize subjects as disciplinary power would have. In this sense, the absolutist power of this period is pure sovereign power that only holds the repressive state apparatus. According to Foucault, the absolutist state faced a sort of antinomy in this period: if it arms the aristocracy to repress popular sedition, and if the aristocracy supports this popular sedition, this measure risks overthrowing the absolutist regime itself. However, if the absolutist state has an army in every region, this measure requires a huge budgetary expenditure. To resolve this antinomy, the absolutist state invented the police and the prison, two institutions of the repressive state apparatus. Foucault sheds light on this point in Penal Theories and Institutions. To escape this antinomy, in which Séguier's repression was still caught, the state put in place two institutions: a police, centralized, and local. Police, that is to say, an armed force, but one which does not have military tasks. An armed force which, blended into the population, has capabilities of immediate intervention and especially of prevention that the army does not have. An armed force whose presence does not have the disastrous economic consequences of an army in the field. The other, even newer institution is confinement or deportation, that is to say the removal of a fringe of population. Hitherto punishment, the threat against sedition, was the army's presence, it was invasion. Now it is removal of the dangerous population. To remove or threaten to remove a part of the population does not have the economic drawbacks of invasions. It keeps wages low, people prefer low wages to being confined. Stimulation of production at low cost, stimulation of colonial trade. 7. Foucault thus examines two institutionalizations of the repressive state apparatus that could resolve the antinomy in question. First, institutionalizing the police allows them to penetrate the population to give themselves the capacity for intervention and prevention in a more direct and flexible way than the army. Second, the institutionalization of the prison, confinement in the prison removes the dangerous population such as the unemployed and the lower class, to prevent popular sedition. What is interesting here is that the repressive state apparatus, like the police and the prison, is linked to the development of capitalist production. 8. The repressive state apparatus threatens the lower class with imprisonment to maintain low wages and to stimulate production at low prices. In this sense, the prison constitutes a reserve of wages and prices regulation. The prison and the army, as a centralized repressive state apparatus, controlled the dangerous lower class and prevented popular sedition. At the same time, they developed capitalist production in 17th century society. Foucault nevertheless asserts that the economic role is marginal since the 17th century prison did not discipline or normalize subjects. It was a purely repressive state apparatus and was not yet a disciplinary dispositive. The repressive state apparatus is neither the simple translation nor the expression of economic relations, contrary to the assertion of classical Marxism. Rather, it intervenes in economic relations and supports the development of capitalism. Regarding this point, Foucault proposes the following theses. It may be true that juridical forms reflect, express economic relations. It may be true that the basic role of decisions of justice is to reproduce relations of production. There is, however, another level where the functioning of the judicial apparatus comes to light. At this level, it is neither expression nor reproduction of economic relations. As power relation, it operates within economic relations, and thereby modifies them. It transcribes economic relations within power relations and thereby modifies them. An apparatus like the judicial apparatus is not solely an expression or instrument of reproduction. It is one of the systems by which the investment of the political by the economic takes place. The insertion of the political in the economic takes place. It assures at once the omnipresence of the political to the economic, and the gap from one to the other. 10. According to Foucault, economic relations determine power relations, and, at the same time, power relations determine economic relations. In other words, power relations are not the simple instrument of reproduction of economic relations, but they determine economic relations essentially. We could also say that this quote follows the Althusserian thesis on the relative autonomy of the superstructure with relation to the economic basis. However, we interpret this quote in a strict way. Foucault criticizes this Althusserian thesis by introducing the notion of power relations in order to propose a new thesis on the autonomy and reciprocal intervention of economic relations and of power relations. He specifically criticizes these two Marxist theses: 1. The superstructure is an expression of the economic base. 2. The economic base is relatively or absolutely predominant with regard to the superstructure. To demonstrate this hypothesis, we cite the Foucauldian definition of the state apparatus. In studying a state apparatus, we should no doubt distinguish its structure, which does indeed have a repressive nature; its strategy, which is indeed orientated towards reproduction; and its functioning as an apparatus which manifests the interplay of relations of power and relations of production with regard to each other. 11. In the first two distinguished points, Foucault asserts that the state apparatus is repressive and that its strategy is oriented towards reproduction. These two characteristics are very similar to the definition of the repressive state apparatus that Althusser proposed in his article on ideology and ideological state apparatus. According to Althusser, the repressive state apparatus functions by violence, such as the army, police, and justice. 12. It is oriented towards the reproduction of capitalist relations of production. On these 2 points, the notion of state apparatus is therefore used in the same sense as Althusser's repressive state apparatus. However, with the 3rd point, Foucault introduces a new concept, the power relations, in order to get out of the Althusserian problematic. By introducing this notion, Foucault proposes a thesis on reciprocal autonomy and intervention of economic relations and power relations. Economic relations then determine power relations, and, at the same time, power relations intervene in economic relations and support the development of capitalism. Foucault thus frees himself from both the classical Marxist framework and the Althusserian problematic. 3. State apparatus and disciplinary power in the punitive society, from the punitive society to the disciplinary society. Let us now turn to the punitive society, the lecture course that followed penal theories and institutions, in order to reflect on the formation of the notion of disciplinary power and the relationship between disciplinary power and the state apparatus. In the punitive society, Foucault uses 2 similar notions, the punitive society and the disciplinary society. According to his explanation, the former was established in the 18th century and the latter in the 19th century in order to discipline and normalize subjects. What is the difference between these two concepts? Disciplinary society is made up of power dispositives that are not centered on the state, while punitive society is centered on the state apparatus. Foucault defines punitive society as follows. I have tried to show the rise of a coercive system that in its nature and functioning was heterogeneous to the 18th century penal system. This coercive system was gradually shifted in its points of application and instruments, and was taken over by the state apparatus at the end of the 18th century, and we can say that at the end of the first 20 years of the 19th century the state apparatus had, for the most part, taken over responsibility for the coercive system, which was in turn grafted onto the penal system, so that for the first time we have a penal system that is a penitentiary system. In short, we are dealing with something that I call the punitive society, that is to say a society in which the judicial state apparatus makes additional use of corrective and penitentiary functions. Point 13. According to Foucault, punitive power, represented by the prison, disciplines subjects using coercion. Thus the punitive apparatus developed at the end of the 18th century is no longer a simple repressive apparatus, it has been transformed into a punitive state apparatus to discipline subjects. What, then, is the relationship between punitive power and disciplinary power? We propose the following hypothesis: disciplinary power was established on the basis of the punitive state apparatus, it is punitive power generalized in a capillary manner throughout the society. We will first reflect on the formation of the punitive society in England. Since the end of the 17th century, the period of the emergence of capitalism, people began to spontaneously form the groups which explicitly adopted the aim of supervision, control, and punishment, namely maintaining order. 14. First, the organization of the police by the Quaker and Methodist communities. Second, the emergence of related societies such as the Society for the Reformation of Manners, which aimed to moralize society. Third, the spontaneous organization of self-defense. Groups of a paramilitary sort to maintain political and criminal order. Fourth, the organization of private police by great companies and great commercial firms to defend their property, their stock, and their merchandise against riot, banditry, everyday pillage and petty thievery. Point 15. These private groups organized themselves as a result of the development of capitalism, namely the displacement of populations and the accumulation of capital. With the accumulation of capital and the development of the division of labor, expensive machinery and stocks become exposed to risks of robbery, plunder and daily depredation. Point 16. To reduce the risk of wealth loss for the bourgeoisie, the latter tries to moralize workers and simultaneously demands that the state take charge of such moralization. We have, then, a double movement. On the one hand, through these groups of control and superintendence, there is a junction of the moral and the penal. Now in the theory of criminal law that appears at the end of the 18th century with Beccaria and Bentham, there is a break between moral wrongdoing and infraction. All the theorists of penal law separate the two. For them, laws do not have to punish the moral conduct of people, they are concerned only with the utility of society and not individual morality. Now, at the same time, we have all this practice of spontaneous superintendence organized by groups and, finally, by one class of another, a whole practice of superintendence that attempts to remoralize penally and invest it in a kind of moral atmosphere, in short, that seeks to establish continuity between moral control and repression on the one hand, and the penal sanction on the other. So what we see is a moralization of the penal system, despite the practice and discourse of this system. All this movement allows penally to spread widely into everyday life. On the other hand, and at the same time, we have a second, very important movement by which the demand for moralization shifts towards the state, a movement of takeover by the state. The upper classes, insofar as they control power, are the bearers of this demand, whereas the laboring and lower classes become the point of application of the moralization of penally. The state sees itself called upon to become the instrument of the moralization of these classes. Point 17. First, to moralize the workers, the principle of supervision and punishment was established by the bourgeoisie. This movement was then taken over by the state, so that the penal system moralized. Moralization here means the disciplinarization that produces disciplined workers, and the state then became the instrument for doing so. Thus, the civil war between the bourgeois class and working class, namely the disciplinarization of the workers by the bourgeoisie, is institutionalized. It is state apparatuses like the police and the prison that would henceforth discipline workers. What is important here is that the state movement produces not only an ethical juridical control and a state control to the advantage of a class, but also the coercive and the penitentiary, which aim at correcting and normalizing individuals. Point 18. The coercive is a junction of the moral and the penal insofar as it corrects individuals' nature and character. In this sense, it normalizes individuals by means of penalty. It becomes the penitentiary insofar as the correction and disciplinarization of individuals is carried out in the form of prison confinement. The penitentiary was established in England in the years from 1790 to 1800. It was in 1793 that Bentham devised his panopticon, which would become the architectural matrix of prisons in Europe and around the world. We must now ask a more fundamental question: for what purpose do the coercive and the penitentiary practice the correction of individuals? Foucault answers, their aim is not to consolidate the state function, but to develop the capitalist mode of production. The coercive is precisely the condition of the prison's acceptability. If the prison, with its geographical and religious features, was able to insert itself into the penal system, it is because capitalism utilized coercion in setting up its specific forms of political power. We have therefore two ensembles: the penal ensemble, characterized by the prohibition and the sanction, the law, and the punitive ensemble, characterized by the coercive penitentiary system. The first ensemble brings with it a certain theory of the infraction as an act of hostility towards society, the second brings with it the practice of confinement. The first is deduced, in an archaeologically correct fashion, from the state institutionalization of justice, which means that, from the Middle Ages, we have a practice of justice organized by reference to the exercise of sovereign political power. This gives procedures of inquisition, the intervention of someone like the prosecutor, and so on. A theory of the infraction as act of hostility towards the sovereign was derived from this whole practical ensemble. The other ensemble is formed in a movement of development, not of the state itself, but of the capitalist mode of production. In this second system, we see this mode of production provide itself with the instruments of a political power, but also of a moral power. Point 19. Foucault distinguishes two kinds of state apparatus. First, the penal system as a repressive state apparatus controls criminals, enemies of society. Second, the coercive system as a punitive state apparatus disciplines and corrects them. These two systems are indeed state apparatuses. However, the first tries to guarantee the stable reproduction of society by repressing criminals, while the second tries to form a proletarian class composed of docile worker subjects by disciplining the lower class, and thus tries to develop the capitalist mode of production. It is in this sense that morality does not exist in people's heads, it is inscribed in power relations. Point 20. In other words, what is at stake in the disciplinarization and normalization of the working class is the development of capitalism. In the disciplinary society established in the 19th century, the judiciary, the police, and the prison have functioned together. The judiciary and the police exclude the lumpenproletariat from society, and the prison confines and disciplines them. This perspective was gained through the struggle of the prison's information group, in which Foucault engaged during the same period as his lecture course on penal theories and institutions. Since the police and the judiciary threaten the lumpenproletariat with imprisonment, the latter is forced to work with unfairly low wages. And since the bourgeoisie opposes the lumpenproletariat against the proletariat, the latter is integrated into the process of disciplinarization. This is how the lumpenproletariat constitutes a relative surplus population. 21 which functions to reduce wages. Point 22 For Foucault, the practice of the JIP involved not differentiating the lumpenproletariat from the proletariat in order to expose the intolerable 23 of punitive and disciplinary power that these two classes both undergo. Point 24. In the 19th century, disciplinary power was established on the basis of punitive power, henceforth it became generalized in a capillary manner throughout society. The general principle of disciplinary power is to supervise and punish. This functioning disciplines and normalizes the lower class and transforms it into labor power. The supervision-punishment couple is imposed as an indispensable power relation for the fixation of individuals to the production apparatus, for the formation of productive forces, and characterizes the society that may be called disciplinary. We have here a means of ethical and political coercion that is necessary for the body, time, life, and men to be integrated, in the form of labor, in the interplay of productive forces. 25 Disciplinary power acts on the individual's whole body, time, and life, correcting and integrating them into productive forces and fixing individuals to apparatuses of production, education, and repression. Foucault calls this functioning of disciplinary power sequestration, distinguishing it from the classical type of confinement. So what is involved is a confinement for fixing individuals to and distributing them across social apparatuses. These institutions of confinement function, so to speak, adjoined to the apparatuses of production, transmission of knowledge and repression, and they assure the kind of supplement of power the latter need in order to function. They are no longer institutions of the classical type of confinement, but rather of what we may call sequestration, by reference to that kind of arbitral authority that seizes something, withdraws it from free circulation, and keeps it fixed at a certain point, for a certain time, until the court's decision. 26. The power of sequestration or disciplinary power is adjoined to apparatuses of production, education, and repression, and it supplements the power these apparatuses require in order to function. How then does sequestration transform individuals into labor power? According to Foucault, the first function of sequestration is to subject the time of life to the time of production. The first function appears quite clearly in the regulation of jujurios, the total acquisition of time by the employer. Actually, the latter not only acquires individuals, but also a mass of time that he controls from start to finish. This characterizes the policy of capitalism at the beginning of the 19th century. It does not need full employment but a mass of unemployed workers in order to put pressure on wages. On the other hand, to ensure that some workers are not employed, it needs the full employment of time, and work of 12 or 15 hours is not uncommon. Such is the first function of sequestration, to subject the time of life to the time of production. 27. Foucault refers here to the Marxian theory of relative surplus population. Capital does not need full employment to produce relative surplus population and thus to reduce the wage, but it needs the workers' full employment of time. It is this total acquisition of time by the employer that Foucault calls to subject the time of life to the time of production. He cites the example of the regulation of the silk mill at Jujurios, established in 1840, rise at 5 o'clock, 50 minutes for washing, dressing, and breakfast, workshop from 6:10 until 20:15, with a 1-hour break for lunch, dinner, prayers, and bed at 21:00. The time of life is thus fully taken by the employer, and it is subjected to the temporal processes of production. Individuals must be tied to a production apparatus according to a certain pre-established allocation of time. 29. The second function of sequestration is to allow capital to control the very existence, the body, sexuality, and individual relationships of workers. It thus prevents workers from using their force outside of production. 30. Including for resistance to the production mechanism, a way has to be found, on the one hand, to attach somehow the sequestrated population to society's collective forms of existence, and, on the other, to have at one's disposal a means of supervision enabling one to prevent the formation within the sequestration itself of a kind of counter-force, a counter-collectivity that might threaten the institution itself. 31. The aim of sequestration or disciplinary power is thus, on the one hand, to subject the workers to collective forms of production and, on the other hand, to prevent the formation of their collective power of resistance. In Discipline and Punish, Foucault theorizes, in exactly the same way, the mechanism of the formation of docile bodies by disciplinary power. Thus discipline produces subjected and practiced bodies, docile bodies. Discipline increases the forces of the body and diminishes these same forces. In short, it dissociates power from the body. On the one hand, it turns it into an aptitude, a capacity, which it seeks to increase. On the other hand, it reverses the course of the energy, the power that might result from it, and turns it into a relation of strict subjection. If economic exploitation separates the force and the product of labor, let us say that disciplinary coercion establishes in the body the constricting link between an increased aptitude and an increased domination. 32. Disciplinary power increases the forces of the body in economic terms of utility, and decreases the same forces in political terms of obedience. In other words, it fully employs the productive forces of workers while reducing their collective power of resistance. In this sense, disciplinary power or sequestration is constitutive of the capitalist mode of production. The power is, in fact, one of the constitutive elements of the mode of production and functions at its heart. This is what I wanted to show when I talked about all those apparatuses of sequestration, which are not all linked to a state apparatus, far from it, but which all, whether provident banks, factories, prisons, or reformatories, function at a certain level that is not that of the guarantee given to the mode of production, but rather of its constitution. A system of power like sequestration goes far beyond the guarantee of the mode of production, it is constitutive of it. 33. The power of sequestration or disciplinary power not only guarantees the capitalist mode of production, but it is constitutive of it, affirms Foucault. In other words, disciplinary power not only reproduces the capitalist mode of production, but fundamentally constitutes and produces it by forming the subjected labor power. We should note that this passage is a tacit critique of the Althusserian theory of reproduction. 34 In his article on ideology and ideological state apparatuses, Althusser asserts that repressive state apparatuses, such as the police and the army, and the ideological state apparatuses, notably the school apparatus, reproduce relations of capitalist production by subjecting the subjects. For the most part, it is secured by the exercise of state power in the state apparatuses, on the one hand. The repressive state apparatus, on the other the ideological state apparatuses. 35 However, in Althusser, the question is only the reproduction of the relations of capitalist production by the superstructure or the state apparatuses, since the relative or absolute primacy of the economic base over the superstructure is maintained, whereas Foucault insists that disciplinary power not only reproduces the relations of production in the capitalist mode of production, but also fundamentally constitutes and produces the capitalist mode of production or capitalism itself by disciplining and normalizing worker subjects. 4 Disciplinary dispositives and the state apparatus. To conclude, let us now return to the question we initially asked: what is the relationship between disciplinary power and the state apparatus? We start with the quote from Foucault which clarifies it. What is interesting is the position and interplay of these instruments of sequestration in relation to what we usually call the state apparatus. I have picked out a kind of tendency to centralization at the end of the 18th century, a tendency of the state to take over the means of control that are at work in society at that time. Now, when we see all these flourishing and proliferating instruments of sequestration, we have the impression that there is, rather, a spreading that in a sense escapes the state. They are often the result of private initiative, and for some of them the state, in the strict sense, only follows initiatives that are not its own. But we should note that most of these establishments take the state structure as their model. They are all little states that are made to function inside the state. They still rely on the state apparatuses for a whole system of referrals and reciprocities. The workshop could not function in the structure of the convent or barracks if there were not the police or the army alongside. All these establishments, whether or not they come directly under the state, still refer, despite everything, to state apparatuses, even though they are not themselves state apparatuses but, rather, relays multipliers of power within a society in which the state structure remains the condition for the functioning of these institutions. 36. The power of sequestration or disciplinary power is not reduced to the state apparatus, but relies on repressive state apparatuses, such as the police and the army, and it models itself on punitive state apparatus like the prison. In other words, using the punitive state apparatus principle of supervision and punishment, the disciplinary power disciplines and normalizes individuals to transform them into labor power and thus produces and reproduces capitalism. In this sense, the disciplinary dispositives function as the relay multipliers of capitalist power and the state power that supports it. At the same time, concerning the relationship between disciplinary power and the state apparatus, Foucault specifies as follows. I do not think that power can adequately be described as something located in state apparatuses. Maybe it is not even sufficient to say that the state apparatuses are the stake of an internal or external struggle. It seems to me rather that the state apparatus is a concentrated form, or even a support structure, of a system of power that goes much further and deeper. 37. While disciplinary systems are the relays multipliers of capitalist power and state power, the state apparatus is a concentrated form of a deeper power system, namely, disciplinary power. In other words, a punitive state apparatus, such as prison, is a concentrated form of disciplinary power that produces and reproduces capitalism. We are now ready to compare Foucauldian disciplinary power with Althusserian ideological state apparatuses. In Althusser, the main element of the ideological state apparatus is the school apparatus, which inculcates individuals with the dominant ideology, the class relation and the know-how to transform themselves into subjected worker subjects, and it thus reproduces the relations of capitalist production. In this sense, Althusserian ideological state apparatuses are centered on the school apparatus, even if ideological state apparatuses are always in the plural. On the other hand, in Foucault, the main element of disciplinary power is the principle of supervision and punishment, or the tactics to subject the body according to this principle, which produces and reproduces subjected worker subjects and thus the capitalist mode of production. Disciplinary power penetrates the prison as well as the school, hospital, and factory to form the set of micro-power dispositives which encompass the whole of society in a capillary manner. At the same time, the state, independent from the economic base, supports the development of capitalism by organizing a punitive state apparatus such as the prison. This perspective allows us to reinterpret the Foucauldian notion of diagram that Deleuze extracted from Foucauldian philosophy. 38 Disciplinary power is a set made up of lines of force from above and from below. These two lines of force intersect and consolidate each other to produce and reproduce capitalism. In this sense, disciplinary power is not necessarily non-state power but a set of power relations where the lines of state force and the lines of non-state or capitalist force intersect and consolidate each other. Of course, the power relations appear to be a more complicated whole, since they involve other lines of force made of the resistance by worker subjects. In this sense, power relations mean both the intersection of state and non-state dispositives as well as that of domination and dominated. Foucault found a third instance that is deeper and irreducible neither to the economic instance nor to the state instance. It is a disciplinary power, the set of tactics of micro-power which produce and reproduce capitalism and worker subjects, and which are disposed in a capillary manner throughout society. In order to differentiate the set of micro-power tactics diagrammatically composed of lines of state force and non-state force from the Althusserian state apparatus, Foucault called them power dispositives. Conclusion to Part 2. Contingency, materiality. We discussed two problems in Part 2. First, the alteration of psychoanalytic theory and the introduction of contingent elements in Derrida and Althusser. Second, structural becoming and contingency. In the fourth chapter, we dealt with these two problems in Derrida through his reflection on the death drive. He approaches by speculating on Freud's speculation of the death drive the question of state cruelty and seeks ways to transform it. The Derridian strategy of resistance involves an auto-heteroaffection which, by introducing an unheimlichen other, disrupts and subverts the cruelty of the state system. We then observed the same mechanism as that of the death drive which, as unheimliches of the drive, disrupts the psychic economy and threatens the human organism. At the same time, however, Derridian resistance also relates to another modality of the death drive, that which serves the survival of the subject, the death drive without cruelty, which resists the death drive with cruelty. In its relation to political resistance, we have defined this second modality as the beyond of all passiveness, the resistance of non-resistance, and which opens up a space for the eruption of the other or an eventual rupture, thus preparing the democracy to come situated beyond the cruelty of the state. In order to present this strategy of resistance, it was essential for Derrida to construct a new theory that alters Lacanian psychoanalytic theory at its base. Derrida opposes his own thesis to Lacan's. This intervention in Lacanian theory, that of subject formation and repetition, opens the theoretical basis for the auto-heteroaffection of the subject and of social formation. If, in Lacan, the subject is barred by the original inscription of the drive which leads it to repeat, to fill its own lack in the vain search for an object of satisfaction, then only non-transformability of the subject exists. On the other hand, in Derrida, the modality of the inscription of the drive is plural, and these multiple inscriptions allow the transformation of the subjective modality. A very simple fact follows: the subject is susceptible to being transformed by the affectability of the other. As far as social formation is concerned, Derridian resistance opens up the field for the eruption of the other and prepares for altering the cruelty of the state. In Althusser, there is a strategy to alter psychoanalytic theory, quite close to that of Derrida. But at the same time, the Althusserian strategy presents itself, in its modalities of intervention and alteration, differently from that of Derrida. In his theory of ideology, Althusser aims to alter and materialize the theoretical dispositives of Lacanian psychoanalysis, despite using many terms borrowed from Lacan. In the latter, the subject is sutured by a signifier of lack, namely the phallus. The subject's lack is then sutured by an eccentric center, the other. We have called this eccentric instance the transcendent instance, criticizing Zizek's attempt to extrapolate Lacanian psychoanalytic theory onto social theory. Zizek's theorization induces the transcendence of the ideological apparatus along with the impossibility of thinking about resistance to power. In contrast, the Althusserian theory of ideology is not a simple extrapolation of psychoanalytic theory to social theory, it contains a radical alteration of psychoanalytic theory. According to Althusser, the ideological suture is effected by ritual practice, which inculcates dominant ideology. It designates transference to, and the restructuring of the ego on, the dominant ideology. Ideological subjection is thus realized through the mechanism of the unconscious. Althusser nevertheless thinks that the ideological suture is not perfectly realized. He points it out in the difference between the primary ideology and the secondary ideology. The dominant ideology that the ideological state apparatuses aim to inculcate deviates in the process of ideological interpellation/introjection. It is in this deviation between the dominant ideology and the ideology internalized by the subject that the effects of resistance appear. Althusser discovers a possibility of resistance in this ideological deviation. Even if the subjected subjects are produced and reproduced by the ideological state apparatuses, they are not perfectly sutured by the dominant ideology or by capitalist dispositives. They can desubject themselves through class struggle or collective struggle against power. And it is this collective struggle of desubjected subjects that can bring about ideological deviation and structural change. The reality of resistance figures, as effect, in the ideological deviation that intervenes as a material contingency in the process of ideological interpellation/introjection. This point constitutes a radical difference with the destinal theory of Lacan. What we provisionally called the break of Althusserian theory in relation to Lacanian theory clearly indicates this introduction of materiality to the theory. In a 1982 text, Althusser cites Epicurus and Lucretius's notion of clinamen to illustrate his aleatory materialism. The clinamen provokes an encounter with the atom next to it, and, from encounter to encounter, a pile-up and the birth of a world. 1 This encounter caused by the deviation of the law corresponds, in Althusserian theory of the 1960s, to the Verbindung as immanent cause. On the other hand, the metonymic causality of Lacanian theory was characterized by the absent cause. In his seminar on the four fundamental concepts of psychoanalysis, Lacan also evokes the clinamen to clarify the notion of duji, the latter, which designates the real, the non-symbolizable trauma beyond the pleasure principle, is opposed to the automaton, which signifies the symbolic, the repetition of signs in the pleasure principle. We should note that the duji is formulated as an unassimilable missed encounter which imposes an apparently accidental origin on the subject. Point 2. In other words, this missed encounter forms the subject. If development is entirely animated by accident, by the obstacle of the duji, it is insofar as the duji brings us back to the same point at which pre-Socratic philosophy sought to motivate the world itself. It required a clinamen at some point. When Democritus tried to designate it, presenting himself as already the adversary of a pure function of negativity in order to introduce thought into it, what, then, did he say? He said, answering the question I asked today, that of idealism, nothing, perhaps. Not perhaps nothing, but not nothing. Point 3. Lacan seeks to show here that in the history of individual development, it is through the missed encounter inscribing the lack in the individual that the subject is formed. This is how accidental trauma has the effect of constituting the subject through the functioning of negativity. Lacan's position is absolutely clear: the duji is defined as a missed encounter with the other, and it inscribes lack in the subject. It will thus have the effect of forming a divided subject and suturing it by its non-symbolizability. The duji then functions as a negative factor that ensures the suture in a dialectical manner. In other words, contingency in Lacan inscribes the lack in the subject and thereby establishes the dialecticity of the suturing process. On the other hand, Althusser does not grasp the duji in this negativity, but in the positivity of the singular encounter. In order to conceptualize the logic of structural becoming, Althusser reflects on the contingency of the singular combination of elements. This question is evident in the Althusserian thought of the 1960s, especially in the conflict between overdetermination and determination in the last instance. On the one hand, there is determination in the last instance through economic contradiction, but on the other hand, contradictions interchange their roles and are condensed in the political conjuncture. Political contingency thus intervenes in the economic and reproductive law and disrupts it. This is what Althusser sought to theorize in the discrepancy between the definite and the indefinite, the necessary and the unforeseeable. The Lacanian contingency, as negativity establishing a dialectical movement, paradoxically ensured the suture of the subject in a destinal manner. On the other hand, Althusser introduces contingency to subvert this Hegelo-Lacanian dialectic. The Althusserian contingency introduces the materiality of the deviation into the dialectical order and disturbs it. In other words, for Althusser, contingency signifies this material deviation. In this sense, the Althusserian theory is clearly distinguishable from the Lacanian philosophy of destiny. Nor was it, at least until the 1970s, the philosophy of the political role of the dice. Point 4. In our view, the singularity of Althusserian philosophy consists in limiting itself to the discrepancy between the definite and the indefinite, between the necessary and the unforeseeable. This is the reason we have interpreted the Althusserian theory of the 1960s and 1970s through that of the 1980s. Let us analyze the problem of ideology. The ideological apparatuses seek to suture the subject by ritual practices. However, the ideological suture is not perfectly realized by virtue of the intervention of the deviation in the process of the ideological interpellation/introjection. This failure of the ideological suture ensures the possibility of disubjection for the subjected subject. If the process of ideological suturing synchronically reproduces the social formation, the deviation of ideology intervenes in it in a political and contingent manner. We could evaluate structural becoming in the same way. Althusser conceptualized social formation as decentralized. There is no privileged instance in social formation, each instance has relative autonomy in relation to the others. How, then, is this system of instances without center compatible with determination in the last instance by economy? According to the dialectical law or the determination in the last instance, there is a primacy of the economic contradictions over the other contradictions. However, in order that the contradictions bring about structural becoming, the law must be disturbed by the displacement and condensation of the contradictions within the class struggle. In this sense, social formation is not completely sutured by the economic instance, since the primacy of the economy is disturbed by the eruption of materiality. We are faced here with the most delicate point. The economic law or determination in the last instance must absolutely exist, but it is insufficient in order to erupt the new structure. The eruption of contingent materiality is indispensable so that the contradictions cause structural becoming. Contingency in Althusser is an eruption of political materiality that intervenes in economic contradictions, actualizes them and transforms them into an explosive force for structural change. We can, therefore, deduce the following 2 points. First, in Althusser, the introduction of the notion of contingency never leads to a simple political occasionalism. Contingency means material deviation from the law. Second, the Althusserian insistence on the determination by the economic instance suggests the decisive importance of the analysis of capital's movement, which is inseparable from the political conjuncture. It is exactly in these two respects that we appreciate most positively the Althusserian theory of the 1960s. Althusser thus firmly holds the two ends of the chain, economic law and political contingency. In 1972, he modified his thesis on determination in the last instance. From our perspective, the notion of the determination in the last instance is about to be abandoned, and the shift to the aleatory materialism, which emphasizes political contingency, has silently started. From that moment on, he constantly meditated, within the political field, on structural becoming in the discrepancy between the necessary to actualize and the unpredictable contingency, in other words, in the necessity of contingency. Let us now come back to Derrida. Inspectors of Marx, does he reflect on the rupture only from the perspective of political contingency? The answer is no. We can notice that he introduced the notion of messianic promise, promise of rupture, of emancipation. The rupture is neither programmed, as in Hegelian Marxist teleology, nor impossible to access, as in the Kantian regulatory idea. 5 The idea of democracy to come promises, as future to come, the realization of justice. In our view, this Derridian position is very close to that of Althusser, who remains at the discrepancy between the necessary and the unforeseeable. We obviously cannot identify the messianic promise with the necessary, because this promise is not programmed. But it is clear that Derrida does not think of the problem of the rupture only in the simple political contingency. He analyzes the break in the conflicting relationship between promise and contingency, thus placing himself at the discrepancy between these two poles, the emancipatory promise and the unpredictable eruption of materiality. 6 The problem is not, of course, only the identity, but the difference between the Derridian and Althusserian philosophies. What we mean is that the philosophy of the event in Althusser and Derrida is not the simple theory of the political roll of the dice. It must be inscribed in the disjunction between the necessary and the unforeseeable, which is clearly demonstrated in two apparently different philosophies on the question of eventness. To clarify the difference between Derrida and Althusser, we will discuss their position on the temporality of the event. As we have seen, the temporality of Althusserian theory of the event is limited to the present time. Refusing Hegelian teleology, he finds the moment of structural becoming only in pure actuality. In other words, the discrepancy between the necessary and the unforeseeable is, in his theory, exclusively limited to the actual conjuncture. On the other hand, by taking a position on the critique of teleology, Derrida thinks of the event in eschatological time. 7 Namely in the intertwining of the past and the future, the memory and the future to come, which is the meaning of spectrality. No justice, let us not say no law, and once again we are not speaking here of law seems possible or thinkable without the principle of some responsibility, beyond all living present, within that which disjoins the living present, before the ghosts of those who are not yet born or who are already dead, be they victims of wars, political or other kinds of violence, nationalist, racist, colonialist, sexist, or other kinds of exterminations, victims of the oppressions of capitalist imperialism, or any of the forms of totalitarianism. Without this non-contemporaneity with itself of the living present, without that which secretly unhinges it, without this responsibility and this respect for justice concerning those who are not there, of those who are no longer or who are not yet present and living, what sense would there be to ask the question where? Where tomorrow? Whither? 8. Eschatological time is this non-contemporaneity with itself of the living present which orders the responsibility of justice towards those who are no longer or who are not yet present and living. This intertwined temporality of the past and the future demands, as an injunction, the responsibility of resistance in the present moment. The appeal of the spectres thus opens up a space to the affectability of the other in a transcendental manner. In other words, the temporal disjointure of the emancipatory promise and of the actual practice of resistance is a categorical or transcendental imperative 9 which comes from the appeal of spectrality and which commands the resistance of non-resistance in the present moment. We could then conclude, what constitutes the difference between the Derridian and Althusserian theories of resistance is the difference between the primacy of disjointure and that of conjuncture in the temporality of the event. The problem is not to choose the most reasonable thought between Derrida and Althusser. We limit ourselves here to affirming that one of the common possibilities of their thoughts is that they both resist Lacan's destinal theory and the simple affirmation of contingency. Derrida develops his thought in the disjointure of the promise of democracy to come and the unforeseeable eruption of the other, and Althusser develops his thought on the discrepancy between the necessary of the law and the unforeseeable of the conjuncture. These attempts to think about structural becoming open up a new possibility in the philosophy of event. Aleatory materialism is only a name given to this endeavor. Conclusion. What is resistance? We have deduced two strategies of resistance to power. First, in Foucault and Deleuze/Guattari, through the transformation of subjective modality and the constitution of singularity. Second, in Althusser and Derrida, through the structural change caused by the eruption of contingency. In the framework of the first strategy, resistance signifies the transformation of the subject's subjected modality. In Foucault, the issue is, for subjects subjected by the investment of power, to transform themselves, to change themselves in their singular being. 1 In Deleuze and Guattari, the focus is on transforming the Oedipalized topical subject into an economic subject which incessantly becomes through its impersonal power and its multiple singularities. We called Foucauldian resistance becoming self and Deleuze-Guattarian resistance becoming other. Nevertheless, despite their relative difference, there is a commonality between the thoughts of Foucault and Deleuze/Guattari. Resistance consists, for them, in transfiguring the subjective modality and the way of thinking and living. 2 In other words, for the subjected subject, the issue is to transform his style of thought and life by constructing his singularity, or by liberating his impersonal singularities. This is what we have called the construction of immanence. The possibility of this transformation exists, in Foucault, in the reflexive gaze as auto-affection caused by the other, which then fulfills a function other than regulatory. In Deleuze and Guattari, it exists in the transformation of the hierarchical subjected group into a transversal subject group of the schizos through a struggle of interests that finally detaches the desiring production from the pursuit of interests. And this disubjection of the subjected subject is always possible through collective struggle, since, as Althusser demonstrated in his theory of ideology, the subject is not perfectly sutured by power. When the disubjection is realized collectively, it becomes the anti-pastoral revolution, in which the subjects refuse to be governed in any way in order to construct a radically autonomous collective subjectivity. Let us turn to the second strategy of resistance. In the theories of Althusser and Derrida, we tried to find a possibility of changing the social formation. The issue for them is to transform the capitalist structure constantly reproduced by power dispositives. To reflect on this possibility, we insisted on the notion of contingency in Althusser and Derrida. However, if we limit ourselves to saying that structural change is brought about by contingency, we say nothing, since contingency does not refer to any causality. On the other hand, what we have called contingency designates the element capable of disturbing static reproduction, and other in the reproduction process. In Althusser, the structural becoming is thought to be in the conflicting relationship between the political instance and the economic instance. According to the thesis of determination in the last instance, there is a hierarchy in the contradictions, the primacy of the economic contradiction over the political contradiction. But in order that the structural becoming arises, the principal contradiction and the secondary contradiction must exchange their roles in the political conjuncture, and these contradictions, whose roles have been displaced, must merge. In this process of displacement and condensation, we found the emergence of contingency or the deviation of the law. In other words, it is this singular encounter of contradictions, this eruption of eventual materiality, that causes the law of reproduction to deviate from social formation and that of the primacy of economy over politics, and which finally causes the structural becoming. To think about this eventual rupture, Althusser inscribes his theory in the discrepancy between the necessary law and the unforeseeable contingency. He therefore attempted to subvert the Hegelian dialectic by the thought about the actual conjuncture, which he calls the finite theory. Thus, for Althusser, the possibility of becoming exists only in the actual phase of capitalist exploitation and the actual political tendency. Point 3. Derrida, for his part, proposes another political strategy, the resistance of non-resistance, namely gift, forgiveness and hospitality. For example, hospitality is a strategy to alter social formation and its static reproduction through the indefinite acceptance of others in the existing society. This acceptance will eventually disrupt the cruel system of state sovereignty and alter it. Derrida speculates on this possibility of eventual alteration, even though limitless acceptance of others also implies a threat of social disorder. Unconditional resistance as an impossible experience is required or exists only for this alteration of state cruelty. What we have called the death drive without cruelty, which threatens society with its unpredictability but which, at the same time, includes the possibility of altering state cruelty, is this impossible but really imminent political injunction. The promise of democracy to come then signifies a future eventual rupture and is also a categorical imperative for resistance in existing society. We emphasize this temporality of the event as future or future to come and the temporal disjointure of the event and resistance. Derridian resistance is thus based on transcendental figures, the promise of the event to come and spectrality which command the actual practice of resistance in a transcendental manner. This transcendental temporality constitutes, in Derrida, a difference with the Althusserian notion of event, strictly inscribed in the actual moment. We could call this resistance to social reproduction resistance to destiny. Then the process of auto-heteroaffection of philosophy through the intermediary of psychoanalysis, this other of philosophy, holds an important place. As Althusser points out, the new structure, once erupted, reproduces itself atemporally, exactly like the unconscious. Point 4. This social reproduction is based on the interpellation of the ideological state apparatuses omnipresent in social formation. The ideological interpellation/introjection and atemporal reproduction of social formation are two fundamental concepts of the theory of power which are both brought by psychoanalytic theory. We can bring these two formulations together in a more literally structuralist theory, that of Lacan. In him, the inscription of the drive in the unconscious, in other words, the inscription of the lack in the subject, is given once and for all, and from this moment, this original lack motivates the desire in a repetitive and atemporal manner. If Lacanian theory thus constitutes a dialectic of lack and repetition, it does not constitute a theory of the transformation of the subject and the structure, even if it is indeed a theory of formation and repetitive reproduction of the subject or the unconscious as a structure. What Althusser called a philosophy of destiny 5 corresponds to this Lacanian theory of the repetitive reproduction of the subject and the structure. To theorize the alteration of the structure determined in a destinal manner and reproduced in an atemporal manner, Althusser proposes the notion of deviation, and Derrida proposes that of dissemination. We see here a kind of response from philosophy to psychoanalysis that affected it, a process of auto-heteroaffection of philosophy in its relation to psychoanalysis. The thought of resistance to the destinal is shared, in the form of a theory of subject transfiguration, by Foucault and Deleuze/Guattari, since both becoming self and becoming other designate a strategy of resistance to the subject's subjected modality reproduced in an atemporal manner by power dispositives. As we have seen, this strategy becomes possible for them with the introduction of the notions of singularity or impersonal singularities, which resist the Lacanian dialectic developing around the lack of the subject and the other. If there is a post-structuralism in relation to structuralism, the latter of which is a theory of the repetitive reproduction of the structure and formation of the eccentric subject, it must be a theory of the alteration of the subject and structure modality determined in a destinal manner. Facing this destinal determination, Foucault and Deleuze/Guattari sought to transfigure the subject's subjected modality by constructing an immanence. Althusser and Derrida aimed to alter the fixed structure of the social formation by the eruption of eventual materiality. It is precisely at this point that the structuralist theories of power arrived at the end of their auto-heteroaffection. Who, then, are the carriers of resistance? For these philosophers, the carriers of resistance are not limited to the proletariat in the traditional Marxist sense. The lesson of May 68 is the fact that the class struggle includes the struggles of minorities, and it is these minority struggles that affect the majority to desubject it. Proletarian struggles and minority struggles must therefore be articulated in a transversal manner. In order to overthrow capitalism, the majority must become minoritarian and desubject itself in forming the subject group. This is the tactic that Deleuze and Guattari proposed in 8,000 Plateaus following the analysis of the situation post-68.7. As we saw in Appendix 1, actual neoliberal politics individualizes us through its principle of competition. It is exactly for this reason that transversal collective struggle becomes essential. In a contradictory way, the generalized neoliberal precariousness and the environmental destruction by capitalism commands, as a categorical imperative, the construction of radically democratic and transversal counterpower. By the transversal struggles which include minorities, we must realize an anti-pastoral revolution in which the subjects refuse to be governed in any way. To conclude or not to conclude, we now open up a possible direction for the philosophy of resistance and structural becoming. In the logic of sense, Deleuze distinguishes two kinds of becoming: on the one hand, the static genesis as the becoming of sense through the effect of the corporeal in the field of virtual and incorporeal multiplicity, which would lead from the presupposed event to its actualization in states of affairs and to its expression in propositions. On the other hand, the dynamic genesis as the becoming from the virtual to the actual, and which leads directly from states of affairs to events. From mixtures to pure lines, from depth to the production of surfaces. 9 If he tried to reflect on the difficult coexistence of these two logics of becoming in the logic of sense, we might say that he changed his direction in Anti-Oedipus, written in collaboration with Felix Guattari, in order to develop the logic of dynamic genesis. 10 But after having followed practically the same direction in 8,000 Plateaus, their collaboration ends, in what is philosophy. In a thought which aims at the creation of concepts on the plane of immanence, the virtual multiplicity of the thought that is philosophy. They deal there with the problem of resistance as follows. Becoming is the concept itself. It is born in history, and falls back into it, but is not of it. In itself it has neither beginning nor end but only a milieu. It is thus more geographical than historical. Such are revolutions and societies of friends, societies of resistance, because to create is to resist, pure becomings, pure events on a plane of immanence. What history grasps of the event is its effectuation in states of affairs or in lived experience, but the event in its becoming, in its specific consistency, in its self-positing as concept, escapes history. Resistance here involves the creation of concepts as pure becomings, pure events in the virtual field that escape history. It would be possible to see there, at least as far as the notion of resistance is concerned, a sort of regression from the dynamic genesis to the static genesis. This static genesis corresponds, in the logic of sense, to becoming which divides itself infinitely in past and future and always eludes the present. Point 11. Through this temporality, Deleuze develops an ontology of the event in the virtual and incorporeal field. And as we saw, Derridian resistance is motivated by certain transcendental figures, the messianic without messianism as the event to come, and spectrality as the intertwining of the past and the future. To these transcendental temporalities of the event, we simply oppose the philosophy of actuality. What Foucault called the historical ontology of ourselves just before his death in 1984 constitutes a thought which finds historical contingency in the actual modality of the subject and tries to transform its subjected modality. Point 12. And what Althusser called the finite theory in 1978 forms a reflection on actuality which seeks possibilities of becoming for the subject and for social formation. Point 13. The philosophy of actuality is thus only prefigured. It is from there that we must seek, in the theory of actuality, a possibility of dynamic genesis.